Salt. That was the first thing. Salt in my nose, salt burning a hole down my throat, salt in my eyes so bad I couldn't tell if they were open. Then cold. Then the very specific, very personal horror of kicking downward and finding absolutely nothing under my feet. Not sand, not rock, nothing. Just more water going down forever. I came up coughing hard enough to tear something, and the world showed up all at once. Open ocean in every direction. No coast, no boats. Just flat gray water and a sky that looked like it had never heard of land. A voice went off inside my skull. Cheerful, almost bubbly. Ding. All passengers have successfully passed through the portal. Children have been temporarily withdrawn. Everyone over 30 has been restored to 30. The sick and the injured have been healed. The world is dangerous. Please do your best to survive. Please do your best to survive. That's it. That's the whole orientation. Somewhere there is a system administrator who wrote that line, hit publish, and went to lunch. 20 seconds earlier, I had been a 24-year-old office clerk with a stapler and a bad chair. Now I was treading water in a place with no shoreline, and my entire list of survival assets was that I could swim. Thank you, terrible public pool, 2nd grade, my mother watching from a plastic chair. Then I saw the fin. About 100 meters out, cutting a lazy S through the water, the way something moves when it has all the time in the world and you don't. Now, I have a very high IQ and excellent analytical skills, so let me walk you through my reasoning. That is a shark. It is hungry. It has ordered delivery. I am the delivery. I have never swum like that in my life. My arms turned into 2 objects I was throwing at the water while my lungs filed a formal complaint. Behind me, the water started shoving, not splashing, shoving. There is a pressure that comes off something big when it decides to close the distance, and you feel it in your back before you hear it. I want to be honest with you. I gave up. There was a specific half second where my body simply stopped negotiating, and I thought, well, at least it's fast. And my hand slammed into a wall of dirt. An island. A stupid, tiny, unimpressive island that had absolutely no business being there, and I loved it more than anything I have ever loved. I clawed up the side and rolled onto solid ground, and something went clack. I looked down. There was a small black shark hanging off my sneaker, baby-sized, red eyes, teeth locked into the rubber sole with the total commitment of a creature who has never lost an argument. So this was the thing that had been chasing me, not the fin. This. I slid my foot out of the shoe, and then, because I had just had a very bad 5 minutes and needed to give some of it back, I kicked the little monster directly in the eye. It let go, it floated there, and I swear to you, on my mother, that shark's eyes filled with tears. It made one slow circle around my island, staring at me the entire way, and then it went under. Title obtained. Shark Maw Survivor. Agility +1. Title obtained. Shark Provocateur. Strength +1. Physique +1. Provocateur. The system watched me kick a baby in the face and decided that was a personality trait worth recording permanently. Tier 1 island detected. Do you wish to bind? Yes. Obviously yes. Bind it, marry it, I'll take its last name. The island was about 30 square meters. One coconut palm, leaning like it was also thinking about leaving. The whole thing sat half a meter above the waterline, which meant one solid wave and my entire kingdom becomes a rumor. Then a panel opened in front of my face and asked me to pull my talent. I remember the light because it was not the polite blue of everything else on that panel. It was a deep, expensive purple, and it took its time. Evolution, critical strike, epic, unique, 3 times per day, resets at midnight. Any action where a critical result is possible will critically succeed. Base multiplier 200%, growth 0 out of 10. I read it 4 times. Any action, not attacks. Any action. Then the panel scrolled down and told me who I was. Strength 4 + 1, agility 4 + 1, physique 4 + 1, spirit 7, charisma 6, combat power. And I want you to appreciate the phrasing here. Insignificant. Insignificant. Not weak, not low. I had just drawn a unique epic talent that cheats at reality, and the system looked at me and chose the word you'd use for a rounding error. There was a line underneath. Note: the new generation demonstrates improved resilience to stress. I sat down on my 30 square meters in one shoe and laughed until I had to stop because it hurt. Somewhere out there, 7,854 people had woken up on nice safe dirt with a nice safe forest and a nice safe stream. I had woken up in the mouth of the ocean with 2 hidden titles and a talent that broke the concept of luck. I decided I was fine with the trade. The island came with one more thing. A blue fishing rod sitting in my inventory like it had been waiting for me. Resource rod, 5 casts a day, 20% dead fish, 70% rotten wood chest, 9% solid wood chest, 1% black iron chest, 0.001% special chest. So my island's entire economy was a slot machine, and I had a talent that cheated at slot machines. I want to be very clear that I understood this immediately. I did not have a slow realization arc. I looked at that rod, and I looked at that talent, and I said out loud, to an empty ocean, all right. Then I opened the regional channel, and the regional channel was a nightmare. 7,854 people, all typing at once, all of them in the first 10 minutes of the worst day of their lives. Li Xiangyang, son, sweetheart, where are you? Mama's here. Li Xiangyang again, son, please. Chen Guang, okay, who's pranking us? Is this a show? Director, come out, you got me. Wei Zimin, yeah, the government's going to airdrop us, they're sending air. Zhou Lei, have faith, the authorities will intervene shortly. Gao Wei, there is a bird above my island. It is 3 or 4 meters wide. What do I do? Nobody answered Gao Wei. Everyone was busy answering nobody. I had 10 messages a day. I spent 2 of them writing to my parents who were somewhere in that scroll, alive or not, and I have never in my life picked words that carefully. Then I closed the channel because I had learned something useful. Everybody else landed on dirt. I landed in the water. They got a starting position. I got 2 titles and a shark story. First cast, Rotten Wood Chest. I did not open it. This is the single smartest thing I did that entire first week, and it was pure spite. 3 crits a day, and I was not going to spend one on a box made of rot. The birds arrived while I was thinking about that. White gulls, 6 or 7 of them, wheeling low with the specific arrogance of animals that have never been hunted. I threw a rock. I missed by a distance that I will not describe, and then all 6 of them, in formation, in what I can only describe as a coordinated municipal response, unloaded on me from above. I stood on my island, covered in seabird, and made them a promise. Models, wait right there. I'm going to roast every one of you. I threw a second rock, also a miss, but one of the gulls, at absolute top speed, flew directly into it. I want that on the record. I did not hit the bird. The bird hit the rock. I just happened to be holding the other end of the trajectory. I broke its neck, which was the first time I'd ever done that to anything, and I'd like to say I felt something. I mostly felt hungry. 10 excellent feathers. And per the system, the mess the other 5 had made of me was now classified as fertilizer. Plus 5. That is the world I live in now. I get bombed by birds, and the system files it as agricultural input. I tried to rinse my shirt in the ocean. Turns out salt water doesn't wash anything, it just moves the problem around and adds salt. So I went shirtless. Day 1. 24-year-old office clerk, 1 shoe, no shirt, covered in gull, standing on 30 square meters of dirt in the middle of an infinite sea. 2 solid wood chests came up next. Then something hit the line that nearly took the rod out of my hands. I fought it for a while. Dug my heels into dirt that immediately stopped being dirt and became mud, and eventually dragged up a black iron chest. 1%. First day. That's where I spent my first crit. Critical success. Blueprint, micro well, a random skill book. 3 excellent red berry seeds. I want you to sit with the words micro well for a second, because that little blueprint made me rich, and I mean that literally. The skill book turned into beginner sea fishing, which was fine. The berries went into the dirt, and then I built the well. 5 liters every 2 hours, 30-liter cap, clean water, on an island, in an ocean. You have to understand what the market looked like. 7,000 people had landed on dry ground with no way to make fresh water. In that first channel, water was going for 5 to 8 basic resources per 100 milliliters, and people were paying because the alternative was drinking the sea and finding out what that does to you. I had a printer. First I needed cups, and this is where I met Liu Wenjing, who I would end up doing business with for the rest of this story. She had 50 wooden cups. I wanted 50 wooden cups. She opened at a price I will not repeat because it was insulting, and I countered with 5 cups per 100 milliliters, and we went back and forth until she made a noise in text that I could hear. Then I did the thing that made me actual money, which was not selling high, it was selling low. Everyone else was charging 5 to 8 resources per 100 milliliters. I posted mine at 5 soil, or 2 stone. Take your pick. I did not want a good margin. I wanted the whole market. And on an island where the only real currency was dirt and rock, I wanted the dirt and rock, because dirt and rock is what an island upgrade costs. It sold out in seconds, then it sold out again. Somewhere in there, a man named Sun Junji sold Zhaobo a container of water that he had personally urinated in, and when Zhaobo complained in public, Sun Junji's defense was, and I quote, "You bought dirty fresh water, so I gave you dirty fresh water." I posted an ad the same hour. Platform certified clean well water, no additives, cleared out instantly. Thank you, Sun Junji. You were the best marketing campaign I ever ran, and it cost me nothing. Then Wu Jiaqi showed up. Every disaster has one. Why are you charging money? Give it away. Where are your traditional virtues? And before I could type a single word, Wei Zimin, Hero, legend, absolute menace, answered for me. Saint, donate to me first. I blocked the ones who kept it up, upgraded my island to tier 2, and stood in the middle of 100 square meters that were now legally mine, and started counting. Because the number for tier 3 had just appeared, and it was 1,000 soil, 800 stone, 600 clay, and 1 rare building, 1,600 units of the 2 things I was already taking off the entire region, 1 cup at a time. Yeah, I was going to be fine. Night 1 was cold in a way I hadn't planned for. There's no moon in this world, which I only noticed when the sun went down and the dark came in like something being poured. Temperature dropped to nearly nothing. I built a wooden house, 20 square meters, a workbench, a bed narrow enough to be a shelf. I ringed a fire with stones and left the windows open so I wouldn't quietly stop breathing in my sleep, which is the kind of thing you have to think about now. The channel at night was worse than the channel in the day. In the day, it was panic. At night, it was arithmetic. Shuming. Last match. 20 basic resources. Ding Jiwan drank bad water and was running a fever and asking politely if anyone had anything. Li Qing, who was very pretty and knew exactly how pretty she was, offered her worn clothing in trade for a warm jacket and got 11 offers in 90 seconds. I had 2 lighters. I did not sell either one. Some things you keep. Day 2 started with a stream of liquid hitting me in the face from a great height. I looked up. There was a white bird up there with a wingspan over 3 meters and it was circling. My first thought was, is that the father? It didn't land. New player protection apparently covers aerial harassment, but not aerial bombardment. It just made its point and left, and I stood there in the dawn light having been humiliated by 2 generations of the same family in under 24 hours. The tier 2 island upgraded my rod, 6 casts a day now. Crit gave me a light crossbow blueprint, 10 iron ingots, and excellent rope. I crafted the crossbow, spent a second crit on the crafting, and got an excellent light crossbow with a lethality of 10. 10. Against a bird the size of a car. I built 2 fields, fertilized them with everything the gulls had generously donated, and waited. Also, I ate a fish. That deserves its own sentence because I pulled up a red-spined gudgeon with the plain rod, and it was rated excellent, and I ate it raw off the bone like an animal, and my strength, agility, and physique each went up by 1. That was the moment the whole thing clicked. On Earth, food is food. Here, food is a stat. The big bird came back that afternoon, and this time I did not dodge. That was strategy, not paralysis. It came in low and fast, and I stood still and let it commit, and when it was too close to change its mind, I put a bolt through the right wing. That made it angry in a way I was not emotionally ready for. It folded up and came down at me like a dropped piano. 2 more bolts. It hit the dirt hard enough to bounce. I put the last one through its head. Title obtained. Bird Hunter. Agility +2. 5% increased damage to avian creatures. And then the bird dropped a black iron chest. Beasts drop chests. Nobody had told me that. Nobody knew that. I stood over a dead thing the size of a canoe with 30 excellent feathers, 500 milliliters of cloudbird essence carrying traces of the wind element, and 20 caddies of meat, and I said out loud, that's faster than delivery. That night I ate roasted fish and roasted bird, gained another point of physique, trained until my arms shook, and dumped 25 liters onto the platform. And while I was asleep, something the size of a neighborhood moved next to my island. I came out in the morning, and there was a jungle. 10,000 square meters of it, floating 100 meters off my coast like it had always been there. The channel lost its mind. Wei Zeman built a raft and went. Wei Zeman came back approximately 11 minutes later, typing with the specific rhythm of a man whose hands are shaking. There are wolves. Over 2 meters. Body like a calf. They jump 4 or 5 meters straight up into the trees. A tiger from Earth would be a snack. Lin Hao also went. Something ate his raft out from under him. He made it back by swimming and he was not okay. And then Xiaozheng spoke up and I paid attention because Xiaozheng was the first person in that channel who sounded like he'd thought past lunch. The sand on that island is raw material. Salt filters glass later. You don't have to go inland. Work the edge. Cut wood at the edge. Dig soil at the edge. Take sand off the beach and never sleep there. Smart. Correct. Also, I wasn't going. Why would I row a raft into a wolf island for sand when I owned a hole in the ground that made money every 2 hours? So I posted an offer instead. 500 milliliters of clean water for 25 caddies of sand. Let them fight the wolves. I'd take a cut of the sand. Then the region got its first big announcement, and it wasn't mine. Gao Wei pulled a special chest, 0.001%, and what came out of it was a person. He shared the interface. Atlas, Leader, Orion, Strength 14, Agility 11, Endurance 13, Spirit 3, Charisma 1, Talent, Intermediate Brute Force, Skill, Berserk. Note, low intelligence, extremely loyal, suitable for heavy labor. Strength 14, I had 8. My whole body, every bite of stat food, every point I'd bled for, added up to just over half of a thing that came out of a box. I pulled a silver chest that same afternoon, crit it, and got Kraken's dung. The black diamond of the sea, according to the description. Fertilizer, according to reality. I stood there holding a bag of what it was, watching Galway's Man in the channel, and then I dumped it into one of my fields and the field turned excellent grade and I stopped complaining. Because here is the thing I had already figured out and most of them hadn't. Galway got one man. I had a talent that would keep giving me things for the rest of my life. The crits kept coming. 2 weapon enhancement scrolls, 2 basic sword manuals, 2 strength pills, a mud hut blueprint, 3 excellent tomato seeds. Excellent wine. I ate both strength pills at once, which was the single stupidest medical decision of my adult life. My stomach felt like someone had lit a fire in it and closed the door. I curled up on the floor of my own house for 20 minutes going, should not have done both, should not have done both. But when it was over, I read the panel. Strength 8 + 1, agility 7 + 3. Physique 6 + 1, Spirit 7 + 1, 8 Strength. The system helpfully noted that 8 is the ceiling of ordinary human strength. Then it added, with a weapon in hand, you now pose a threat even to weak black iron rank creatures. 4 days ago, I had been outrun by a puppy shark. Liu Wenjing came back with a real offer. 1 unit of 100-year stalactite spirit liquid, the good stuff, permanent physical reinforcement, in exchange for 50 liters of water a day. I said no. She said 45. I said nothing. She said 40. I said nothing. Harder. She folded to 30. And then, because she was annoyed and wanted to win, she demanded to see the specs on my well. That's when I made her a plate of roasted meat with cumin on it and asked her a friendly question, and she told me her talent. 100-year stalactite cave, rare, 1 unit every 12 hours, 2 caddies of seasoned meat for a competitor's entire business model. I have never gotten better value out of a spice in my life. I drank the liquid, every physical stat +2, spirit and charisma +1. Then I made salt because I was tired of everything tasting like nothing. I dug a pit, lined the bottom with stone, cut a drainage channel, spread sand on a board, and poured seawater over it in the sun until the crystals came up. Brine, then wood ash to drop out the calcium and the magnesium, then a cone filter, sackcloth and ash and coconut charcoal and sand, then boil it down. 600 grams of clean white salt, 12 caddies of cloudbird meat, salted and hung to cure. And by that evening, my ledger read 1,530 soil, 610 wood, 480 stone, 120 rope, 30 iron, 210 clay. I was 4 days into the apocalypse and I was running a utility company. Then, on the morning of day 3, the sky went dark. Not cloudy, dark. The way it goes dark when something very large gets between you and the sun. A red dragon landed on my island. Tens of meters of it. It did not fit. That is the detail I want you to hold on to. My entire nation was too small for this animal's feet, and it hung off both ends like a cat on a shoebox. The ground bucked. My house came apart. Its scales were the color of something in a museum case, and the pressure that came off it went straight through my chest and turned off my lungs. I lay flat on my face in the dirt, and I did not breathe, and I thought about absolutely nothing, because there was nothing in my head to think with. It stayed a few minutes. Then it left. I got up half an hour later, soaked through, shaking, and told the empty sky, wait, Elder's going to ride you one day. Then I looked around at my kingdom. My house was gone. My coconuts were gone, chewed. My berry plants were pressed into the dirt. And there, steaming gently in the middle of the wreckage, was a pile of dragon's dung. Fire element. Bury it with 10 stones for 7 days and it becomes a miniature crystal ore vein. I looked at that pile for a long moment. Then I said, out loud, to nobody, sorry, I misjudged you, Elder Dragon. Come back anytime. There was no breakfast the next morning, because the dragon had eaten it, and that taught me a lesson I have never once broken since. Never keep all your food in one place. Never keep anything important in one place. I crit a rotten wood chest that morning. A rotten wood chest, the garbage tier, and the system said, congratulations, your talent has evolved. 4 uses per day, critical multiplier 300%, growth 0 out of 40. The talent could grow. Nobody told me that. It just quietly leveled up because I fed it enough garbage, and I sat down in the dirt and did some math that made me a little dizzy. The solid wood chest gave me an excellent Ganoderma seed, which grows what the description called plant meat. The 2 black iron chests gave me a rare fire spirit jujube seed, a blueprint for the Hylon 100-foot rod, 10 excellent lines, and a biomimetic hook. I crafted the rod. I crit the crafting. Rare grade. First cast with the new rod pulled up a red lobster longer than my forearm. I had never eaten lobster on Earth, not once. 24 years of being told it was for other people. I ate it on a rock with my hands in the dark, and it was the best thing that had ever happened to me, including being alive. More than 10 large fish came up that day. My little island smelled like a restaurant, and for about 6 hours I felt fantastic, and then a cloudbird with a 10-meter wingspan came at me out of the sun. 10 meters. My crossbow does 10 damage. I raised it anyway, which was roughly like trying to shoot down a plane with a slingshot. It braked hard. 200 meters out, it slammed on everything it had and swerved, and it was not because of me. It smelled the dragon. The red dragon had sat on my island for 4 minutes and left behind enough of itself to make an apex predator change its mind. That was a gift, and it was also a countdown, because that smell was going to fade. I put that on a list in my head. Things that are protecting me right now that will stop protecting me later. The list got longer that night. Wei Long posted a warning. Do not sleep on the jungle island. His acquaintance Chen Ji went and came back, and now Chen Ji can only write one sentence. Where are you? That's it. That's all of it. Scroll after scroll of the same 3 words from a name that used to be a person. Shuliang read that and, being a good friend, gave his coordinates to somebody who was asking. The white fog came in that night. It didn't roll. It stood up at the edge of my island like a wall and stopped exactly at the waterline and waited. Shuliang typed the whole time. Something landed on my island. It's knocking on the door. It's asking where I am. That's Tang Huimin's voice. Tang Huimin slept on the jungle island last night. It broke the door, and then 3 names in a row, one after another, went quiet and then started typing the same thing. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? The system pushed an emergency patch at 2 in the morning. Do not leave your island after sunset. Do not respond to unusual messages. Almost 1,000 people went that night. We started at 10,000. We were at 6. I sat with my back against my own front door until the sun came up, and I did not open the channel again until it did. Day 4, I opened 3 black iron chests with crits and got a 2-story villa blueprint, 3 small reservoirs with filter taps, and a chi nurturing sheath. The sheath is the strangest weapon I have ever owned, so let me explain it properly. You leave it empty. It grows a blade out of nothing, out of the air, out of whatever is around it. 2 hours to grow one, up to 72 hours if you're patient. Lethality 30 at the low end, 720 at the top. 1 catch. You get 1 swing. The blade comes out and turns to powder. I crafted it with cloudbird essence and crit it, and it came out rare, and I named it in my head the thing you only use when you have run out of ideas. I built 2 of the reservoirs and connected them to the sea, which gave me a fish pen, which meant I stopped being a hunter and started being a farmer. And then Zhou Jian showed up in the channel, and everything changed, though I didn't know it yet. Zhou Jian was 40 years old and a hunter, actual professional, and there was a scar across his whole face he'd gotten from arguing with a leopard using no tools. He was asking for disinfectant. 3 porcupine quills had gone into his thigh, and the wound was changing color, and he was offering a silver blueprint for it. A silver blueprint. For antiseptic. I sent him 1/3 of my alcohol and a bundle of crushed herbs, and I did not charge him, and it was not entirely kindness. He was from Ningshui town. So am I. Treat it first, I wrote. We'll talk after. He sent me 30 caddies of meat for 1 piece of wood, which is not a trade. That's a man doing the only thing he can. And then he asked my name, and then he went quiet for 2 full minutes, and then he wrote, Your father is Lin Hua. Yes, I've eaten at your house. And then Zhou Jian gave me a secret that I have never seen anyone else in this region figure out on their own. There's an altar, center of the jungle island. You bring it the head of the island's guardian and it gives you a reward. Rare blueprint, beast egg, skill manual, elemental stone, or a basic totem. Pick one. Pick one. I read that word about 6 times, and then I looked at my talent, and I started building a raft. Day 6. 2 days before whatever the system had scheduled next, which I didn't know about yet, but the air had gone strange, and everybody could feel it. I made ironwood armor, plus 6 defense, which sounds pathetic, and was the difference between 2 of the things that happened next. I made a raft. I made a dock, because I am a man who owns real estate now. Then I left my island for the first time since I'd arrived, and I want to tell you that it felt like walking without a floor. Everything I owned, everything I'd built, was behind me and out of reach. I tied the raft to a banyan on the beach. In the trees, I killed a green snake without breaking stride, because at some point in the last 6 days, I had become a person who kills snakes without breaking stride. Then the bear came. It came through trees the way you'd come through a curtain. My bolts went in and did nothing except make it bigger. That is not a figure of speech. Every hit made it swell. It went up on its back legs past 3 meters and kept going, so I burned a crit, evolution critical strike, and I pulled the blade out of the sheath. What came off that thing was a crescent of turquoise energy about as wide as a house, and the blade turned to dust in my hand the instant it cleared the mouth of the sheath, and the bear came apart, and behind the bear, the forest came apart too. A corridor, straight to the horizon, trees down, all of them, in a line. I stood there in the sudden light and said out loud, what a waste. Because hundreds of pounds of bear had just become fertilizer, and I don't get paid for fertilizer. The head was intact, that's all the altar needed. The altar was old stone, and it was very serious about the rules. Choose one of 5, and I thought, well, let's see if a menu counts as an action. Evolution critical strike, critical success. Please choose 3. I laughed out loud, alone, in a jungle, holding a bear's head. I took the lightning tower blueprint, rare. I took a snow silver lion egg, rare. I took the bear totem, plus 10% strength to everything on my island. The altar crumbled to sand. Then I spent an hour hauling timber because there were 2,000 units of it lying flat on the ground in a perfect line, and it would have been rude not to. I got back to the beach, and my raft was gone. Cut rope, frayed end swinging in the water, and out of the surf, at speed, came a small black shark with red eyes. It jumped. It looked at me. It went back in. You have to understand my emotional state. I had just crit an altar. I was a god, and a fish the size of a baguette had stolen my car. I shot at it. Miss. It jumped again, closer, and I swear it timed it so I could see it not being hit. So I went back into the forest and started carrying rocks. 100-kilo rocks. I had 11 strength by then. I stood on that beach and I bombed the ocean until the little monster stopped coming up, and then I lashed together a new raft and pushed off. It hit me from directly underneath. The raft turned into individual pieces of wood, and I was in the water, and this time the mouth that came at me was not baguette-sized anymore. I put a rock in it. Broken teeth. Then I swam, and behind me the water went red at the eyes, and it came at me straight and flat like something fired out of a tube. 5 bolts. 3 into the body, 1 into the skull, and the last one into the eye socket, and it hit me anyway, because momentum doesn't care that you're already dead. Black iron chest. 2 fins. 200 milliliters of black shark essence, water element. 100 caddies of meat with a note attached reading, and I am quoting the system directly here. Flavor is unflattering. Cooking not recommended. There were 3 or 4 piranhas hanging off my thigh when I got up the bank. 10 more centimeters, and they'd have gotten the artery. I pulled them off and threw them back, and 30 seconds later, they and about 1,000 of their friends stripped that shark down to nothing. I had 1 shoe when I got to this world. 6 days later, I had a jungle's worth of timber, a lion egg, a totem, and a very personal grudge against an entire species. Tier 3 needed 5 lightning stones. Nobody on the platform had any, so I asked in the channel, which told everyone exactly what I was doing, and Galway answered. He had 5. He wanted 200 of each basic resource for them. I told him what I'd give instead. 20 liters of water. He took it. He took it because he was thirsty, and because everybody was thirsty, and because I owned the only tap in the world. And while we were negotiating, my rod pulled up a tier 2 special chest, 0.001%, crit, 9 fire spirit stones. I built the lightning tower, which pulls every strike in a 100-meter radius and turns iron into thunder iron as a side effect. And then I paid 1,000 soil, 800 stone, 600 clay, and 9 fire spirit stones, and the ground moved under my feet. Region-wide announcement. Fang Yu is the first island lord in this region to reach tier 3, 3,000 square meters, and a wonder, 9 dragon earth fire, rare grade wonder, lethality 1,000 to 7,000, and I could release it as a defensive weapon. My island had a name now, Fire Dragon Island. Also, an island ranking opened, and I was on top of it, and Gao Wei was second, and Wei Long was third, and everyone congratulated me, and Gao Wei sent me a picture of gritted teeth. Then I did something so unglamorous that I almost don't want to tell you. I built a hand pump. 20 liters an hour, and I pumped it for 9 straight hours until midnight, eating apples off the ground when my arm stopped working, and I put 400 liters on the platform. 400, because I could see the end of it. Every one of those people was going to hit tier 3 eventually, and every one of them was going to get a well, and the day that happened, water would be worth nothing. This was the last big haul, and I was going to take everything. 8,000 soil, 2,000 stone, 3,000 clay. The next morning, water was down to 1 liter for 1 stone, and I did not care even slightly because I had already gotten out. I woke up on day 7 because something was licking my face. The egg had hatched. There was a white, fluffy lion cub sitting on my chest with eyes far too big for its head and a stomach making noises like a drain. Snow silver lion. Attributes 3, 3, 3, 3, 5. Status, larva. Larva. The system called this creature a larva to my face. I named him Silvermane, and the first thing Silvermane ever did for me was lie. He wanted food. I told him he could have some when I caught something. So he put a paw out and pointed at a spot in the water, very confidently, like a foreman. I cast there. Rotten wood chest. I looked at him. He looked back with total innocence. So I explained calmly that dinner was theoretical now, and I watched a lion cub have a moral crisis. He looked at the water. He looked at me. His eyes actually filled up. And then, with tears running down his ridiculous face, he pointed somewhere else. Silver chest. Crit. Blueprint. Mother-child teleportation tower. A mother tower on my island and child towers anywhere I could reach, 1 stone each. I put my hand on that cub's head and told him he was a genius and that I was going to feed him until he could not walk. That afternoon, Xiaozheng opened a private group with the top 5 of us in it, and he opened it by explaining something none of us had thought about. District 2222 is one region. There are roughly 600,000 regions on Blue Star. Sooner or later, he said, we meet another region. And when that happens, the people inside your own region are worth more than the people outside it. So we should stop hoarding and start feeding the district, because a strong district is a wall and a weak district is a snack. Everyone said +1, including me. Liu Wenjing, however, was furious with me because Zhou Jian's altar secret had gotten to me first and I hadn't shared it, and she announced that she was going to the jungle island to get herself a beast egg. You're a skinny girl, I told her. You're one bite. She left anyway. She left me her automatic iron arrow tower blueprint as collateral against my sheath, and she promised me a 9-ring broadsword blueprint and 3 doses of spirit liquid when she got back. Then, Xiaozheng published the altar secret to the entire region, and the gold rush started. Wei Long started selling iron weapons. Gao Wei started renting swords out by the hour, which I thought was genuinely evil and also brilliant. Zhou Jian started selling hunting plans and trap lessons, 40 years in the wild, 30% off for the first 30 customers. Wu Jiaqi came back to ask why nobody would help each other for free. I ignored her, opened a small iron mine and a small firestone mine on my island, built a fertilizer chamber and an earth fire furnace, and ate a fire spirit date. Strength +2, agility +1, physique +3, no fire skill, which the description had teased and which I was bitter about for a full day. My raw stats crossed 16. Then, I forged a steel pickaxe and hit my own iron mine with it and took out 300 iron in a single session, and that is the day I stopped being a water merchant and became an arms dealer. 300 iron, run through 9 dragon earth fire, came out as 10 excellent knives, 10 excellent shields, and 9 excellent swords, every one of them 10% stronger than the same item made anywhere else, because my forge was a wonder, and theirs was a campfire. Iron had gone from 5 basic resources to 15 in 4 days. I listed weapons at 30 each, gone, all of it, inside a minute. I crit shark essence into a rare black shark knife, and then I did something I'm still proud of. I didn't sell it. Chong Junfeng, a fighter from a family of fighters, strength 10, wanted it badly. So I rented it to him. Deposit, 2,000 basic resources, 100 caddies of meat, and 500 milliliters of wolf essence. He gave it back. I rented it to the next guy. He gave it back too. The knife made me its own price 4 times over, and I still owned the knife. Zhou Jian sent me 5 kinds of meat and charged me 1 piece of wood for the lot. If it weren't for you, he wrote, I'd be in the ground. Silvermane ate 20 caddies of it in one sitting and then looked at me and made a small sound. You're pretty edible looking yourself, I told him. He turned his head away and did the exact expression of a young lady who has realized she has fallen in with a criminal. I tore down the mud hut and built the villa. 2 floors, a hall, a kitchen with a hearth running off earth fire, a tier 2 workbench, a cellar cold enough to store meat, a 40 square meter bedroom with 2 balconies and a fireplace, and 1 window angled deliberately at the 9 dragon earth fire, because there is no moon in this world, and without that light the dark outside is total, and I could not sleep in it. That's the part nobody tells you about the end of the world, not the monsters, the dark. Liu Wenjing came back alive. She had killed a one-eyed tiger with the sheath in one swing. Then an eagle had pinned her down, and she had lain flat in the grass for 6 hours, not moving, waiting for it to lose interest, because she had brought a second blade and grown a second edge while she waited. A second blade. I had gone into the water against a shark with 1 swing in my pocket and no backup. She had planned for the fight after the fight. I felt about 4 inches tall, and I did not say so. She gave me back the sheath, plus the broadsword blueprint, plus 400 caddies of tiger and 300 of eagle, and then she hired me. From today, she wrote, you're responsible for 2 of my meals a day. I skip lunch. Payment, 1 dose of spirit liquid, daily. Her beast, it turned out, was an iron-eating panda called Jadeclaw, and a panda that eats metal is exactly as terrifying as it sounds, and I did not say that out loud either. I crit 300 iron into 30 fine iron into mystic iron, and forged the bloodthirsty fire ring blade. Rare. Lethality, 50 to 999, and it drinks from every wound it opens. And on the night I finished it, the sky started making noise. Thunder first, then lightning, and in the flashes, I could see eyes in the fog. Eyes the size of hills. Ding. Primary natural disaster. Storm. Activated. The channel that night is the only thing from that first week I can't be funny about. Huang Zhigong. My house is gone. My island is underwater. I'm standing on the last part of it. Xiaozheng, doing the only useful thing anyone did. Tier 2 lords, trade your valuables for resources right now. Anyone who knows they aren't going to make it, put your resources up and buy hot food with them. Eat something real. Tier 3 lords, do not take those resources. Give people a chance. Zhang Meng, better a full ghost than a starving corpse. 300 resources for one meat dish, anyone, and then do Shumin, and I have not forgotten his name and I'm not going to. Carry our hope forward. See the true face of this world for us. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry I couldn't find you. 250 resources, take them. They're no use to me. I sat in a warm house with a fireplace and a full cellar and I read that, and I stopped being clever for a while. Mom, Dad, how are you doing out there? Silvermane climbed up and licked my cheek, and I let him, and neither of us said anything about it afterward. Then I ran out into the storm to save my field, because I am who I am, and lightning came down on my tower 10 meters away and turned the whole world white. Everything I'd planted was washed off the island. Everything except the fire spirit tree, which stood there in a hurricane with 6 fruit on it like nothing was happening. I cut it down myself in the morning and took the fruit. 2 fire spirit jujubes did nothing. My strength and physique had jammed at 19 and would not move. Bottleneck. So I ate the fire yang jujube. Strength +5, agility +3. Physique +6, and none of those numbers describe what actually happened. I went the color of a boiled shrimp. Sweat came off me in drops the size of beans. Steam started coming off my hair, and it smelled like cooking meat, and Silvermane's eyes lit up in a way I did not appreciate. It felt like someone was running hot iron over every square inch of my skin, slowly, and being thorough about it. And then my skull came apart. 2 beams of gold light punched out of my eyes, went straight up through the clouds and the fog, and showed me what is actually out there. The white fog is not fog. It is made of eyeballs, countless white eyes packed together, drifting. Above the cloud layer there is a bird. Necks grow out of its neck, 1,000 heads chewing on each other, and some of them are already dead and rotting and hanging in black tendrils. And standing in the ocean, not swimming, standing, is an octopus the size of a mountain, with 2 undeveloped wings 1,000 feet across, leaking black slime into the water that poisons everything it touches. That is the world. That is what was always there, under the nice tutorial with the fishing rod and the cute lion. Title obtained. High-level pollution source observer. Mental attribute +50%. And then the system talked to me, and for the first time since the portal, it did not sound cheerful. It offered me the sequence candidate plan. Missions against the pollution sources. Rank up. The top 10 become a true sequence and receive a portion of the system's own authority. And one rule, in a flat voice with no bounce in it at all. Your identity cannot be revealed. If it is, the evil god will erase you. I said yes before it finished. Sequence rank 1999. Title, Sequence Candidate, all attributes +3. Skills below super tier, raised 1 grade. New skill, Fire Eyes, True Eyes, super tier. Damage 300 to unknown. Double against anything corrupted. Strength 29 +7. Agility 21 +6. Physique 31 +4. Spirit 20 +14. 8 days earlier, the system had called me insignificant. First mission in 3 days. In the morning, the channel was full of people asking each other what the gold light in the sky had been, and I read all of it, and I said nothing, and that was the first day of the rest of it. Joe Lay spent that morning fixing his roof in a wind that was still trying to kill people. His ladder went into the mud. He hung off the edge of his own house by his fingers for 20 minutes. A dozen of us were lying in warm beds. Everyone else was doing that. I think about it more than I let on. Wei Long messaged me 2 days later with an ancestral island teleportation scroll. Rare. 3 people, 1 island, tier 3 to 5, 1 entry. He wanted me and Gao Wei. The terms were fair, which surprised me. Split everything 3 ways. He gets first pick, and all 3 of us sign a curse of the backstabber first. Break the split. Lose 90% of your attributes. I signed, so did Gao Wei, and that is how I learned Wei Long was hearing voices, not in a poetic way. He had something in his head that talked to him, and it told him things, and one of the things it told him was that he had the destiny of a protagonist. It called me explosive attributes and extreme yang aura. It called Gao Wei a floating life sword body, a genius among geniuses. He told us this like it was a fun fact. He also could not stop looking at both of us with a very specific expression, which I filed away and did not comment on. I broke the mood with a joke about him fighting with 2 swords, and he laughed, and it was fine for about 4 hours. The island came up under an ocean. That's the part I still think about. We teleported in, and there was a forest, and above the forest there was no sky. There was water, millions of tons of it, held off us by a transparent dome, with light coming down through it, green and slow. The first thing that came out of the trees was a lion with a snake for a tail, corrupted, moving wrong. Wei Long has a shield skill called Water Flow 1000 Curtains, and he is genuinely good with it. He took the charge. Gao Wei went in and cut. I stood back and put wind bolts through the lead where it was going to be, not where it was. We killed it in about 40 seconds and we worked together well, and I want to be fair to both of them about that. 300 caddies of corrupted meat, 500 milliliters of corrupted ichor, 30 scales. Everything corrupted is poison. Everyone knows that. Nobody touches it. I took my share anyway because I had fire yang jujube wood at home and a theory about what it does to filth. Past the forest there were fields, thousands of them, laid out in rows, abandoned. The other two started celebrating, and I had to be the one to say it. Look at the soil. It's gone barren. This place has been dead a long time, but there was a dead tree in the middle of it with 3 blocks of ice at the base, and inside them, ice vein spirit fruit. Rare. And underneath, 1 plot that hadn't gone bad. Rare grade field. Then we found the dormitory. 3 floors, wooden, built for people. And what came out of it was savages, dozens of them, the same species as Galway's Atlas, all of them corrupted, and they came off the 2nd and 3rd floor windows like dumplings going into a pot. We cut them down as they landed. And then the door on the top floor came off its frame and something dropped into the courtyard hard enough to leave a crater. Atlas the commander, iron pickaxe in one hand. I put a bolt through its eye and it did not react, not flinched, not blinked. We took both eyes out and it kept coming, and then black tendrils came out of the empty sockets and every tendril opened a pair of eyes of its own. Wei Long tore his own shield off his arm, ripped through his bracer with nothing but the muscle in his forearm, and threw 3 iron spears in a line and pinned that thing to the building it came out of. Then 2 more into the head. I have said a lot of unkind things about Wei Long. That was the best thing I ever saw him do. Under the ruins there were 6 mines. A large iron mine with 50,000 blocks in it, a medium copper, a small refined iron, a small silver, a small waterstone, a microblue crystal. We agreed the rare ores went into the common pot, and iron and copper were whatever you could dig in 2 hours. 2 minutes in, everyone's pickaxe broke. And I reached into my inventory and pulled out the steel pickaxe that the savage commander had been holding when it died, because I am the kind of person who picks things up. Rare grade. 300 copper and 500 iron while they were still swearing at broken handles. That pickaxe was worth 1,000 iron by itself, and I took it off a corpse for free. The buildings up top fell apart if you touched them, except one tower that was still armed. It hit us with lightning, and Wei Long stabbed his shield into the ground and grounded it. It threw up an earth wall, and he put 5 spears through that. Then it opened with fire, and Gao Wei walked into the flame and cut it in half. He cut the fire, not the tower, the fire, split it down the middle, walked through the gap, and touched the tower with the flat of the blade, and it came down. There are people in this world who make me feel like I'm cheating, and people who make me feel like I'm not trying, and Gao Wei does both at once. 3 elemental stones inside. Lightning, earth, fire. A water stone and 100 liters of extreme cold water in the spring. 5 sets of diving steel armor in the furnace hall, rare, defense 100 plus a cold blade crescent blade and a water blast spear. Each of those sets was worth 5,000 iron minimum. I owned less than 300. Then I pulled 1 more stone out of a floating gate, off to the side, quietly, space spirit stone. The system immediately offered to convert it into 100,000 inventory slots. I said no. I have never said no to anything faster in my life. We split 15 rare items 3 ways in front of a manor house with a column of water rising out of its roof, which turned out to be the thing holding the ocean off our heads. I took the space spirit stone, 3 elemental stones, the cold water, and 2 sets of armor. Then Wei Long said he was going into the manor, and Gao Wei went with him, and I said I'd dig a bit more and catch up. I did not dig. I went to a dead corner of the mine where nobody was looking, and I planted a sub-teleportation tower on my space spirit stone, and I bound the coordinates of somebody else's treasure island to my own house. If I ever find 3 more of these stones, I remember thinking, this whole place becomes my backyard. Then I went into the silver mine that all 3 of us had walked past, and I took 149 silver ingots out of it with a pickaxe I hadn't paid for. I'm not going to pretend to be a nice man. I'm going to be an honest one. Inside the manor, meanwhile, Wei Long was complaining about me. I found this out later, and I'm telling you now because it matters. He said inviting me was a waste. He said 2 of them would have been enough. He said I was a coward and a miser and we shouldn't give me anything, and I could throw a fit about it. Then the thing in the black pond stood up. Armored. Full plate. And when the visor came up, there were red eyes behind it. Lower pollution source. Strength 62 plus 62. Agility 60 plus 60. Physique 69 plus 69. Spirit 99 plus 99. Corrupted mystic iron water armor. Corrupted blackwater sword. Both of them said the same word at the same time, and it was run. 1 swing cracked Wei Long's shield and threw him across the room with his arm opened up. Gao Wei stepped into the second swing and actually cut the black energy in half, which is insane, and then the third one hit him and he went across the floor like a dropped sack. Swordsmen don't run, he said from the floor, and Wei Long, bleeding out of his sleeve, asked the voice in his head what to do. Don't be afraid, it told him. Protagonists don't die this early. Look, someone is coming to save you. And the door opened, and it was me. Sequence mission issued ahead of schedule. Destroy the lower pollution source. 7 days. Reward, 1 gold box, plus 100 hidden rank points. Great, thanks. Very helpful. Extremely well timed. Here's what I was working with. Looking at that thing directly costs you 20% of your attributes. And it cannot be killed with ordinary damage at all. Only purification, which is a thing I did not have. So what am I supposed to fight it with? I remember thinking. My personality? Get out, I shouted. I'll cover you. And in my head, and I'm being honest with you here, I said, if that man weren't my ride home, I would already be a rumor. 3 wind bolts went into it and made a sound like coins in a jar. I traded with it once. The 9 fire rings on my blade lit up like spark plugs. Its fiend energy went up like gasoline, and I got thrown anyway. Gao Wei got Wei Long up and started dragging. Let me at least change blades, I said. Evolution critical strike. And the sheath, which had been growing for 24 hours straight at 300%, what came out of it lasted several seconds. Not a flash. Seconds. A river of turquoise going out of my hand with a noise like a hurricane in a tunnel, and it covered that night completely. When it stopped, there was a broken sword, a set of armor with holes in it, and a puddle of black slime on the flagstones. And the puddle moved. It started pulling itself back together. I hit it with Fire Eye's True Eyes until my head felt like it was splitting from the inside, and the puddle went thin and gray and stopped moving. Not gone. Thin. Consider yourself lucky, I told it. I left my Fire Yang wood at home. Otherwise, I'd have scattered your ashes. No kill notification. No gold box. At the portal, Wei Long was slapping himself in the face. I'm serious. Open hand. Both cheeks. Hard. He charged in to save us. He stayed behind to cover us. And I stood there talking about him like garbage. I deserve to die. Then he saw me and started crying and came at me with his arms out. Brother Wei, I said, backing up. Stop it. I don't know you like this. We teleported out. And about 90 seconds after we left, the Black Knight came out of that manor completely rebuilt. Meat ropes coming out of the seams in the armor. Wings of the same stuff growing off the back. The sword had grown into its hand and become a club made of the same wet material as the rest of it. It looked around for us. We weren't there, so it took the whole valley apart instead. I did not know that at the time. I know it now. One more thing I filed away from that trip. Wei Long can see other people's stat panels. That's how we got the knight's numbers. He shared them without thinking about it. Remember that. I came home and walked into my own kitchen, and there was a full-grown white lion lying on my floor with red on its mouth. You monster, I said, drawing the blade. You ate my silver mane. The lion made a noise. Then it shrank, in about half a second, into a fluffy cub with an enormous stomach. Skill. Giant form. 300 caddies of meat. Gone. In one afternoon. Eat, I told him, putting the blade away. Eat all of it. It's going on your tab. When you're big, you're paying me back in dragons, and I'm charging interest. Give me your paw. He gave me his paw. Then I built a sealed box with Fire Yang jujube wood in it, and I put corrupted meat and water in with it, and I watched the water go black, and then I watched it go clear again, bubbling, and I opened it, and there was 500 caddies of clean edible meat sitting in there. Everyone in this region throws corrupted meat away. Everyone. I had just turned poison into groceries. The lightning tower had been busy too. It had melted the iron up top into thunder plasma iron, rare grade, for free, while I was away. I crit 100 silver into 10 fine silver into mithril, the best rare metal there is. Conducts elements like it was made for it. I crit 300 copper into 30 fine copper into mystic copper, which does the opposite. Insulates elements completely. Perfect for armor and for cages. Cages. Write that down too. The storm ran a full day and 2 nights. When it stopped, there were fewer than 3,000 of us left out of 10,000. Joe Lay got a nickname out of it. The Hermit of the Roof. And a new thing started showing up. Wild islands with savages on them. Wei Zeman woke up one morning to find wooden spears driven into the dirt in a ring around his island, which is the kind of thing that makes a man stop sleeping. Xiao Cheng, thinking ahead as usual. Gao Wei has a savage chief working for him now. Maybe savages are the answer to the labor problem, and I sent Zhou Jian a full set of steel armor. Free. I had a spare, I told him. I did have a spare. That is also not why I sent it. He was the only person in that region I actually trusted, and trust is a thing you have to buy before you need it. That investment paid off inside 12 hours, but I'll get there. First the Cloudbird came back. You didn't kill me when I was naked with a stick, I said, watching it come in. Now I've got a full set and you remember I exist? What are you, a delivery service? Are you bringing me experience? The sheath had 8 hours on it. One swing split the wind in front of it and went into the bird, and I finished it with the water blast spear, which wraps itself in a film of water and doubles its own speed and arrives with a crack, and it went through the skull and out the other side. 500 caddies of meat, 30 blade feathers, 800 milliliters of essence, and a cloudbird egg, rare. So it was the female, I said out loud, to a dead bird, which means the male is coming. Are you sending me your entire family? I bound the egg with a drop off my thumb and put it somewhere warm. 4 black iron chests, 4 crits, and my whole operation changed shape. A leaf-on near sailing ship, an actual ship, 30 meters, sails, room for 20 people, a seed of ancient beast vein tree, and a super automatic stone digger, which scans, digs, and packs stone by itself at 500 an hour, has 99 strength, and, this is my favorite part, electrocutes anyone who touches it. I also built a fire therapy hot spring. 1 hour a day, clears fatigue, speeds healing, raises your physical ceiling. I have paid 998 yuan for a Thai massage. It did not compare. Then I started feeding Silvermane properly. A fire spirit date made him burp a spark, and then nothing. So I gave him a fire yang jujube. He swelled up, and then he caught fire. All of him, all at once. A lion made of yang flame standing in my yard roaring loud enough to shake the villa, and then he shrank back into a cub and sat down and looked pleased with himself. Skill, yang fire transformation, advanced. Talent, giant form. Combat power, mid-black iron. I traded the black shark knife for a blueprint and built a signal beacon on the island. If you can't handle something, I told him, set this on fire. I'll come back. He put his paw on it. We had an understanding. Then I got on my ship and went to work. The first island was small and full of gibbons who threw rocks at me from the treetops. The rocks did nothing. I took down dozens of trees in one swing and cleared the canopy, and then I went looking for the altar. Primary altar. I put a regular gibbon's head on it. Nothing. And then the king came out of the trees. Over 2 meters, stone club, entourage. Ah, I said. There's my offering. Fire fiend crit, blade wrapped in flame. The club came apart and so did the argument. And the altar gave me exactly 1 item, and the system said, out loud, in the flattest voice it has, ding, data error corrected, altar rewards are now fixed at 1. They patched me. They looked at what I did to that first altar and they wrote a fix. I took a wood spirit stone and went home. Oh, and one guy called Guo Hong sailed over to my little island while I was inland to help himself to what he called wild stone, and my stone digger put lightning through him. He was still smoking on the beach when I came back. That machine has never once needed to be told twice. Silverwolf Island was 10 times bigger and had actual hills. I killed a silver-horned rhino there with the water spear, took its leg off, then let the ring blade drink until it stopped. 500 caddies of meat, a silver horn with a transformation skill in it, and a hide. 2 guys attached themselves to me on the beach. One had an iron bow, one had a shield that I'm fairly sure I forged. Your armor's shiny and ours is dull, one of them said. You're obviously the boss. Let's team up. 50-50. I looked past them and said, wolves. They turned around. I left. 50-50. Are you joking? Everything good is mine. The wolves were real, by the way. Dozens of them at a waterfall, gray, tiger-sized, and standing in the middle drinking was a silver-haired wolf king the size of a calf, and growing right next to his front paw was a single silver blade of grass. Drink up, I said quietly, backing away. I'm going. Don't get up. The howl went out anyway, and the entire pack came. 3 wind bolts did nothing except make them faster. Great, I said, running, so it's a speed buff. So I stopped running, planted 6 water blast spears in the ground pointing back the way I came, splashed water down the line, and let the front rank arrive. 3 of them went through and out the other side and tumbled away like something with the air let out. The pack stopped, and the king came forward, and he did not feel like black iron anymore. The spear skidded off his coat in a shower of sparks. The sheath had 2 hours of growth in it and left a scratch, so I used the cold blade crescent blade and a whole bottle of extreme cold water at once. He froze solid. Statue. Complete. Then he shattered, shook himself off, and sneezed. I want you to understand my emotional position in that moment. And then, from the trees, several dozen spears came down at once, on the wolves and on me equally, because a tribe of savages had decided this was their fight now. The wolves pulled back. I went up the mountain for the grass. Their chief was 3 meters tall, and his armor was splitting along the seams because his shoulders had outgrown it. He came up the other side of the mountain, stopped at the pool, relieved himself in it, and then looked up and saw the silver grass on the peak. I got there first. Silver skin grass. Rare. Strength, agility, and physique +3 each, and a skill called silver skin technique. Silver gathers under your skin, wherever the hit is going to land, in the instant before it lands. He threw first. And then he caught my water blast spear out of the air with his bare hand and threw it back. My armor came apart. I went off the top of the waterfall and ended up hanging off wet rock by one hand with my legs and nothing. There was a single scratch on my chest. That's it. That's what a rare grass does for you. I hung there and thought about thermal expansion, which is not a sentence I expected to be a turning point in my life. Then I came back up with a cold blade in each hand and hit the river with both at once. The waterfall stopped, not slowed. Stopped, mid-air, white, solid. The pool locked, and the chief went from bronze to gray to a sort of drained purple, like an eggplant that had given up. I let the ring blade drink until he stopped moving, and then he said, in words, out loud, in a language I understood, I surrender. He talks. Of course he talks. I had spent a week thinking of these things as monsters, and this one had a name, and the name was Kale. I kept him drained. That's the honest version. I kept him weak enough to negotiate, and I made him call off his tribe and hand over 8 wolf carcasses, and then I sat on a rock and figured out what to do with a 3-meter man who could talk. And Zhou Jian, without being asked, sent me a slave contract. Rare. He charged me 1 piece of wood. I'm a beast tamer, he wrote. I've already got my own atlas. This is no use to me. Take it. I had given that man a set of armor 12 hours earlier because I thought it might matter someday. Someday was 12 hours. Kale chose the contract over the blade. Atlas Commander. Strength 41, Agility 24, Physique 45, Loyalty 80, dropping to 75 while I watched, because fear burns loyalty, so I threw him 20 caddies of roast wolf. He ate it. Then he stopped and looked at the bone in his hand and said slowly, so, good. I never ate anything like this. Loyalty went straight back up. That's the whole secret. Everyone in this region was trying to break savages. Nobody was trying to feed them. I built Kyle a stone house and locked him in it, because I trust people the way I trade water. Gradually, and at a profit. Xiaozheng had said something in the group chat that week that I couldn't get out of my head. There's no law here. People hand out their island coordinates to friends and let the wolf in the door. And it's worse for the women. Some of them are messaging me, and I can't do anything about it. That night, something took Kale's stone house apart. I came out and he was fighting with his bare hands. The thing had him by the waist. Over 2 meters, a lobster shell, except tentacles were coming out of the gaps in the plates and spitting black ink. A corrupted beast on my island, in the dark. Kale got out of it because I got there. He remembered that. 2 days later, he took me to his tribe. 37 savages left, out of a lot more, with a deputy called Shu Chao in charge, and Shu Chao was miserable about it. I was happy being number 2, he told me. Now the whole team is on me. My processor is going to burn out. The wolves had eaten half his people, so I handed out iron spears, 1 each. 37 of them. They went down on 1 knee in the dirt, all of them, at the same time, and I stood there holding nothing and felt my ears get hot. Then I got practical, because 37 spearmen cannot catch a wolf pack. The wolves were twice as fast and knew it, and every engagement was them picking who died, but they had a den. And the den was in a valley, and the valley had 1 narrow way in. So I explained the plan, and Shu Chao volunteered for the part where he stands at the mouth of a wolf den and whistles. He told me afterward it was the fastest he had ever run in his life, faster, in his words, than the time he ran after Manhwa from the next tribe over. The pack came out behind him and funneled into the canyon, and from the ridge above, 36 savages dropped iron spears on them like rain. Wave after wave, they kept coming in because they couldn't see what was happening to the ones in front. 65 carcasses, 19,500 caddies of meat, 32,500 milliliters of essence. Then we went up onto the plateau after the den, and I gave an order that I have thought about since. I told them to drive the cubs into the cave, and I told them not to finish the wounded wolves. Break their legs, I said. Leave them where they are. I want them loud, because the king was still out there, and I needed him to come to me. It worked. Of course it worked. And somewhere in the middle of listening to that noise coming up off the rocks, I heard myself and stopped. When did I get like this? Is it because I've decided their system output and not lives? They have flesh. They bleed. What exactly makes them different? Then I slapped myself across the face, once, hard, and got back to work. You want to live? I told myself. Then stop being soft. I'm not going to dress that up for you. That was the day the man who kicked a baby shark in the eye grew into something else, and I made the choice with my eyes open, and I would make it again. In the cave under the den, there was an intermediate altar, a medium iron mine, and a small gold mine, which meant the Wolf King was no longer the point of the trip. He came back at dusk and stood at the top of the valley and looked down at it, and his eyes filled up. Wolves were coming out of the rocks to get in front of him, physically blocking him, trying to turn him around, and he shouldered past them and walked into the canyon anyway. And then all of them followed him in because he was going. The spears took every one of them. Then it was just him. I gave 6 water spears to Kale and let him go berserk, and he threw them like artillery, and every one of them took a piece of that silver coat off. Kale was leaking from 4 places by the end of it. Kale, I shouted. Down. He dropped flat without asking why, exactly the way I'd trained him, and the king jumped the space where his head had been, and my sheath, 13 hours grown, opened him underneath. He landed, and he did not get up, and the last thing he looked at was the cave where his cubs were. Survival of the fittest, I told him. Don't blame me. Silver-haired wolf king flesh, essence, and fur. All rare. The altar gave me a constitution tree seed. And the system, separately, quietly, gave me the blueprint for a primary altar of my own. I did not kill the cubs. I want that on the record because of everything else I just told you. I shipped them home to grow up on my island because someday that island was going to be big enough to need an ecosystem, and because I had just watched something die looking at that cave. Both reasons are true. Take whichever one you like. Oh, and the two guys from the beach turned up again, hiding in a coconut grove. Boss, one of them whispered. The savages on this island have gotten sophisticated. Somebody gave them iron spears. Their chief throws a shaft as thick as your fist like it came out of a launcher. They turned a guy in full iron armor into a colander. Somebody. Yes, terrible. Who could do such a thing? They asked me to help them ambush a lone savage. I declined and walked away, and about 40 seconds later I heard them jump their lone savage and discover that he was standing in the middle of 12 friends. Easy now, one of them was saying. Easy. Let's not. I could have shot them. I decided the savages could handle the educational component. Home was working while I was away, which is the entire point of home. The stone digger had produced 1,750 stone, though its charge ran down faster than it should have, which I eventually traced to 3 idiots who had spent an afternoon touching it to see what would happen. 30,000 caddies of wolf meat went into the fertilizer chamber and came out as the good stuff. My fields went up a grade to bountiful. Liu Wenjing sold me 3 condensation tower blueprints, fire, water, and wood, for 1 beast vein tree fruit, which was daylight robbery in my favor, and she knew it and did it anyway, which is when I started to actually like her. I built the fire tower and the wood tower, 30 meters of them, silver hands holding a floating stone at the top. The fire one throws fireballs between 100 and 300 damage. The wood one throws vines that strangle. And standing under them, watching the construction fog roll off, I noticed something I've never been able to unsee since. The fog a building makes is white, clean white, sacred looking. The fog outside my island is white with black specks in it. And I already knew what the black specks were. The eagle hatched that night. The scream split the sky in half and woke everything on the island. Sky Eagle. Excellent grade. 3 meters at the shoulder already. Talent. Sky Overlord. 50% to everything while airborne, and it scales with altitude. Skills. Eagle strikes the sky and hurricane tornado. I named him Skywing, and the first thing Skywing ever did was pick me up by the shoulders and take me straight up. Don't mess around, I yelled. Let go. Right now. He let go. Obedient bird. 10 meters up. I limped into my own kitchen to make breakfast, and I did not speak to him until lunch. More crits. A blue crystal finished the water tower, which produces a healing mist, an element release ejector blueprint, and a strength training room. That room has 5 weights. You lift them in order. Each one you can lift is 1 permanent point of strength. I got 4. The 5th one did not move. Kale, berserk, at his absolute limit, got it off the floor, and I stood there looking at that and thought, 40 savages, every one of them lifting, every day. Then the meat Lingji finished growing, and it was a column of red petals taller than me that produces 1,000 caddies of what the system politely calls plant meat every 24 hours and then grows it back, which meant I never had to worry about feeding an army again. And a blood vermilion fruit, rare, which does not digest. It sticks to you, and while it's on you, your body knits at a speed that isn't reasonable. I opened my own forearm to check and watched it close while I was watching. I made myself a string of beads out of the wood and collars for Silvermane and Skywing, and I have not taken mine off since. Then I put my best materials into the workbench, spent a crit, and made the first excellent grade weapon in my possession. Element Conversion Sprayer. It looks like a flamethrower with a hopper on it. You feed it elemental material. I fed it a red crystal. What came out was a dragon made of fire, and the damage read unknown to 3,333. I test-fired it over open water, and the sea stood up in walls tens of meters high, and the whole bay boiled, and the steam went up until I lost sight of it. I could smell fish soup. Skywing went straight down into the middle of it and came back with a half-meter fish, because he has priorities. The downside is, it drinks a crystal almost dry in a single shot. That's fine. Some doors you only need to open once. Then I forged for 2 days straight and outfitted an army. 38 sets of Grey Wolf iron armor, excellent grade. 37 wolf iron blades, 120 iron spears. On the water back to the middle island, a small boat came at me with a woman in it, Chung Qian. She was frightened, or performing frightened, and she said a man had tried to take her, and please take me with you. I'll do anything. I'll work. I'll do whatever you say. And under my helmet I watched her eyes, and her eyes were doing arithmetic. Sure, I said, get in. She came over the rail and hugged my arm and then went slightly green because my armor smelled like the last 4 days. It's fine, I said. That's just a couple of monkeys and a few wolves. She suddenly remembered that the man who had been chasing her had probably left by now and maybe she should go back. You said you'd do anything, I said, and took her wrist. Come on then. I took her to Silver Wolf Island. There are people here, she said, going pale. And animals. This isn't safe. Exactly, I said. More people means we finish faster. Boss, she said, and her voice cracked. I can't handle it if there are a lot of people. What are you talking about? I said. More hands, more ore. It's a mine. I walked her up to 40 armed savages and put a basket in her hands, and when she'd done her shift, I said, right, that's the ore. Now the wolves need feeding. Kyle, take her. Am I feeding the wolves? She said, or am I the food? Then we opened the cave and about 30 pairs of green eyes lit up in the dark. They were cubs. She didn't know that. I don't kill people for no reason. But if you come at me with bad intent, you're not getting sympathy, you're getting a work assignment. I fed the savages meat lingzi until their mouths were red, then handed out the armor and the blades and the spears, and gave Kale the cold blade crescent blade. Now that looks like an army. 8 stayed to guard the digger and the cubs. 30 came with me, on the ship, east to the middle island, which is not really an island. It's a small continent with mountains on it. In the forest there I found a man being flattered. Boss. He took down a tiger with a tackle. 11th island lord of the region. There are only 10 places on the ranking, I said, walking out of the trees. Why 11th? Because everybody says so, said He Bin, delighted with himself. I gave him a fake name, and then more than a dozen tigers the size of oxen came out of the tree line. He Bin ran first, ahead of his own entourage, ahead of the people who had been calling him a lord 4 seconds earlier. I ran after him, and he kept glancing back, visibly annoyed that the stranger was keeping up. Then the ground ended at a river full of crocodiles. Brother, he said, turning around, breathing hard, with real light in his eyes. Break east. I'll hold the tigers. Just burn me some paper money once a year. I'm not going, I said. Brother, don't waste my sacrifice. I'm serious. I'm not going. Brother, he said, and his voice went up 2 full steps. If you don't go, I'm going. Brother, please. Faster. He was almost crying. The tigers closed the ring, and then arrows started arriving. A woman in copper armor with a bow that condenses its own blue arrows out of nothing, and those arrows detonate. The tigers went up the trees to flank, and she reached into her chest plate and dropped a black and white ball of fluff on the ground, and the fluff turned into an iron-eating beast the size of a truck and put 2 tigers down with 2 swipes. Then she put a fire arrow into the ground and made a wall out of it. I am ready to repay you with my body, He Bin announced. Jade Claw, she said, eat him. I introduced myself as Zhu Lin, which is the name of the loudest man in our regional channel. Online, I'm an extrovert, I explained. In person, I'm shy. She introduced herself as Li Qing. Both of us were lying. I knew who she was inside 10 seconds because there is exactly one panda in this region. Her offer was straightforward. Help me kill the Tiger King. There's a tree in his cave with 4 yellow fruit on it, and I have a rare formation compass that strips 30% of his attributes. The cave had a hole in the roof, and through the hole we could see him, and he was eating, and he was enormous. We dropped in. He Bin and I held the entrance, which was narrow enough that only 3 tigers could come at once, and that is the only reason we lived. Li Qing and the panda went at the king. I want to be honest about how I fought that fight. I made it look hard. I grunted a lot. Meanwhile, my ring blade was drinking every tiger that came into that gap until they went in fat and came out looking like the wind could take them. I put the water spear through the king's back myself. Tiger might fruit each. Strength +5, physique +5, and a skill. And all of the king's materials came to me since they'd both taken fruit. There was one item in that pile with a description so aggressively focused on virility that I did not want to look at it, let alone name it out loud. Might come in handy someday, I said, and put it at the bottom of the bag, and we never spoke of it again. Then all 3 of us pretended to go our separate ways, and all 3 of us immediately followed each other. Li Qing went to a grand altar with a statue of a god nobody recognized on it, and put the Tiger King's head on it, and the altar lit up about 1/10 of the way. He Bin jumped out of a bush. You were hiding this from us. Or, she said, I could just kill you. Jadeclaw, get him. Wait, he screamed. I'm not alone. Shulin, come out. Silence. Wind in the leaves. Are you actually a gentleman? He shouted at the trees in genuine despair. You have absolutely ruined me. I came out at the last possible second because I'm not a monster, and also because it was extremely funny. The math was easy after that. One head lit 1/10 of it. There are 3 kings on this island. Tiger, crocodile, python. 3 kings, which meant 3 rewards. The island broke down like this: tiger packs, crocodile packs, python nests, and 2 savage tribes of about 100 each who were too busy fighting each other to notice us. So I sent Hebin running through the forest wearing the Tiger King's hide. He hesitated at the edge of the tree line, and I watched him seriously consider taking the hide and disappearing with it, and then I watched him decide against it. Fortune favors the bold, he muttered. And if I stiff these two, I can't live on this island. He ran. The tigers followed the smell of their dead king, and they went into the river. They went in like dumplings into a pot. The water turned. I finished the Crocodile King myself with a blade that had already drunk 2 tigers and a season of wolves, and it went through his hide like a hot knife into a snowman. The skin just gave up, and Hebin, cut in 9 places, dove back into that river to get the hide. Better me than them, he said, spitting water. I have made fun of that man a great deal. He also did that. The Python Cave already had a work crew on it. About 100 people under a man called Chen Wei, 9th on our ranking, light armor, repeating crossbow, and giving orders that were actually correct. Archers on the eyes, shields hold the line. Hebin snuck around the back and collapsed the nest and released every python in it downhill into Chen Wei's formation, and then hid behind a rock and giggled. Showtime, he whispered. Inside there was a mountain of shed skin, which is fertilizer, which meant I was already up on the trip. And the Python King, whose head was half the size of a man and who took up a third of the tunnel, Hebin caught the first strike on his shield, and the shield kept the shape of the head afterward. I put a water spear straight down its throat and out the back of its neck and pinned it to the wall. It got Hebin anyway, wrapped him, and his face went blue and his armor started to deform, and JD Claw put both iron paws into the wound in its back and pulled the whole animal apart. 2, 2, and 2 on the split. I took the flesh snake fruit and the gallbladder, which cures every poison there is and gives you 3 spirit and takes 1 charisma, which is a trade I would make again. Then we came out of the cave into 100 savages, and the savages were carrying people over their shoulders, tied, including Chen Wei, who was upside down and still furious. Which idiot, he was shouting, collapsed the nest. Hebin examined the sky. Li Qing wanted to fight through. I told her to surrender. They're taking prisoners, I said, not bodies. Taking prisoners means they want something. They put us in stone cages by the grand altar, and people started crying because the sun was going down and none of us were going to make it back to our own islands before the fog. There won't be fog on this island, I said. Every head in every cage turned. I mean, I added, that's just a guess. I've never actually spent a night off my own island. You devil, somebody said from the back. You gave us hope and then took it away. My reasoning was solid. Savages sleep out here every night. Animals sleep out here every night. Nothing eats them. Whatever was killing people out in the dark, I was fairly sure it was finding them because they panicked and ran, not because they stayed. Then the savages lit the altar and started their ritual, and it turned out we had front row seats to an election. A priest in a crown of feathers stood on the stone, and the chiefs fought each other, one-on-one, to the finish for the right to be king. The cages became a sports bar. Head, go for the head. Eyes, get the eyes. He had him, and he wasted it. That's infuriating. At the end, a mid-sized savage was still standing, and the priest fed him a pill pressed out of the tiger and crocodile and python carcasses, and he grew 3 meters, and every savage on that field went down on their knees. If that thing gets 1 more upgrade, somebody whispered, even Fang God would have to kneel. And then the new king turned and walked, slowly, straight at my cage. Hebin started hitting the bars. Li Qing was shoving me toward the back. I stood still and watched him come. He stopped in front of me. He raised both hands. He lowered his head, and he went down on 1 knee. Nobody made a sound. Not one savage. Not one prisoner. Because it was Kale. He had entered their tournament and won it. The priest lost his mind. Kill him. A Atlas is never a slave. He is my master, Kale said, in front of all of them. He gives us weapons. He gives us food. He protects us from the Tianyu. And then the savages in iron armor started fighting the savages who weren't, which is a thing I had accidentally engineered by handing out equipment 3 weeks earlier. And then the Tianyu tribe arrived. Their chief wore a tiger skin and thought the whole thing was hilarious. Chief Ironblood, slave to a little human, come to me on your bellies like pigs, or I put every one of you in the ground. Some of them went. I watched them go. Kale started forward, and I put a hand on his chest and moved him back. Then I took out the element conversion sprayer and loaded all 5 red crystals at once. The dragon that came out of it took the Tianyu chief and everyone standing near him and simply stopped including them in the world. Behind where they had been, there was a burned line going away over the hills until I couldn't see the end of it. Every savage on that field put their face in the dirt. The priest sighed, very deeply, and knelt. In the cages, somebody said, "That's an excellent grade weapon. That's a god." An actual god came down. So I took my helmet off. That's Fang God. Oh, well, if it's Fang God, then I'm not surprised at all. Several women offered, on the spot and out loud, to have my children. My face did something I could not control. He-bin shrieked and came at me with his arms open, and Kyle took one step forward, and the enthusiasm in that clearing dropped by about 90%. Li Qing threw the Tiger King's head at my feet and walked off. "It's all yours now," she said. "I'm the clown you were playing with. You killed the king. Take it." And I genuinely did not understand. "You didn't tell me your name either," I said. "Why is it different when I do it?" I told the prisoners the savages would guard them through the night and walk them off the island at dawn, and the cages cheered, and I sat down by the fire and handed Liu Wenjing a piece of roasted Tiger King. She started to refuse it. Then she took it without thinking and ate the entire thing. "Do I have to leave in the morning too?" she said, with her mouth full. "Are you like them?" I said. "What makes me not like them? That I'm a woman, or that I'm useful? I want to work with you," I said. "Deeply." "How deeply?" she said. Behind us, somebody was already composing a headline for the channel. "Fang God, Wilderness Romance, Roast Meat, Wins Hearts." So I leaned in and said it quietly, right into her ear. "Your talent. It's blueprints, isn't it?" She went completely still. In the morning, she sailed off without saying goodbye, and I did not stop her or send a message, and I found out later that this offended her more than anything else I have ever done. An hour later, there was a dot on the horizon coming back. "I've thought about it," she said, climbing onto my deck. "Let's work together." "Best decision you'll ever make," I said. 3 heads lit the grand altar all the way, and the words that came up on it were the first time I ever saw one of these names. Sequence 9, God of Nature and Hunting. And the system got in ahead of me, immediately, before I'd even reached for the talent. Reward selection is fixed at 1. This cannot be modified. "You already told me that," I said. "Stop repeating yourself." Gods are nags. Gods are nags because they are afraid of me. I took Natural Miracle Light, an excellent blueprint that requires no materials at all. And then, out in the open, we put our talents on the table. Hers is Blueprint Advancement, legendary, unique. It raises any blueprint 1 full grade, twice a day, and her talent levels up on exactly the same days mine does, which neither of us has ever been able to explain. She took my excellent blueprint and handed it back supreme. I told her mine. I lowballed the numbers slightly. I'm not a saint. Deal was simple, and it never changed after that. I crit open her chests. She upgrades my blueprints. By nightfall, Kale was Atlas Chief, Strength 54, Agility 38, Physique 62, Combat Power Mid-Silver, which is a 2-tier jump, Loyalty 95, Talent upgraded to Super Tier Brute Force. I fed him the Flesh Snake Fruit and he got bigger again. The 2 Savage Priests, Zog and Mog, signed contracts. Their talent is Priest Inheritance and their skill is Chief Ritual, which is the tournament and the pill, and it can be performed 3 times in a lifetime, and 2 of those 3 were already spent. 260 savages, 8 chiefs, clear the crocodiles, then the tigers, then the pythons, raise the young ones, open the mines. Yes, master. I went home rich. Skywing and Silvermane met me a mile out to sea and hit me in the chest at speed, both of them, at the same time, and I went over backward on my own deck like a man being tackled by his own household. The island had been attacked while I was gone. There were mutated fish and crabs stacked on the shoreline, and a supergiant cloudbird tied down in vines with its feathers burned off because the towers had done their jobs. "That's got to be Skywing's dad," I said, looking at it. "Feels rude to hit family." I cut it loose. It did not leave. It couldn't. Its wings were cooked. Then I used Natural Miracle Light, now supreme grade thanks to Liu Wenjing, and green light went out across the entire island, and every plant on it started quietly promoting itself. My island's name changed on the ranking. Excellent Fire Dragon Island. Then it was crit season. Mountain Armor Blueprint. A Swordsman Tower Teleportation Scroll. 3 hours with a master. A Power Arm Technique. All your energy into one limb. 50% strength for 3 minutes. The Meat Lingzi evolved into a Blood Flesh True Spirit Mushroom. 10 caddies a day, but every caddy excellent grade. And I sent Chong Junfeng the blood vermilion fruit I'd promised him, and he wrote back immediately and tried to give it back because it was worth more than the seed he'd given me. "Use it," I said. "Pay me back if the chance comes up." "Brother Fang," he wrote. "Can I call you brother? The Swordsman Tower is the only place in this world where I have been completely helpless, and I think that's why it worked. A courtyard full of gold leaves. An old man in black cloth with an eagle's eyes. He threw me a wooden sword, and then the system locked every attribute I have to 10. 10. All of them, every jujube, every pill, every fruit, every night in that hot spring, gone. He hit me on the head with a stick, and I sat down. He did that for 3 hours, more than 120 bouts, and I never lasted 3 minutes in any of them. Somewhere in the second hour, I stopped being furious and started watching, then copying, then taking his motion apart while it was still happening. And then, for about 90 seconds, I was not thinking at all, and the sword and I were the same object. He looked pleased. He didn't say anything, but he looked pleased. and no matter how fast I got, he was always exactly a little bit better. Always the same margin, all 3 hours. I came out with swordsmanship at semi-transcendent, but that isn't what I got. What I got is that I now know how to be taught. Then Zhou Jian messaged me about the east. There's an island out there with mountain ranges on it, dozens of times the size of the middle one. That's not an island, that's land. And I understood something, sitting in my kitchen reading that. That island isn't part of the game. That island was here first. The channel that week was recovering from its first big expedition, and it was ugly and human, and I loved it. Sun Junji and Zhao Bo were promising to drown each other in things I will not list. Song Wenyuan was publicly begging Su Hui to forgive him for running when the savages came. And Pan Cheng wrote, "Who stole the fertilizer off my island? I thought at least nobody would take the manure." But under the noise, the real problem was clear. The people at the bottom had no minds, couldn't beat any animal worth killing, and were spending a full day's work to eat that same day. So Xiaozheng announced the eastern island to everybody. If there are no resources inside, go get resources outside. Guo Peng insulted him for it and then apologized within the minute, explaining that he had drunk too much horse water. Before I left, I ground a caddy of the true spirit mushroom into paste and rubbed it into Tiger King meat. Silvermane and Skywing ate 10 caddies each and then walked away. They normally do 20. They walked away hiccuping. I ate 10 and had to run, physically run, to the strength training room, and I put the power arm on top of it, and I got the 5th weight over my head one-handed, strength +3, everything else +2. I sent Liu Wenjing 20 caddies. "Did you put something in this?" she wrote. "It's delicious and I'm on fire." "Don't hold it in," I wrote back. "Let it out." I spent the following morning running laps around my own island, roaring, in front of 40 savages, and I have made my peace with that. If I eat like this every day, I told Kale, I'm going to unlock a sound-based skill. Then the rod gave me a silver chest, and then it gave me a gold chest the size of a dresser drawer. The pull on that one would have taken a weaker man into the sea with the rod still in his hands. "Silver, then gold," I said, to the sky. "Heaven, if you've got it in you, hit me with a special. Don't hold back. I can take it." Heaven gave me a rotten wood chest, but the talent went up again. 5 uses a day, 400%. Out of the black irons, an island elevation blueprint, which raises the island a meter, and which I used on the spot, and a gold crystal, and a primary blank totem. Out of the silver, a flying island map. Any island below tier 4 can relocate once, up to 100 kilometers. And out of the gold chest, 4 space spirit stones, which meant I could build the transmission mother tower, which meant that back door I'd planted in a mine on somebody else's treasure island under an ocean was now wired directly into my backyard. The lower pollution source down there could wait. I knew where it lived now. The economy ran itself after that. Liu Wenjing pushed the mountain armor up to 5 mountains armor. 10 savages made 500 clay an hour around the clock. I forged 20 goldstone wolf spears at plus 120 damage. I found blue, red, and earthstone veins on the middle island, plus iron, plus copper, plus an underwater grass that gives 3 agility and lets you breathe salt water. I also diluted true spirit mushroom in a bucket and gave every savage 1 mouthful. They ran up and down the mountains for 6 hours, roaring and throwing boulders, and in a few cases some very old instincts woke up and I had to look at the horizon for a while, but the whole tribe leveled. We went from 8 chiefs to 10, and then we went east. The eastern island is not an island. Standing off it in a 30-meter ship, I was a splinter floating next to a wall. There were hundreds of identical boats already beached, and a man named Zhou Bin whose entire business was watching them. "Free for the big names," he said hopefully. I gave him 100 stone, and he bowed until his head touched sand. Then I walked up the beach into 1,000 people standing very quietly. 6 of ours were on the grass, dead, laid out in a row, deliberately, so we'd see them, and next to them a line cut into the ground. "Take one more step onto this island, and this is your future." Xiaozheng said it out loud, because somebody had to. These are people from another region. They're not trying to scare animals. They're trying to make us leave and hand the island over. I found my hands were shaking. "Another region," I said. "Fine. They're still human beings." Killing them wasn't enough. They had to arrange them and leave a note. Xiaozheng made a rule on the spot, and it's still the rule. If you meet someone from outside, shout your own name as loud as you can. Everyone nearby comes running, all of you, every time. And if you keep your head down while they cut those 6, then when they come for you, nobody will run either. We buried them. 1,000 people in silence on a beach. Then the first tier spread out. Xiaozheng took over 100 with him, the largest force in the region. Wei Long and Gao Wei took theirs, and Zhou Qian rode past me on a giant wolf, with 3 savages on 3 more wolves behind him. "I used to think I could still teach you something," he said, looking down. "Look at you now, I'd just be in the way." I watched him go. "Don't stare at me," I told my own people. "I'm jealous too. We've got wolf cubs and tiger cubs at home. We're building cavalry the second we're back. Liu Wenjing turned down the alliance to my face and I respected it. Jadeclaw is my tank and my damage, she said. Everything I kill is mine. If I ride with you, I'm just eating off your plate, and I'm not that. We were 3 days into the mountains hunting boar when a peak on our left came apart. A dragon came off it, silver white, forged looking, like something out of a mill. And every savage chief I had went face down in the dirt shaking, every one of them, except Kale. It landed, and the wind off the landing threw me tens of meters. Then it ate the entire boar herd in one motion, and the rest of the boars in that valley lay down and did not run, because there was no point. And then it noticed the ant. It lifted one claw, and that claw was the size of a hill, and it did it lazily, the way you'd swat at something in your kitchen. And Kyle went berserk, grabbed me by the harness, and threw me, not out of the way, away. He threw me clear and stayed under it. The instant I came out from under that pressure, I could think again, and I shouted the only 2 words that have ever worked. Kale, down. He dropped without a fraction of hesitation. Same as the Wolf King. No question, no glance back. 400% crit, and a blade that had been growing in that sheath for 68 hours. The turquoise came out of me for long enough that I heard it more than saw it, and it reached that claw, and it opened the tip of it. 1 drop of silver came off. 1. It fell on Kale, and the dragon pulled its foot back the way you do when something bites you. Title obtained. Towards Dragon Sword Drawer. Strength, agility, spirit, and charisma, +5. Immunity to the pressure of higher beings. That was everything I had. Every card. No more sheath, no more crits, nothing in the bag. All right, I said, out loud, to a dragon. Let's see. If I live through today, I'm riding you one day. And then the sky went red. The red dragon came down out of it and hit the silver one broadside, and the 2 of them went across that plane, taking the plane with them, and then into the air, and then into the ocean, where they put up waves 1,000 meters high. Neither of them got hurt. That's what I finally understood, watching it. They weren't fighting. They were measuring. Kyle's loyalty hit 100 while I was still standing there. Not when I fed him, not when I armored him. The moment I drew for him, he picked the drop of silver off his shoulder and swallowed it. Then, since both dragons were busy in the ocean and the mountain was empty, I went and robbed it. The peak the silver one had come off was a supergiant iron dragon vein. 9 million units of mystic iron. 9 million. My entire region, everything anyone owned, all of it together, would not have made a dent in that number. The cave at the top was carved out of solid mystic iron. The nest was silver at the outside and white metal further in, and at the center it was black metal with spirit stones the size of my fist scattered through it like nuts in a cake. Those aren't stones anymore, I said. Those are spirit blocks. I hit it with the steel pickaxe. Nothing. Not a scratch, not a mark, not a scuff. What good is treasure, I said, standing there, if you don't have the strength to pick it up? Behind the main nest there was a smaller one, and in the smaller one there was an egg. Iron giant dragon egg. Transcendent grade. Transcendent lineage passes to exactly 1 offspring in a lifetime, and they can feel each other across 1,000 lie. I opened my palm and put a smear of myself on the shell. Whether I ever become a dragon knight, I told it, is entirely up to you. I could not take it. It would have known. Kale went berserk on the small nest instead, and then the roar came back over the mountain. The pickaxe broke. Second roar, directly overhead now. That's it, I said. That's the end. And the nest cracked. I got out 1 gold stone and 2 extreme iron, which is roughly the value of an entire iron mine in the palm of your hand, and I ran. On the way down, I stepped in something, a gray lump, metallic smell, and the ground under it had turned to iron. I stood there for a moment with a very large idea assembling itself. This entire mountain, this 9 million unit vein. Did this whole thing form because a dragon flew around up here for a few centuries doing what animals do? There was a short internal debate. Stealing manure feels beneath me. But that's a perfect field, or 10 gold crystals, or load it, I told the savages. The dragon came back and found the small nest broken and went up over the peak screaming. I was already in the trees. Honestly, I said over my shoulder, a couple pieces of iron. I didn't even touch the egg. Why is he taking it so personally? Then several hundred people surrounded us in the forest, led by a man in blue-green armor. What did you take off that mountain? Show me. Give me half and I'll go. Manure, I said. Want some? You dare joke with me. I am the 3rd Island Lord of District 2220. I'm not joking, I said. It's actual manure. Do you want some? Kill all of them? I said. Not him. 10 savage chiefs threw goldstone spears into that crowd and then walked in after them, and Kale went through the middle without a shield like a bull that had been personally insulted, and the crowd did not react correctly. Nobody screamed, nobody scattered, because they weren't people, they were puppets. The one who could talk explained it after we took him apart from the collar down. His region worships Sequence 79, sub-god of puppets. They have no savages at all. That was the day I understood the shape of this world. Every region has a god. Every god hands out a different set of tools. Ours is Sequence 9, God of Nature and Hunting, a full god with 2 full domains. His is number 79. Last question, I said. Have you killed people from other regions? No, he said. Never. Fine, I said. Kyle, see him out. Kyle put his hands on either side of that man's head and I looked at the tree line. The backpack vanished when he died. All of it, permanently. The system does not reward slaughter, it just refuses to fund it. We still took 20 shields, 20 swords, 70 crossbows, 700 bolts, a green blade sword, a swift wind repeating crossbow, and a set of wind-heavy armor off the puppets since the puppets don't count. I found out much later that he came back a week afterward because his talent resurrects him weekly, and that the first thing he said was, "How does a monster like that exist? I could not resist his servant." Then from deeper in the forest, somebody screamed a name. I am so-and-so from District 2222, requesting assistance. Xiao Zheng's rule, in the wild, working. Payday, I said, and ran toward it. 3 of ours were already down, 7 were boxed in by 5, and the 5 were commanded by a woman in steel heavy plate with a 2-handed sword. Shout louder, she was saying. More of you come, more of you die here. We warned you. Step on this island again, and you stay on it. We're all from Blue Star, one of the trapped women said. We're the same people. Don't waste your breath, said their commander, not even looking. This world turned them into animals. Do you expect an animal to understand human speech? I put a bolt into her descending sword and knocked it offline. Then 10 goldstone spears came through the trees and 4 of them were pinned where they stood, one of them still holding his shield. Through the shield, I put a spear in front of the woman's feet as a suggestion. She didn't move. Kill me if you're killing me. Kale, I said, take her armor off her. The rest of you, form a line. And 4 of the 7 people I had just saved put their hands up. Thank God. Can I get in the line? Thank God. Can I skip ahead? The women in their own squad looked at them with an expression I will remember for the rest of my life. She broke, obviously. Everyone breaks. District 2223. Top 3 are Yang Fan, Ma Tao, and their boss, Guo Tianbao, who has an excellent great island. She talked about that man with a specific glow that I did not like at all. Fang Yu has an excellent island too, somebody told her, and she laughed at him. Only boss Guo Tianbao deserves excellent. You're lying. Hopeless, I said. Kill her. She came off the ground with a 2-hander, and Kale ended it with 1 hand. My eyelid did not move. With what the old man in the tower had put into me, I could have done it myself. Down at the beach, District 2220 was burning boats, hundreds of puppets and a chief with a shield in each hand, walking down a line of moored vessels and taking them apart, and standing in front of them, refusing to move, was Jobin, the boat watcher. If we run, they burn all of them, he said, when I got there. Every boat, everyone here gets stranded. They had put a bolt through his forearm. He was sitting behind his shield waiting to die at his post. We cleaned the beach. Their chief screamed at me while we were tying him. You get to burn our boats, but we can't burn yours. Your Hebin carved his own name in the dirt where he did it. Slander, howled Hebin from behind me at a pitch I did not know he had, and I killed the man mid-sentence. It doesn't matter if it happened, I said to everyone standing there. Here's the fact. Outside our own region, every region is an enemy. Xiao Zheng built a system out of that inside 2 days. 5 top lords rotate the beach watch. A man named Deng Haoran charges 10 basic resources per person for boat parking and hands 80% to the common fund. 3,000 people, he explained to me. 2,000 a day using the beach. That's 20,000 resources. Half the cost of a Tier 4 upgrade every single day. And you're keeping 4,000 a day for yourself. Not enough for you, he said cheerfully. There's a queue for this job. Gao Wei found out I was going for Tier 4 and his face closed like a door. I'll catch you tomorrow, he said. Good, I said. I'll wait. And before I left, I put my swift wind crossbow in Jobin's good hand. This is a fortune to you, I said. It's nothing to me. Take it and go risk something. Watching boats isn't a future. He held it against his chest like a relic. Tier 4 cost me 15,000 caddies of king meat, 6,000 iron, 3,000 copper, 10,000 each of soil and stone and clay, and 1 rare building I had to buy off the channel with looted gear. And then the sea turned the color of ink and started to boil. What came out of it was wrong in a way that is hard to describe without sounding like I'm exaggerating. Fish with pig's hooves, crabs with dog heads, lobsters wearing wool, and overhead a cloud of birds with snake heads and monkey tails. The towers burned and strangled. I emptied 2 shots of the sprayer into the sky and took the cloud out, and 10 more along the shoreline, and some of my own savages went with them because there were tentacles around their legs, and there was no version of that where I got them back. Then I loaded a thunderstone, and the lightning that came out went into the water and spread blue veins across the entire sea, and the sea stood up, a spider body with 3 snake heads on it, 6 legs 30 meters long, and one of those legs went through a savage like a nail through paper, and I was happy. Finally, I said, look what I've been saving for you. Skywing. Take Silvermane. Kale, get everyone in the pools. Savages went into water like dumplings into a pot, except one, who panicked and jumped into the fire spring and came out about 7/10 done. 400% crit and 9 dragon earth fire, which had been building for exactly 7 days. 9 crimson dragons came out of that wonder. Every pond on my island went dry. The sea in front of it stopped being sea. There was no ash. There was nothing at all. Congratulations to Fang Yu of the 445 Central District on being the first to reach Tier 4. 445 Central District. The regions had merged while I was busy. 2222 doesn't exist anymore. We're a district in something bigger now. Rewards. 9 Dragon True Fire. Excellent Wonder. 7,000 to 63,000 damage. Temperature under my control. An Iron Mystic Vein. Excellent Wonder, which regenerates a small mystic iron mine every single day. 100,000 units of iron. Daily. Forever. 30,000 square meters, and I got to redesign the terrain, so I did. I raised the whole island 27 meters up on the central column, which from a distance makes it look like it's floating, and I cut exactly 1 stone staircase down to the water, because 1 entrance is a thing you can hold. Then I zoned it: construction, mining, fields, leisure, a river, a plain for animals, a village for the savages, and a new line appeared on my panel. Subordinate islands. 0 of 3. You can take other people's islands now. Good to know. The sequence mission closed itself out, because the spider had been a lower pollution source all along. Gold box, rank 1997 and 2 titles, Evil Slayer, plus 3 to everything and 10% more damage to corrupted things, and overranked 1, which pays me more the further above me my enemy is. And in the wreckage there was 1 piece of black flesh the size of a fingernail, still moving, low-grade contamination source, pseudo-legendary, flesh of an evil god. It can corrupt beings far above me. I put it in a barrel with fire yang wood and let it soak. The same night, on an island I had never seen, another man passed his Tier 4 trial. Guo Tianbao did it by putting hundreds of his own people in front of the wave, and afterward, what was left of them went into the sea, and the survivors were in pieces. And he stood on his peak covered in black slime and spoke to the crowd in a voice like a hymn. Yes, my beloved brothers and sisters, our families, together we have defeated evil. The fallen will become stars and watch over us. Long live the boss. And then, quietly, through his teeth, to nobody: if I hadn't needed 20 elemental spirit stones, would I, with the strength of an entire district behind me, have lost to you? You are going to be a subordinate island. I did not know he said that for a long time. It doesn't change anything. He was always going to say it. I spent the next week building an empire, and I'm not being poetic. I built a dock and 40 single-mast boats and moved 220 savages, 30 tiger cubs, 30 crocodile hatchlings, 40 python young, and 60 wolf pups onto my island. The animals got 20,000 square meters of plain with a meter-high stone wall around it and a river through the middle, and I fed them across. Tigers get crocodile, crocodiles get tiger, nobody gets attached. The savages got a village, 3,000 square meters, 6 two-story barracks, 10 to a room, 2 large houses for the chiefs, separate houses for the 2 priests, out of respect, a stone house for Kale, pumps, pools, hearths. They had never lived in a building before. That first evening, they sat along the edge of the island in a row, roasting snake meat, looking at the ocean, and I stood on the wall over the pen where the cubs were and thought something I've never said out loud until now. Maybe I'm just another young animal inside a stone wall. Then I went and got cooked alive, voluntarily, once a day, in a true fire body tempering room. It boils you. That's the whole mechanic. It evaporates your vitality and grows your ceiling, and specifically it grows spirit, which is the one stat I had never been able to move. The vermilion fruit kept restoring me as fast as the fire took me apart, and the fire took that as a challenge and got hotter. I came out crispy on the outside and crawled, on all fours, in front of my entire staff, to the hot spring, where I ate 3 pears and lay very still. Spirit plus 13 in 1 session. Love and hate. It gives more and it hurts double. The Tier 4 rod came with 8 casts a day, no more rotten wood, 5% gold, and a skill called All or Nothing that lets you stack casts and double your odds. Also, night fishing, which has a 50% chance of hooking a lower pollution source instead of a chest. I stacked 4 casts and pulled a gold chest first try, and then a silver. Out of the gold came an Earth Bear Lineage Serum, excellent grade, the ticket into the excellent class. I drank it and my body immediately tried to eat itself. I have never been that hungry. I swallowed a vermilion fruit and 3 caddies of Lingji, and then the muscle came on so fast it started splitting my skin from the inside, and I ran into the fire room and let it burn off the excess. I came out of there looking like something that should not be shown on camera. Lineage. Earth Bear. Excellent. While my feet are on the ground, my strength does not run out. My body keeps repairing, and going berserk gives me a surge. Combat power. Silver intermediate. Skipped a full tier. strength 59 plus 11 plus 4, agility 35 plus 12, physique 58 plus 6, spirit 45 plus 33. Then the harvest came in. Vitality peaches, a physique fruit, which gave me earth blade body, plus 10% to everything while I'm touching earth, blade rank up 1, and a strike called Ba Yuan splitting earth slash once every 12 hours. I did not cut that tree down. It fruits again. I have learned things. The iron element gathering tower turned 100 iron into 100 steel overnight, which is 100-fold in value, and I ran 8,000 iron through it and came out with 22 extreme iron and 5 mithril, worth 220,000 iron, which is more iron than the rest of my district had ever seen. I built an essence refiner and reduced tons of animal essence into 4 vials, 1 for each king, wolf, tiger, crocodile, python, and Kale had absorbed his silver drop. Lineage, iron giant dragon, extraordinary, 0.01%, 10,000 more drops to wake it fully. I taught 40 savages to fish with nets, which took an entire morning of me standing on a beach making throwing motions at grown men who could bench a boulder, and then I put them on 40 boats with skywing overhead to turn back anyone who drifted too far. And out of the gold box from the spider, I got a blueprint for a thunder fishing rod, excellent grade. Who, I asked the empty room, would spend materials like that on a fishing rod? Then I sent it to Liu Wenjing to upgrade because I already knew the answer was me. The Black Knight came back, by the way. I teleported 160 savages and Kale and 30 chiefs down to the ancestral island through the mother tower, and where the manor had been there was a black growth, and the growth split open, meat wings, an eye opening on every strand. The sword had become part of the right arm, and the right arm had become a club. Overranked 1 gave me nothing against him, which told me he still wasn't gold rank, which told me the problem was not tier, the problem was that flesh. His first swing put me into the ground. Strength 89 did not matter. What mattered was the bear, feet on soil, strength does not run out. The sheath, 12 hours grown, took his head off, and he kept swinging, because there was nothing in the head to begin with. So I used Power Arm and Ba Yuan splitting Earth Slash together, and the ground came up, and there was no second round. I took the contaminated black water sword off what was left, rank 1996. And in the middle of that dead manor, in a courtyard 100 square meters across, I found the thing that island had really been built around. A well that does not draw water, it throws it. A column 60 to 90 meters high that opens out at the top into a dome over the entire island. Ocean well, supreme wonder. Defense 30,000 to 300,000, produces a block of water essence daily. Ownerless tier 5 island detected. Subordinate? Subordinate. Island level exceeds primary island. Refused. If I can't, I said, out loud, in an empty courtyard. Why did you ask? I took 300 water essence and left 100 in the well for the shield, and I could not answer the only question that mattered about that place, which is this. Something down there had a wonder that puts a dome over the whole island. So what got in? I found out 4 nights later, on my own balcony, at home. There was a savage standing in my yard that I did not recognize. That should not be possible. I know every face in that village, and he was looking up at me, and he was smiling. I glanced away for 1 second to check the village, and when I looked back, he was closer. I did not see him move. He was just closer. His mouth went all the way up to his eyes. Not a wide smile. All the way. Corner of the mouth, to the corner of the eye, on both sides. His pupils were pushed out too far, and there was red behind them, and something dark was running down his chin. Warning. This island has been occupied by a strange contamination source. Warning. This island has been occupied by a strange contamination source. Warning. Don't shout it at me, I said. Tell me what to do. Silence. The system had nothing. Skywing was on the roof directly above me. Skywing could not see him. Then the stairs creaked. Then it was outside my bedroom, and then the door opened on its own. Slowly. The whole way. I went off the second floor balcony. It came out onto the balcony above me and looked down, and its cheeks were shaking with the effort of that smile, and then the mouth kept going, past the eyes curling around until it was a ring in its face. Come down here, I shouted, if you've got it in you, he, and it tipped its head back and bent backward until it was folded in half the wrong way, so I started laughing exactly like it. He. Silvermane and Skywing turned and stared at me with an expression I have never been able to unsee. What? I said, still laughing. I'm lightening the mood. That is a lie. Here is the truth. My own mouth had started to pull at the corners and I could feel it happening, and the only way I could think of to stop something from taking my face was to move it myself on purpose first. Then I threw a stick of Vitality Peachwood at it. Hiss, black smoke, gone. And inside the house I found what it had actually come for. A thing wrapped in black cloth, floating in a slow circle around the barrel where I keep the flesh of the evil god. It didn't want my island. It wanted the meat. I herded it out with a burning branch, off the island, into the fog. Mission. Kill the strange contamination source. 7 days. Reward, exceptional chest, 300 rank points. And a note to self that I acted on the very next morning. Hang the wood on the doors, then the windows, then the walls, then build a fence out of it. 2 nights later, I woke up freezing with my head jammed under Silvermane, and one of Skywing's wings pulled over the both of us. Ding. Second natural disaster. Extreme cold current. Kale knocked. He had ice in his eyebrows and frost across his whole chest. Master, he said, they can't take it. We need firewood. So I reached out with my mind and lifted 9 Dragon True Fire a few meters up out of its pit, and the snow started evaporating before it reached us, and the temperature across the whole island came up like someone had shut a window. Then I made soup, an enormous pot of it, radish and king meat and 17 caddies of lingji, and I sent it down to the village with instructions. Everybody gets a mouthful of something hot and a piece of meat. Kale stood there holding the ladle for a while and didn't say anything. The channel that night was a masterpiece. Zhou Lei. I am becoming a popsicle. Lin Hao. I have boiled a cauldron of water, and I am going to sleep in it. I will be cooked, but I will be warm. Wei Zimin. I have done 10,000 push-ups. I feel like a god. Fang Yu. I'm sweating. I'm out on my balcony cooling off. Fang God, somebody wrote, you are not a human being, more than a meter of snow. And then the sea froze, which is how the fishing leaderboard opened at the worst possible moment, because you cannot fish through a meter of ice, and most of the region physically could not break it. I dropped 27 meters off the edge of my island with power arm active and opened 100 square meters of sea with one punch. Then I baited with Lingxi and started what turned out to be an underwater war. You could see it through the hole. Every fish in that district trying to get to one piece of mushroom. Except the first thing that came for the bait was a white bear the size of an elephant, gold rank, and it took me off my own island and out onto the ice. That bear was smart. That's what I want you to understand. It howled a wind of ice into my face to blind me, and then put an ice spear exactly where I had been standing while I couldn't see, and Skywing pulled me off that spot with maybe a quarter second in it. I put a full thunderstone into it and it went down like it was finished. Then, while I was reaching for the hide, it woke up, slapped me, and ran. Not only did it eat the Lingxi for free, I shouted after it. It drank a whole Thunder Spirit Stone for free. It also broke my rod, twice. The other 2 leaderboards opened that week, and I ended up with 4 entries in one morning. Element Conversion Sprayer, 4th in weapons. Extreme Iron Pickaxe, 10th in weapons because I had accidentally forged an excellent grade digging tool. Skyhawk, 1st in Spirit Pets, and Kale, 9th in Spirit Pets. Fang God, said the channel, did you have to forge an excellent grade pickaxe? Whose corner are you digging? Why is a savage chief a pet? Thank heaven Fang God can't fish, otherwise none of us would have anything. So I forged the blade, everything went in. Mystic Gold, 2 Extreme Silver, 3 Extreme Copper, 4 Extreme Iron, a Gold Spirit Stone, the essence of 4 Beast Kings, and 9 Gold Essence, with the system warning me that a 10th would shatter the whole thing. 400% crit, Supreme Gold Cutting Blade, 999 to 9,999. 20% extra against beasts. Wounds on anything below Supreme do not close. Every swing throws gold energy. 10% chance to cut through equipment of its own tier and 50% below. And Extreme Dao Slash, once every 3 days, straight to number 1 on the weapon chart. The only drawback is the weight. I can only really swing it with my feet on the ground, which for a man with an Earth Bear lineage is not a drawback, it's a lifestyle. Fang God, said the channel, is your talent secretly divine weapon forging, and Shu Lin offered to sell me a sea fishing manual for 998 iron. No thanks, I told him. I'll take first place on all 4 boards without a manual. Then the white bear came back, not to fight, to negotiate. I was out on the ice when an iron-winged vulture stole my Lingji bait out from under the bear's nose, which offended both of us equally, and I went after it on Skywing, and Skywing threw me onto that vulture's back in midair, and I took its head off, and it dropped out of the sky in front of Guo Hong, who screamed about a free wild silver chest, and then discovered that it was not a free wild silver chest. And when I got home, my elemental towers were down, and Silvermane was standing on the white bear's skull, howling in triumph. The bear, through Silvermane, in a series of noises, proposed a business relationship. It brings me animals of its own rank. I pay in Lingxi. Bring first, I said, then get paid. I don't work on credit. It brought an Ice Aura Seal, gold rank. I stunned it and finished it with the new blade, an overranked one upgraded, and I finally got the rare grade hide I had been missing for 2 weeks. The bear got its third of a caddy and walked off into the snow, and I sat Silvermane down and told him he was not allowed to make friends with strange animals anymore, and he rubbed his face on my leg, and I did not budge, and he knows I didn't. The rod I made out of that seal was a supreme grade thunder rod. It runs current through the bait to carry the scent, and you can dial the voltage to drive off small fish. And when something bites, it stuns whatever bit it. And if you fire the thunderstone, it throws a net of lightning. It pulled a one-browed dowfish, second place. Then I turned the voltage up and pulled a blue-faced god of wealth fish, excellent, first place. That fish raises your luck if you keep it and ruins you if you eat it, and I have thought about eating it every single day since. Then a chat opened that only Tier 4 island lords could enter. About 20 people in the whole central district. Fang Yu from 2222. Are you cheating? First on all 4 boards. What game am I even playing? Yuan Li. First place is a saber, fine. But why is second place a fishing rod? Normal people rob a bank with a pistol. You brought an intercontinental missile. And then Guo Tianbao spoke to me for the first time. Your strength has earned my recognition. Come and visit. Let's discuss cooperation. I'm sorry, I wrote. You haven't earned mine. What is that supposed to mean? And Wei Long, unprompted, blessedly, immediately. It means you're not big enough. I'm Fang God's press officer, thank you. You will regret this. That's an old line, uncle, wrote Wei Long. They rejuvenated your body. Have you considered updating your thinking? Guo Tianbao went quiet for a long time. I'll tell you exactly how I treated him after that. Strategically, I didn't rate him. Tactically, I never took my eyes off him. Because whatever else he is a man who turned an entire district full of human beings into a machine for killing. The economy settled into something absurd after that. 4 silver chests traded for 1 gold, and Chen Wei explained in the channel why that was good for everybody, and I read his explanation and thought, you'll make a little, and I will not lose. A Tier 2 special chest gave me 12 Earth Spirit Stones, a gold chest gave me a scale of the Water Dragon and a set of Adaptation Thorns, which is a plant that grows in a ring around your island, absorbs whatever elements you feed it, and throws them back at anything hostile. I fed it every scrap of protective wood I had, and it started stockpiling something the panel called Purification Damage, and the panel described it, word for word, as a greedy, insatiable thorn with enormous potential. Nickname, Little Black Hole. The contaminated black water sword, cleaned up, came out excellent, 400 to 3000. I gave it to Kale. Then I hooked a golden shark and a hand came out of a snowdrift and took it. The snowdrift was not a snowdrift. It was the fur on the back of something lying down. It stood up and it was as tall as my island. The thorns froze it into a statue. It broke the statue and kept walking. Power Arm, Splitting Earth Slash, and Extreme Dow Slash, all 3 together, opened its forelimb to the bone and did not stop it. So I dropped 4 dragons of 9 Dragon True Fire on it, and it caught fire completely and rolled in the snow and then went into the sea. And burned under the water. Nearly 30,000 damage, I said, watching the glow move away under the ice. And it walked off. Between gold and excellent there isn't a gap. There's a wall. The bear kept its side of the bargain, in its way. It brought me a heavy tank musk ox by driving it in front of itself with its horns, from behind, the entire way. I stunned the ox and took the head. The bear demanded payment and then turned around and showed me 2 puncture wounds in an area it clearly considered a workplace injury. It had also grown, noticeably, whiter. Is he evolving into an excellent grade animal, I said, watching him leave with his mushroom. I also pulled a frostfang fish, which grants my island a small refined silver vein once a week, and an electric light fish, which produces lightning blocks daily. And while I was doing all of that, on the eastern island, a man in a bearskin was setting up a teleportation gate. Thousands of people in animal hides came through it into what used to be District 2222. Move. Once the blizzard starts, we lose the window. 20 squads, 20 islands, wait for the boss's signal, and nobody gives themselves away. I spent that same afternoon eating fruit and building armor because I had no idea. The fruit was a dragonfire peach, physique plus 10, strength plus 5. I ate 3 back-to-back while standing under a bucket of ice water because otherwise I would have cooked from the inside. Fire Eyes True Eyes went from super tier to extreme, 1000 to 100,000 damage, and Power Arm turned into Burning Vitality, extreme grade, strength doubled, agility up half, and it shuts itself off before it kills me, which is a feature I appreciate more every week. I had 70 peaches in the bag, which is 10 free uses of a skill that should cost me something. Then I forged the 5 Peaks Water Armor, Supreme, second on the weapon board. 30 minutes of walking on the seafloor, a water shield, 30% less physical damage with the earth repairing it as I stand on it, 90% lighter with my feet down, and 90% off any elemental damage below Supreme. And then I did something to Skywing that I stand by. I had an Undying Firebird Lineage Serum, Pseudo Supreme, and I did not ask his opinion. I waited until his head was turned. Don't be scared, I said sweetly. Be a good boy. He screamed loud enough to be heard on other islands, went straight up on fire, and came back down with 3 burning feathers in his tail. Skyfire Hawk. Excellent. Silver combat power. 50% chance of coming back out of the flames if he ever dies. He immediately breathed a road of fire across the entire sky, held it there for a full 10 seconds so everyone could see it, and then landed in front of me and demanded food. The bear negotiations collapsed in the meantime. I made him a genuinely good offer. Come work for me. 3 portions a day. The cold is going to break in a week, and after that, you'll never taste this again. He agreed. I threw him a full caddy of lingji. He caught it in his mouth and ran into the snow and did not come back. I have trained falcons my whole life, I said, standing there, and a falcon has pecked out my eye. The one good thing I caught that day was an ocean cleaner, a fish whose entire diet is contamination. I dropped it in the barrel with the evil god flesh, with a board between them so it wouldn't try to eat the whole meal at once, and it went at that filth like a mouse that fell into a rice barrel. Then the war scroll went off. Ding! District 2-223 has declared regional war on District 2-222. 24 hours. Whoever occupies more islands wins. The losing district cannot use resource rods for a week. A week without rods in this world is not a penalty. It's a slow way to die. The channel laughed at first. Their sea is on the other side of the world. How would they even get here? Then, there are 10 people on my island. Then, mine too. Then the scoreboard updated. District 2223, 197 islands. District 2222, 0. They had come through a gate days earlier and lain down in the snow and waited. Xiaozheng held the line and said the only thing that could be said. I know how hard this is, but if we don't fight, every one of us goes under the knife eventually, and it will be in the order they choose. So I went up on Skywing and started clearing squads from the air, standing on a hawk's back, throwing gold blade energy down into shield walls. Shields came apart like tofu. I would not describe what happened to the men holding them. I got to Jobin again, of all people, boxed into a stone house by 10 of them. He came out afterward and stood among a lot of very neatly divided equipment and did not say anything. I got to Chong Junfeng, who had already handled it himself with the spear I forged him. Brother Fang, he said, breathing hard. You're better looking in person than in your avatar. But after a full hour, I had killed 40 of them. 40. They had sent at least 2,000, spread across an ocean, in a blizzard. And then the storm came back in hard, and Skywing lost the horizon and put us down on the wrong island, straight through the roof of a house that had just been repaired. Jolei looked up at me from a bed that was now outdoors. Sir, he said, wrapped in a blanket, in the snow, I'm very pleased you've come to visit. Your eagle has destroyed my house. He also proposed that we trade 1 for 1 and wipe their district off the map. Good idea, I told him. Never say it out loud again. 2 hours left. 193 of our islands taken. The blizzard was not stopping, and Guo Tianbao went into the Central District chat and gave a victory speech. A week with no rods, their strength collapses. 2222 becomes a donor for the rest of us. Gao Wei. The second this blizzard ends, I am coming to take your head off personally. Ha, come then. Should I be afraid of children? And I typed 1 line and closed the window. Your life won't last long enough for Feibai to make the trip. I'm coming for it right now. Funny man, unless I'm mistaken, the blizzard hasn't stopped. I opened the flying island map and let it scan 100 kilometers, and it pulled northwest. Found you. If you can't solve the problem, solve the person who made it. My entire island, plus 40 boats, plus everything living on it, vanished and reappeared 1 kilometer off Warbear Shui Fang Island. Guo Tianbao was inside a stone castle with 5 fireplaces going, eating lamb ribs. He can't fly, he was saying. At the moment I landed, even if it stopped this second, they'd never make it. Jesus himself couldn't stop this war. I stepped off the hawk onto the roof of his barracks and started opening buildings, and then I went through what came out from under them, because I am, as I said, a thorough man. He met me on the roof of the castle without any fear at all. That's the part that stayed with me. He looked at the blade in my hand, and his eyes went bright and greedy. Good blade, he said. Good blade. He had already decided it was his. Then he used his talent, which is legendary grade, and which is his voice. Join me. I'll take you higher than you can go alone. And I felt it. I want to be honest. Something in me wanted to put the saber down and listen, the way you want to sit down when you're very tired. It didn't work. He swallowed something that pushed his spirit to 100 and said it again, harder. It still didn't work. Because my spirit is 60, and the observer title adds half again, and my feet were on his island, and his island counts as Earth. How, he said, and for the first time his voice was just a voice. How does a legendary talent not work on you? Then he picked up a stone bear statue several meters tall, with the strength of an excellent grade beast, and threw it, and ran for his teleporter. I went through after him. He broke the gate behind himself out on the snowfield, which was clever and about a second and a half too slow. He tried to buy his life at the end. Everything, he said. The whole of District 2223. Every resource we have. All of it. Take it. Not accepting, I said. Ancient Dao longsword and black profound heavy armor came off him, 4th and 10th on the weapon board, and I planted a beacon where he fell. Then I remembered the map I'd seen on the way in. Every lord of 2223 had gone on campaign. 10 of their 11 islands were empty, so I gave 260 savages 34 caddies of Lingji between them, kept 10 for myself, and gave the simplest order I have ever given. Run. Take any island you find. Be back in half an hour. They went out across that snow in a fan, roaring, absolutely out of their minds on mushroom. The scoreboard started moving while the whole district watched. Gao Wei, standing on somebody else's island, on the public channel. That's not possible. We're gaining. We're gaining. We won. Final count. 2, 2, 2, 3, 141. 2, 2, 2, 2, 197. Check the rankings, Gao Wei wrote. Is Guo Tianbao still on them? He's gone, somebody answered. And his gear, 4th and 10th on the weapon board, is registered to Fang God now. Then it was him. Who else could it be? And their entire army, over 1,000 people, retreated through their own teleport tower in good order, which no longer went home. I had repointed it. They all came out on the ancestral island, under the ocean, in front of Kale. They found Guo Tianbao on the beach afterward. Who killed him, somebody asked. The god of nature and hunting. And Gao Wei, smiling. What other god does District 2222 have besides Fang God? He was actually raising his sword to cut my teleport tower apart when I walked out of it. Hey, I said, that's mine. Grown men cried on that beach. Somebody told them to stop because the tears were freezing their eyes shut. Wei Long, Gao Wei, and Xiao Zheng each proposed one after another that we become sworn brothers, with escalating claims about how we must have been brothers in a previous life. Liu Wenjing cut in. Has it occurred to any of you that you also have a sister? And Zhou Jian calmly. Then you're all my juniors. Fang Yu is my grandnephew. I raised him from a baby. He's closer to me than my own son. One more word, I said, and I'm leaving. Uncle Wu, you have one daughter. Where is this son coming from? And while I was distracted, Xiaozheng produced an Island Alliance scroll he had obviously been carrying for a week and made me leader of the 10,000 Islands Alliance. You just keep getting stronger, he said, delighted with himself. We'll handle the administration. Tier 1, 500 slots, 5% to everyone, 10 if half of us are within 3 miles, and 1 secret realm a week. 3 other districts and what remained of 2223 announced the formal alliance against us the following day. The response from 2223 was slow, on account of all of them being on my ancestral island. Fang Yu, said Yang Fan from a cage. If you're going to kill us, kill us. We're in your hands. Oh, I said. Character. Kill him. Wait, he said. We can talk about this. From today, I told 1,000 people, this is your workplace, 24 hours a day, permanent spring by the way, no cold at all down here, how's that? They roared that they would never submit. Kyle, I said, give them normal work. First man finished gets a caddy of meat, second gets half, down to 10th place, after 10th, nothing. I'll check back in 3 days. I have never had a labor dispute since. The Alliance dungeon opened that week, and it was called the Polluted Plains, and it was a black-burned plain under a red sky, and it looked like the day after the end of the world. 500 of us went in. Zhou Jian rode in at the front on a giant wolf, and the wolf was also in armor, with a quiver of spears on the left and a bow on the right. Uncle Wu, I said, you're embarrassing me. You're the leader of an alliance, he said, without looking down, and you still act like a child. Xiaozheng wanted to form them into a phalanx immediately. I stopped him. Ask them first. Whoever wants a formation, form up. Whoever doesn't, fight loose. They aren't soldiers. Let them fight once, and they'll ask you for the formation themselves. Then the black wave arrived. Dog rabbits, weak at the legs. Cat snakes that spit venom, weak 7 inches down the body. Chicken bears, late black iron, weak at the chicken head. I said all of that out loud, once, and watched it move down the line from mouth to mouth faster than any order I could have given. Wei Long went in first behind a shield taller than he is. Zhou Jian fought from the saddle with a glaive like something out of a very old painting. Gao Wei was mostly a series of flashes. Xiaozheng built a square at the rear and held everyone who broke. I stood on the ground and threw gold energy, which cost me nothing but spirit as long as I'm standing on soil. Then 4 winged eagles came down out of the red sky and took half the lords out of the fight, and then 8 silver rank tiger strength beasts came in, and I took all 8 because they were worth 3,000 points each, and I am not a charity. And then the ground opened and a gold rank drilling beast came up, 30 meters of it, a head like a well with teeth around the rim, and hundreds of tentacles with holes in them. It swallowed Wei Long whole, and several other people. Hold it 30 seconds, Gao Wei shouted. I have a strike that will drop it. So everybody held it for 30 seconds while he charged the sky-severing profound sword. And I hit it with a thunderstone because it flinched at lightning and jumped onto its head and put the blade in vertically and opened it from the front to the back. 40,000 points. Gao Wei finished charging about a second later and, to his eternal credit, released it into a crowd of small ones and mowed a line through them like wheat and said nothing. Wei Long came out of the thing, not happy, but out. Double rewards, 112,300 points to me personally. The Alliance went straight to Tier 2. I spent 100,000 of it on 2 flying island maps and 123 seeds because I am the kind of person who buys seeds. The rod doubled to 16 casts. An exceptional chest gave me a Devouring Heaven Lion Serum Supreme Grade. A Tier 2 special chest gave me a fertilizer that adds a 150% growth speed, a 5 elements bomb blueprint, and a building upgrade blueprint. And I found out my element conservation conversion room can turn ordinary stone into elemental stone and raise its grade while doing it, so I started printing concentrated elemental stones by the 100. I forged 10 5 elements bombs, excellent, 10,000 damage each. If one of those goes off at home, I told Kale, half the island goes with it. Then I injected Silvermane. He came apart and came back together as a snow-white lion just under 2 meters at the shoulder, with lightning where his eyes had been. Sky-devouring snow lion, supreme, straight to number 1 on the pet board. Talent, devour all things, which lets him eat literally anything nutritious and convert it directly into attributes. He demonstrated by swallowing 10 caddies of Lingji in one motion and then looking at me. I think this sky-devouring lion, I said, is going to take me from rich to poor. I gave him 5 more. That's the last of it, I said. Don't ask again. He swallowed it and walked off very pleased with himself. Then the red dragon came back. Same as before. Sky goes dark, island shakes, everything on it lies down. Except this time I had the eye of truth, so I looked. Almost everything came back as question marks. Talent, flame dominator, transcendence, lineage, fire dragon, transcendence, titles, king of flame, dragon race, transcendent species, bather in lava, and, at the end of the list, gourmet, combat power, transcendent mid-tier, system evaluation, and this is a direct quote, if encountered, follow local custom. He poked my cultivation room with one claw. Then he simply put his head into it and turned it into a room with a panoramic view. Then he drank my entire spirit fish pond, including the luck fish, including every fish I had caught that week. Then he flipped over the savages' meat store and ate all of that. And then he looked at the savages. I threw 9,000 caddies of muskox between them so fast I pulled something. Not those, I said. Food. Here. Food. He ate the ox. Did you fail to catch anything in the blizzard? I asked out loud to a transcendent being, so you came here to beg off me. He tilted his head. That's all of it, I said. Honestly, that's everything. He thought about it for a while. Then he opened his own chest with one claw and let a single drop fall onto my island, and left, and the wind off his wings cleared the snow for hundreds of meters in every direction. Fire Dragon True Essence. Transcendence grade. Well, I said, standing in the sudden clean space where my snow used to be. He can come by any time. The next scroll I opened was Supreme Grade. 10 people. Islands tier 6 to 8. I took Zhoujian and Liu Wenjing, and we came out standing in a desert with no edges. Liu Wenjing immediately picked up Silvermane and started scratching under his chin. What a sweet little lion. Come to auntie. Sweet, I said. Give it a minute. The sand went up in a column and a 20-meter scorpion came out of it. Gold rank, late stage, and I opened the gold stone in the saber and split it lengthwise, and then all 3 of them started on me. Give Silvermane a piece, just a bite. Pets are our comrades, Zhoujian said sternly. Don't be stingy. 1 bite, I said. Silvermane opened a mouth that was not the same size as his head and inhaled both halves of a 7-meter scorpion. Then he burped. Liu Wenjing stood there looking at clean sand for a long moment. I did tell you, I said. After that we spent an afternoon buried up to our necks watching things walk past that made the scorpion look like a minnow that slipped through the net. A 30-meter desert python. Others I did not get names for and did not want. Then desert wolves found us, gold rank, and I took the first one apart with burning vitality and the splitting earth slash, and then the rest of the pack arrived, which is how those animals work. Silvermane went to full size and I got on him. Liu Wenjing's panda sinks in sand, so she got on behind me, which she has never once acknowledged happened. They ran us into an oasis, and at the tree line, every wolf stopped. They wouldn't come in, not one of them. They stood in the sand and watched us go. Wolves are afraid to walk in there, I said, which means there's something in here worse than wolves. There was. In the middle of that oasis, asleep on a lake, was a python that was halfway through becoming a dragon. 800 years old. Xuan Water True Jiao lineage, pseudo-transcendent. If it ever finished the change, it would stand next to a real water dragon. Both of them begged me to leave it alone. Relax, I said. Not today, but I already know how I'm doing it. And when I do, there'll be 10,000 caddies of meat on the ground, 1,000 each. I planted a beacon by the water, and we left. Take the bet, and the bicycle turns into a motorcycle. There have always been plenty of gamblers in this world. The only people who don't gamble are the ones whose stake is too small to matter. So I spent 100 water essence to print 1,000 supreme elemental stones and turned those into 25 elements bombs at 100,000 damage each. Then I made the bait. 3,000 caddies of wolf meat and 5 caddies of lingji, minced together into one ball with a current run through it to push the smell, which meant physically restraining Silvermane for the entire process. And then I discovered my teleport network had a range limit, which I found out at the exact moment I needed it not to, which is how it always goes, and I burned the building upgrade blueprint on the mother tower to turn the whole system into beacons. Then I went back with a hawk and a plan. From 60 meters up, I hit that thing with lightning. It rolled onto its back, exposed its white belly, and continued sleeping. When the lightning stopped, it rolled back over. A scholar can be insulted, I said, hanging in the air above it. But who can put up with that? So I put an excellent bomb into the coils, and it woke up. And then it went straight up like a launch, which I had not budgeted for, because I had made an assumption about snakes. I burned a crit and dropped the meatball with all 20 supreme bombs inside it. The ball went past its head, missed completely, and then it caught the smell, turned in the air, and swallowed my 3,000 caddies of seasoned mince. Skywing, I screamed. Up. Titles, overranked 1+3, and Dragon Slayer +10 to every attribute I have. I worked out later, when I had time to think, what had actually happened up there. It carried the explosion into the sky. It did not have to. It could have stayed low, and if it had, the oasis would have gone with it. It took that hit with its own body so the oasis would live. I could weep, honestly. The head and the tail alone came to 22,000 caddies of supreme grade meat, 11,000 milliliters of essence, 220 milliliters of Xuan water flood dragon original pulp at extraordinary grade, 220 scales, the horns, the teeth, the eyes, 2 hides, a supreme box, a Xuan water tree, and a medium vein of supreme water stone. 2,000 caddies each to Zhou Jian and Liu Wenjing, both of whom spent half a day refusing before accepting. And after I left, out on that mirror of a lake, a miniature water dragon put its head up out of the water and watched me go with an expression on its face that I would call human. The supreme box gave me a soil's breath, extraordinary grade. You bury it in your island, and every single day your island gets physically larger by a percentage. No more hauling soil, ever. That's why St. Demon Land is the size of a country, I said, holding it. Somebody buried a lot of these, and with the last of the dragon meat as bait, I caught a koi. Supreme. Feed it your own vitality, and it gives you a skill called Koi Luck, which lets you take the luck of an entire day and compress all of it into 1 hour. I put that fish in a glass tank inside the house, on its own, behind a door. Because if that shameless red dragon shows up again, I said, we are going to have a problem. The evil god flesh finished purifying the same week. The contamination came out clean. The chaotic mutation stayed in. Oh, and one more thing from that stretch, because it's the only thing my father ever taught me that this world hasn't taken away. I pulled up a dead fish hooked cleanly through the mouth, which every angler on Earth will tell you is the worst omen there is. And I remembered my dad driving into the mountains at night to fish and coming back with a face like a thundercloud, and me asking him once whether he'd ever hooked a dead fish, and him saying, without turning around, a dead fish would be lovely. A dead fish means I'm not coming home empty. It's when you come home empty every single time that your face goes black, son. So, I said, rebaiting the hook in a frozen sea a universe away from that man. For anyone who comes home empty, a dead fish is nothing. And I cast again. The week settled up at midnight with 4 tier 4 special chests, 1 for fishing, 1 for the island, 1 for holding the top 3 weapon slots, 1 for the top 2 pet slots. Then the announcement started, and they did not stop. Sea Beast Tide, Medium Beast Disaster, Fallen Hell Ranking, 18 levels down, weekly event, and a note at the bottom, which I read twice, that chests can now contain a death summons, and that on any night you hold one, a ship comes to your dock at midnight, and you board strictly by ticket. Also, the sea had gotten worse. The white fog and the things in it were no longer waiting for dark. You dog of a system, somebody wrote in the channel. Just say you don't want us to live. I went out on my own shoreline that morning and found the ring of frozen corpses that the adaptation thorns had made overnight while I slept. There's no such thing as a quiet week, I said, looking at them. There are only weeks where somebody else did it for you. The chests were absurd. A fishing dojo, supreme, blessed by the god of fishing and fortune. A wood elemental condensation tower, 300 square meters and 30 meters tall, which enriches the whole island's wood element, speeds every plant on it, and can wake dormant wood lineages. and an equipment forging skill book, extreme grade, which made me a grandmaster forger and added between 10 and 50% to the stats of everything I make. I want to underline that one. Everything I have built since came out of that book. Then I ran a test on the purified evil god flesh, because I had it, and because I am who I am. I gave a small piece to a young tiger. The tiger swelled. It kept swelling. The test concluded abruptly, and I had to go and wash. His rank was too low, I told myself, drying my face. We'll try it on a savage chief. That is genuinely the sentence I said out loud, so you know exactly what I was becoming. Down at the labor camp, day 1.5 of a 3-day sentence, District 2223 had stopped being defiant and started digging competitively. I said 3 days, I told them, walking past. It's been a day and a half. I'm still enjoying the attitude. Back to work. Fang Yu, this is mistreatment of prisoners. I will take you to court. Fang Yu, we're countrymen. Hey, where are you all running off to? I flew to Guotianbao's ruined island on Skywing with my hands behind my head, daydreaming out loud about how nice it would be to ride that red dragon someday and become a dragon knight. Skywing, who is very sensitive to my moods, rolled upside down. I landed flat on my back on somebody else's island. He circled overhead, flapping cheerfully. Fine, I said, into the dirt. No dinner for you today. He left, offended. Wait, I was joking. Come back. Big portion. Come back. Guotianbao's island was a ruin, but standing in the middle of it, unmoved, was an earthstone bear. Excellent grade wonder. It charges off the earth element and wakes up when the island's owner tells it to, with excellent grade combat power. I bound the island as my first subordinate and used a flying island map to park it directly against mine at the bottom of my one staircase, which meant the sea beast tides were now delivering meat to my front step. Then I went back to St. Demon Land to mine waterstone, underwater, and something settled on my shoulder. Get off, I said. I'm working. I turned with the blade up. Nothing there. Must have imagined it. I turned back, and there was a very small water dragon wrapped around my saber, looking at me with enormous curious eyes. I dropped the saber and left. Quickly. I looked back. It was gone. I looked forward. It was ahead of me, on the beach, waiting, wrapped around my own saber, which it had brought with it. Don't come near me, I said. Don't make me use fire eyes on you. It handed me my sword. Then it wound itself around my neck and licked my face. Eye of truth. True Zhuan water python dragon. Extraordinary. Strength 320. Combat power, excellent. Title, vitality supply. Status, growth, weakened. Evaluation, as an adult it would stand beside a water dragon, but long-term use as a living supply has severely stunted its growth. I picked it up and turned it over, and its belly had scale missing in patches and marks. That thing, I said out loud, to a dead lake. 800 years old, and it had been feeding off a child. I fed the little one a full caddy of lingji and scratched under its jaw. Come with me, I told it, and you eat that every day. Loyalty went over 60, and it hugged my neck hard enough that I had to tap out. At least, I said, wheezing, you're better than that ungrateful white bear. I also used it as a weapon within the hour, because I have no shame. A pack of desert wolves came at us, and I held the little dragon out in front of me. Elder dragon, I said. They're bullying me. Sick them. The wolves looked at the tiny thing with visible contempt. Then it went to 30 meters, breathed ice across the sand, and swallowed one of them whole. 30,000 caddies of wolf meat. Bringing it home went about how you'd expect. Silvermane and Skywing met the new arrival the way a household meets a stranger who has clearly been invited to stay. Go and play, I said, nicely. An hour later, the little dragon was fine, and both of my other pets had visible dents in them. And then, the moment the dragon looked away from her to look at me, Silvermane swallowed it. I had to physically pry that lion's jaws open, and she spat it out with an expression of profound disgust. Enough, I said, holding all three of them. You are family. The next one who fights gets nothing to eat. They spent the rest of the evening apologizing on me. One on each shoulder, one on my head. Sea, land, and air, I said, standing there loaded like a coat rack. I've got a full combined arms force. Then I fed the purified evil god flesh to Ragnar, my newest savage chief. Loyalty over 90. He tripled. His muscle came up like rebar. Not enough. So I gave him a second piece and said out loud, why do I feel like a mad scientist? He started to come apart the way the tiger had, and I panicked and started feeding him pears and peaches, which made it worse, and at the last possible second, I put a deep-sea giant Shark King serum into him. He stabilized. Fins along the spine, a tail, a mouth that goes ear to ear, skin like something built for pressure. Strength 199 plus 199. Physique 210 plus 210. Gold rank, late stage. Talent Blood source, which is a polite way of writing does not die. The perfect wall, I said, looking at what I'd made. The only things that can kill him are supreme or transcendent. I did not think, at the time, about what else that meant. Then I bought 3 death summons off the channel, where people were frantically trying to give them away, and one man actually paid me 1,000 iron on top to take his. The ticket is dark red and looks wet, with a laughing white skull on the face of it. All fear comes from insufficient firepower, I said, tucking 3 of them into my bag. I own 2 Vajras. What exactly am I afraid of? At midnight, there was a rotted ship at my dock, sitting in a fog that had come with it. I walked on with Ragnar beside me and a small dragon asleep around my neck. A voice came up out of the hold. Flat. Dry. Board. Tickets. Owner. Count. Correct. Cast off. Fallen hell is burned ground and rivers of magma and a sky the color of a bruise, and there were hundreds of ships beached along the shore. Obtain a rebirth ticket inside the hell, and you may return. Anyone still here at dawn stays. A man in red armor came up to me almost immediately and asked to buy a vial of whatever had made Ragnar, offering 2 rare blueprints, yes or no, right now. Ragnar knocked him unconscious with one hand, and his own attendant immediately sat down on him and started taking his armor off. I liked that woman's priorities. The first circle was full of imps at silver rank, and they drop a tool. Pliers, Divine Realm exclusive, 1 use each. And what those pliers do is let you take one thing out of the river of death. So I worked that circle like a man doing the grocery run, walking towards screaming instead of away from it. When you meet the dead, I told Ragnar, always take the equipment. It's a waste otherwise. I put down a Ghost King at gold rank with Ragnar's hands, and I gave clean ends to the people strung up there who were beyond helping. Until one of them, after I'd given her a peach out of pure reflex, sat up and said, in a perfectly reasonable voice, actually I could still have been saved. Dying wasn't mandatory. Really, I said after a pause. So the previous ones. She looked at me. We did not discuss it further. The river of death is black and slow, and there are boats on it, and on the bow of every boat there is a bent old woman with white hair to her knees holding an oil lamp. 1 coin, she said when I came near. 1 person, across the river of death, and in that water there were souls, and envelopes, and coins, and gems, and blueprints, and equipment, all of it drifting. I tried it with a rare grade sword first. The blade melted before it broke the surface. The aura came up the steel and into my hand, and I had to take a piece of my own hand off to stop it. River of Death, mythical grade wonder, tier 3. So I used the pliers, 1 at a time, like a man at a claw machine with the last of his money, and what I pulled out was 3 rebirth tickets, 1 netherworld coin, which I bought in advance for the trip back because there is an enormous trap hidden in this place, and I am extremely clever, a death spirit stone, a hell treasure scroll, and, with the king's pliers, a human soul, which you can forge into a weapon to give it a spirit, or use to animate a puppet, or install as the array spirit of an island. Every time I paid her a coin, that old woman smiled at me with what she had left. Honestly, I told her, smiling service isn't required here. The second circle drops a different tool, and that tool cuts a flower that grows there. Other shore flower. Rare. +1 to every attribute I have, and it stacks. Forever. With no cap that anybody has ever found. I cleared the entire circle and ate 24 of them. I also tried cutting one with an ordinary sword to save a tool, and it turned to ash in front of me, and I stood there mourning 1 + 1 to everything. On the shore, the people who had not managed to fish out a ticket were losing their minds, and one man went red in the eyes and walked into the river, and there was not a speck of him left. I left Ragnar in hell for a full day to farm tools, and I briefed him like a parent leaving a child at camp. If you get hungry, eat the dragon meat. If your stone runs down, charge it on the earth element. If you get sleepy, eat a pear. If you get tired, eat a peach. Safety first. I'll come and get you tomorrow to sleep. You did good work today. Said Ragnar. And on the beach behind me, a couple were having a very quiet argument over 1 ticket. Sweetheart, there's only 1. Wait here, I'll come back for you tomorrow. I killed the imp. I fished the ticket out. You told me to hold it for you. Why are you the one going back? Don't push it. The ticket is in my bag. What are you going to do about it? Fine, she said. Then you can stay here forever. Hey, calm down, and she said, in the flattest voice I have ever heard from a human being. The ticket is in my bag now. All I need from you is your life. I'm 110 years old. I have met worse men than you. Back on the island, Liu Wenjing pushed the fishing dojo up to extraordinary. It generates its own rods. It sorts fish by color, white through rainbow, and pays points at 1, 10, 100, 1,000, and it exchanges those points for blueprints, weapons, skills, lineages, and profession trials. And on the exchange list, at 1 million points, was a dragon-slaying blade emperor trial certificate. I looked at that number for a while. The soil's breath grew my island 20% in one night. Then Zog came to see me and would not raise his eyes and asked for something for the first time. Mog and I found a genius, he said. We took him as a student. He will surpass us. He may become a great priest. Please look after him. The boy was 17, spirit 24 plus 24, talent, sacrificial inheritance, and a physique the panel called a mutation, a sacred priest's body among the Atlas, enormous potential. His name was Bjorn. Good name, I said. I gave him 5 pairs and a development plan, and Zog's loyalty went to 100 on the spot. I did that for cold reasons. The priest line is the ceiling on the entire savage race. And Kale, Ragnar, Zog, and Mog are the only 4 beings I have ever worked with who do their jobs without an angle. That's rarer than any of the fruit. The next morning, every field on my island was stripped bare, every fruit, all of them, gone. And I found the culprit wrapped around the physique tree with its eyes shut, sunbathing. I dragged it off by the tail, furious, and then I noticed it was heavier. Combat power restored to excellent mid-tier. Ah, I said, and my rage evaporated in about a second and a half. Well, it's only one harvest, and he's mid-excellent now. I'm up on the deal, and I put it back on the branch. From tomorrow, I said, I'll pick them and feed you by hand. There isn't a calm one in this entire household. 3 days in, most of District 2-223 was lying next to puddles drinking cloudy water with the lights going out behind their eyes. So I set up a cauldron and boiled 2,000 caddies of meat. Master Fang Yu, I'll work 18 hours a day. I'll do 22, I'll do 24, until I drop. Just let me die full. And I looked at those faces and I saw something I had not seen when they were shouting Guo Tianbao's name, which is real belief. Not loyalty. Terror of dying and a completely animal appetite to keep living. Hand it out, I said. 1 caddy each. I pulled 6 of them with fishing experience out of the camp, and one of them turned out to be the vice president of the same angling club where Shu Lin had been president, which means Shu Lin had been telling the truth the entire time, and we all owe him an apology. I made a man named Wei Tao captain of the fishing crew at the dojo. People can rest, I told him. Rods do not. Around the clock, and I let his crew visit the ancestral island in their free time, specifically so that the rest of the camp could see how the ones who work get to live. Wei Tao turned out to be the best hire I ever made. I know that because of what happened when they pulled a yellow fish and the young ones wanted to run and tell me. Stay at the pond, he said. The rod does not sit idle for 1 minute. He'll find out when he comes. Don't bother the man. That's a captain, one of them said. There's more to learn from you than fishing. Second trip to hell, the ship shuddered halfway across. A black tentacle tens of meters long came up through the deck, and every inch of it was covered in white eyeballs. Medium contamination source, supreme late stage, 3 weeks. Reward, extraordinary box, and 10,000 rank points. Encountered a major threat, said the voice from the hold, calling for support. How long? I shouted. Unknown. Your boat is completely useless. I took the tentacle off with a crit and extreme Dow slash, and then I got a look at the whole animal, which was an octopus the size of a skyscraper whose hundreds of arms had gone through dozens of ghost ships at once. Oh good, I said. There are a lot of us. That's much better. The support arrived, and the support was hundreds of ghost ships, and their tactic was to ram it. You just ram it, I said. That's the whole plan. This is a system event. Where is the dignity? Then, after a pause, into the hold. Hey, are you on outsourcing? Silence. Outsourcing, I said, is killing. The thing went under. We took 2,000 caddies of supreme contaminated flesh off it and 20 mutated eyeballs, which have their own minds and hit yours, and which did nothing to me at all, because my spirit is over 100. Then the ship repaired itself in green light while I was standing on it. I thought this was a rowboat, I said. It's extraordinary grade. Fair enough. I found Ragnar where I left him. He had turned into a legend in 1 day. There was a crowd of island lords from 4 different districts standing well back from a mountain of pliers and equipment, and standing in front of it, at the edge of the river of death, was Ragnar, with a wet blade and a row of very thoroughly relieved corpses at his feet. If I had a beast like that, one of them was saying, I'd walk anywhere in District 2228. Brother, said another, with a beast like that you'd walk anywhere in the Central District. I walked past all of them. Nothing to see, I said. It's all mine. 91 sets of pliers, 3 large, 1 kings, 18 rare grade equipment sets, 18 rebirth tickets, which is the whole week paid for in advance, and 57 coins, and a death source stone, and with Ragnar and the little dragon working together, a scissors ghost king, which dropped a king's tool, which cut an other shore king flower, plus 10 to every attribute stacking infinitely, and it breaks bottlenecks, and it retroactively activates every ordinary flower you've eaten before it. I ate 35 more. My attributes climbed so fast my body couldn't keep up with them, and I spent an hour walking like a man on the moon. Ragnar offered to stay another night. Do you think I'm a capitalist? I said. Go and rest. We'll come back this evening. Then I went home and night fished in the fog with the earthstone bear standing behind me, and out of 16 casts I hooked 3 lower pollution sources and the bear flattened every one of them with a single motion. 4 silver chests, 30 rank points back inside the top 2,000 at rank 1,999, and 3 more pieces of the flesh of an evil god. Liu Wenjing sent me the first Xuan Shui fruit off our shared tree, and the little dragon materialized out of thin air with visible drool. I gave it the whole thing. Loyalty 100, combat power, late excellent, and the empire kept compounding. 8 silvers into 2 golds, an anti-strike training room, a blasting fireball tower, and a lineage fabricator blueprint, excellent grade, which meant I could stop buying serums and start printing them. I built a moon spirit well that produces 10 liters of moon spirit water, but only at night. I looked into it in broad daylight immediately after construction. It was empty. I stood there for a while. That night I had water dragon meat with chili, which is 2 skies in 1 bowl, the soft one and the burning one, and then I walked out to the edge of the island because something was moving in my chest. I put my palms together and a ball of water the size of a basketball condensed between them, and then it left my hands as a dragon and went into the sea and turned a patch of ocean tens of meters across into a mill. Water Dragon Vortex. Extreme grade, damage equals water affinity, times water concentration times 10,000. I stood there watching my own sea grind itself and thought about the numbers in a way I try not to do too often. We were down to 2,500 people. Last week you could survive with firewood and a coat, a beast tide and a death summons you can only survive with force. In 2 weeks the lords of this district are going to split into 2 kinds. The ones who pile into island groups with flying maps for mutual defense, and the ones like me who go the other way and become something that doesn't need a group. Everyone in the middle is still a crop that can be harvested. I'm aware of how that sounds. It's still true. The fairy price in hell goes up every circle. 1 coin, then 2, then 3. Prices are up, I said. Are there dishonest traders in hell as well? All living beings pay a coin, said the old woman, and counted the little dragon around my neck. Then, because I am who I am, I checked her. Combat power, supreme, initial stage. I abandoned several plans I had been quietly developing about that woman. The 3rd circle has a 30-meter iron tree covered in 100 spinning blades, and Ragnar's approach to it was to walk in and let it work. He came out the other side, and the tree did not. 1 drop in 3 is a seed. You can plant it on your island as a guard. For any lord dying under a beast tide, that seed is a gift from heaven. I put a price on them the following morning. The 4th circle is mirrors. 3 of them, gray glass in dark red frames, and a line of text. Anyone who sees the nether mirror for the first time will be shown a possible future, and I saw one. I saw Ragnar become a mountain of flesh the size of a god, and a sword come down out of the sky and open him, and something blue come out of him and cover continents. I saw the little water dragon grown into a beast that lay across the whole ocean, and I saw a man in black armor on a black dragon take its head off with a scythe, and the man in the black armor was me. And then I saw myself put on trial and executed by dozens of things that were shaped like gods, and I recognized some of the faces. I turned around and asked Ragnar what he'd seen, in a voice that I kept extremely level. Master, he said, delighted, I became king of the savages, the little dragon became king of all beasts, and you became a divine sovereign. Ah, I said, well, it shows everyone something different. It probably doesn't mean anything. Behind the mirrors there is an abandoned courtyard with 1 character written over and over on the walls, and the character means grief, and out of a dry well in the middle of it came a great deal of black hair. I am so bitter, said the well. Why does this one come with an opening cutscene, I said. The thing that came out was excellent grade, late stage, immune to physical damage, and it attacks minds and takes bodies. I cut it in half. It closed. And then it went into Ragnar. Master, said Ragnar, in his own voice, holding perfectly still. I am no longer in control of myself. Please kill me quickly. This is going to hurt a bit, I said. Hold on. And I burned my own man with Fire Eyes True Eyes, 2,000 damage per point of spirit, doubled against souls. The 2 of them screamed together for a long time, his low and hers high, and anyone walking past would have assumed it was a love affair going badly. Ragnar came apart entirely. He went down into a shape that was not a shape, and I went cold, and stood there, and could not move. And then the evil god flesh inside him put him back together. Are you still Ragnar? I said. I am still Ragnar, master. The mirror's actual trick, incidentally, is that it throws you backward. I picked the middle one twice out of pure stubbornness, and it dropped me back on the 1st circle. That mirror is a scam, I told Ragnar, and then the 2 of us went through the 1st circle like a weather event out of pure spite and came out with 103 sets of pliers by midnight, which converted into 100 coins. Get enough shears together, I told him, leaving him down there with meat and pears, and you can walk any circle you like. I'll find you tonight at the usual place. Then I went home and hooked the worst thing I have ever pulled out of that ocean. Strange contamination source, Ripper Ghost, combat power, undetermined, immune to physical damage and to ordinary elemental damage, hunched. Both arms end in a blade the way a hand ends in fingers, and one line of description that I read while it was already moving. When it swings its blade, its target will inevitably be opened. The Earthstone Bear put it into a crater. It stood up undamaged and kept finishing the motion it had started, watching me the whole time. The adaptation thorns hissed at it and did not have enough purification stored, so I set it on fire with Fire Eyes True Eyes, and it burned, and it did not run. It smiled at me, and it completed the swing, slowly, properly, admiring its own work while it went to ash. The bear came apart and a multi-ton block of stone fell out of the middle of it. The little dragon went down, and I was opened from the top of my chest to the bottom of it, and my regeneration did not start, because that thing's power holds the wound open. I took the armor off. I am not going to tell you what was in it. I sealed it as best I could with purifying water, and it barely touched it, and I walked back up my own island, and at the pond one of the fishermen looked up. Did somebody just go past? Somebody, said the other one. I watched him drag himself past. Don't say that. What if it's a ghost? What's there to be scared of? We've got Fang God. He'd slap any ghost twice. What saved me was the well that had been empty at noon. Moon spirit water, excellent grade, strips contamination, strangeness, death aura, burns, cuts, and mental damage. I emptied it over myself and watched the edges pull together in real time. My physique ceiling dropped by 3 points permanently. That's the price, and I paid it, and I'd pay it again. Off the ash, I took a Ripper scalpel. It can open any creature in your line of sight. And if it fails, you become a Ripper Ghost. I did not throw it away. Then I made the worst decision of my life, on purpose, with full information. I forged a lineage fabricator at extraordinary grade, 3rd on the weapon board, and I ran 220 milliliters of raw water dragon essence through it, and it gave me back a Zhuan water flood dragon lineage serum at 220 milliliters, which is more than double a standard dose. I injected all of it. I got heavy. My skin went blue. Scales started coming in along my arms. I wanted to take the dragon's lineage. I shouted at nobody, not to become one. Now I understand why the system puts exactly 100 milliliters in the vial. I jumped into the fire spring, and the fire spring went cold around me. And then I thought, well, if I'm going down anyway, and I swallowed the fire dragon true essence, transcendence grade. The drop the red dragon opened his own chest for. The two of them went to war using me as the ground. My skin went blue, then red, then blue. I drank a neutralizer, which helped for about 8 seconds. I drank every drop of moon spirit water I owned, which healed me continuously so that I could continuously be damaged again. That's the honest description. Being taken apart and repaired on a loop, each cycle at maximum pain, with the damage never accumulating and never able to kill me, while my body quietly got enormous benefits from the tug of war. So I lay flat on the bottom of that spring and waited. 3 hours. Then I floated up and it was over. And when I opened my eyes, one pupil had crimson fire in it, and the other one had the deep blue of open ocean. Talents: Water Dominator and Fire Dominator, both extraordinary. Lineages: Earth Bear, Xuan Water Jiao, Fire Dragon. Skill: Dragon Jiao, Twofold Heavens, Pseudo-Legendary, once a week. Physique: Earth Blade Body, Supreme, Strength 203 plus 107. Physique 211 plus 110, Spirit 199 plus 170, Combat Power, Gold Late Stage, capable of killing excellent grade creatures. I stood in my own courtyard dripping and had a genuinely dangerous thought for the first time. I could kill a dragon. The next few days were housekeeping. I pulled 3 more ocean cleaners in a row and concluded I had fished an entire family out of one sea. I pulled a black angel fish, which is the second of a set of 3 colors that do something strange when combined, and the lingkong fish disappeared out of my tank. Just gone. I searched the whole cellar convinced something had eaten it, and then it appeared out of the air in front of me, spat out a space element block, and vanished again. What is that? I said, to an empty room. Does it have day release? Then I put 3 iron tree seeds on the market for rare building blueprints, and Peng Enran bought one without reading it, and Shulin and Hebin immediately began competing to buy it back off him for his own good. And I opened a service. Lineage serums, made to order, 2 to 1 from raw essence, 200 to 1 from refined, 10 to 1 to raise quality. 20 million milliliters of ordinary essence I posted makes 1 excellent grade serum. Bring it in. They brought it in. All of them, on my word, because of my reputation, without a contract. And what none of them knew is that essence from different species can be mixed. So everything that came in went into 1 vat, and out of the run, I quietly kept a Bone Spur Sea Beast King lineage, excellent grade, for myself. 2 gold chests worth of value, for free, made out of the leftovers of other people's donations. I also built a death enchantment pool on the death stone, which soaks a weapon in death aura, and I put the gold cutting blade into it, and the gold went out of that blade and came back black, and it started giving off something that made me uncomfortable holding my own sword. And an anti-strike training room, which beats you for 1 minute and then throws you out the back with 1 or 2 extra physique. I recommended it to the fishermen as a massage service. Best to go in with at least 50 physique, I told them. They were touched by my concern and spent the evening speculating about whether the massage was performed by savage women and with what degree of enthusiasm. Third trip down, the ship offered me an upgrade. Would you like to go somewhere the contamination sources are stronger? No, I said. Normal route. Ragnar had 35 pliers and 130 shears waiting, plus a king's set. I cut 124 flowers and ate 62, and every single attribute I have went to 249, which is the ceiling of the gold rank. And then I ate an other shore king flower. Life and death came up in me at the same time and braided together, and a cocoon closed around me, black and white, and then it broke. Life, death, profound body. Excellent. On the edge of death, it starts a hidden engine and closes everything at once. Combat power, excellent, initial stage. I tested it immediately by punching apart an iron tree with my bare hands. So this is excellent, I said, shaking out my knuckles. This is intoxicating. Behind the middle mirror there was a hunched thing with a satchel who called himself a merchant. Young man, at last. Do you need goods? The rules were simple. Name any item. If I have it, I take something of yours of the same rank in exchange, never higher. And if you refuse to trade, you stay here forever. So I named an excellent grade building blueprint because blueprints are always worth more than items of the same tier, and he gave me an undead soul conversion chamber. Then he looked at my neck and licked what he had instead of lips. I want the little dragon, he said, a pure-blooded jiao, perfect for draining. My hand went to the saber. Oh, he said, what impatient young people you are these days. I was joking, and then slowly, savoring it. I want your life. Ragnar came apart. The little dragon had scales taken off it, and the thing sighed with pleasure and said, excellent grade scales, very good, very good. And it swallowed my water dragon whole into the satchel. What is this place, I shouted, where there is no strength in the ground and no elements in the air? It let out a tiger made of death aura, so I burned a crit and used Dragon Jiao twofold heavens for the first time. The space we were standing in split into 2 halves. One half was a red sky with a fire dragon roaring across it. The other half was blue ocean with a water dragon in it. The tiger stopped existing. How, screamed the merchant, does an excellent grade creature do that? Ha ha, I was joking. The blueprint's a gift. Put away that divine technique. An old man can't take this. Now you're afraid, I said. Too late. I took a space satchel off him. Supreme grade, 10 extra inventory slots. The 5th circle costs 12 coins to reach because the old woman counts even a Ragnar who is currently a puddle as a living being, and the 5th circle is not smoke. It's steam. Superheated. And after 3 weeks of getting cooked alive on purpose in my own basement, I walked through it like a man crossing a park. A very large person in ice armor, pouring sweat, stared at me as I went past. Not human, he said. 2 others were betting an excellent blueprint on which of them would get further, so I asked to be included, and staggered and clutched at them. It's so hot. I think I'm fainting. Help. Brother, one of them said flatly. If you didn't go into acting back on Blue Star, the film industry lost something. You people are no fun, I said, and jogged off. There was somebody else in that steam, crawling. Her name is Ye Li. On Earth, she was the heir to a multinational, a genuine prodigy, and beautiful enough that if you laid her admirers end to end, you could wrap Blue Star with them and have some left over. In this world, she took a legendary talent and went straight to first in her district, then first in the central district, and then to the top of the Fallen Hell ranking. And she was hauling herself up that slope on her elbows toward first place when a man in earth-colored armor with a backpack strolled past her at walking speed. Her will broke and she went face down in the steam. When she came around, that man was standing over her. He came back for me, she thought. So he's stronger now. Men are all the same. And then she heard him mutter, "Tsk." I thought she was already dead, and walk away. I want to be completely honest about this. I came back to loot the corpse. Title obtained. Steaming cage passer. 6th circle. Copper pillars, red hot, spinning, and they drop fire spirit stones. Their king is a very large thing, at excellent late stage, which I would describe as the champion of a barbecue competition, and I took him with burning vitality and the splitting earth slash. At the center is a blazing copper pillar, an excellent grade wonder. It spawns a pillar every day and a king every week. It cannot be removed, so I chopped through the base of it. Dozens of swings. It fell. It poured a river of fire across half the circle, and I took a source treasure of fire off the top of it while it was going down. And I hit first place on the Fallen Hell ranking. 7th circle is a mountain made of blades, and it beat me. Every third of the way up, the blades get darker and harder until the gold cutting blades stop taking them off in one stroke. I got a third of the way and turned around, because coming down is worse than going up. That mountain is a natural wall. Every island lord in this event is going to stop exactly where I stopped. The only way past it is to fly. And there is a Heavenly Fire Wings blueprint in the Fishing Dojo exchange for 100,000 points, which I could not possibly accumulate before the event ended. I filed that away. On the way out, 3 lords from my district recognized me by the armor and the dragon and asked me to save them from an iron tree, which I did in one swing, and then they started. To think, one said, that you're only 8th on the Fallen Hell ranking. Ahem, I said. I'm first now, and they were off. How dare you? Fang God was 8th temporarily. When Fang God takes it seriously, the other 7 turn to dust. Not 7, many more than 7. Slaying emperors, warring with heaven, Fang God ascends the throne and becomes immortal. Stop, I said. There are limits to even my skin. Home again. Moonwater on the little dragon, scales pressed back on. Ragnar poured out of my backpack in liquid form and watered until he reassembled. Go and rest properly. Yes, master. The iron tree seed I'd planted in supreme soil had evolved into a 1,000-blade iron tree that patrols my island on its own, which is a sentence I did not expect to write. And then I put 180,000 each of soil, stone, and clay, plus a source treasure of fire, into the 5th tier upgrade. Island rating detected, supreme. Strongest tier 4 trial activated. The sea went black. The sky filled with birds that were not birds. And a landslide of mutated things came at my shore. The stone bear flattened them in batches. The 1,000-blade tree worked like a mill. The adaptation thorns filled the sky with ice and fire spines, and whatever got through met the 3 residents of my island: Skyfire Hawk, Sky-devouring Snow Lion, Xuan Water Flood Dragon, and I lay in a rocking chair and watched. Now, I said, my island is finished. The boss came last. A contaminated giant dragon, supreme mid-tier, a black dragon skeleton packed with red meat and eyes and tendrils, and here is what that used to be. It was a wind dragon, a real one, magnificent, and it was dying, and an evil god made it an offer at the exact moment when nothing else was on the table. Eat this and you don't have to die. It ate, it got immortality, and it has not made a single decision of its own since. I killed it with a crit and 9 dragon true fire, and what was left of it was a stump. And inside the stump, the piece of evil god flesh started rebuilding the dragon around itself. My island had already passed. I could have stopped. There is a badly wounded medium contamination source in front of me, I said, getting on the hawk. If I let it go, I don't complete the mission. I caught it in the air, came within 2 meters of it through a smell I will not describe, poured all 8 liters of my moon spirit water directly onto the flesh, and while it was shrinking, I took it out of the body with a crit and extreme Dao slash. The dragon fell into the sea. And I caught the flesh with my bare hand, and it fought me so hard I nearly lost it, and it started building a new dragon around itself while I was holding it in midair, and it would not fit in my backpack. Home, I screamed at Skywing, home, and I threw it into Red Dragon Skyfire, and it made a sound like something cooking. Mission complete. Extraordinary box, 10,000 points, rank 1,460. Congratulations to Fang Yu of District 45 on being the first to reach Tier 5. District 45. 10 central districts merged into one. About 100,000 people left alive in the whole thing. 300,000 square meters. Forest, river, mountain range. Red Dragon Skyfire at Supreme, 70,000 to 490,000 damage. An extreme iron vein. A death well. And in the requirements for Tier 6 there was a line I had to read 3 times. High rank biological residence. Fire Dragon Blazefire. Azure Main. 2 of 3. Blazefire. The system had assigned the Red Dragon a name and registered him as a resident of my island. I understand all of it, I said, staring at that line. But why is this place designated as a habitat for fire creatures? I feel like I have been set up. He arrived the next morning like a meteor and spread himself out in the Red Dragon Skyfire pit and turned his head lazily to look at me, and the look said, I live here now. Lie down, I said. Please, stay lying down. Because a resident dragon pays rent. 1 fire spirit stone a day, 1 source stone of fire a week, and 1 portion of dragon dung a day, which fertilizes supreme grade fields. Then he tapped his own mouth with a claw. What? I said. You want me to feed you? 10,000 caddies of meat went in and made no impression. An adult dragon, I told him, should catch his own food and bring some home. And he started rolling, side to side, in the pit like a child in a supermarket, and my entire island moved. Fine, fine, stop. You can have it. 30,000 more caddies, half my stores. He ate it with a slight air of disappointment about the quality, closed his eyes, and inside 3 minutes was snoring loud enough to be a weather event. And there it is, I said, standing on the edge of my own island. I'm somebody's employee again. Congratulations to Yeli of District 45 on being the second to reach Tier 5. Good thing I was quick, I said. The death well is 100 square meters of black brick full of black fog, and it produces death water and a death source stone every day, and it has a third function that I read twice. Throw a living creature of excellent grade or below into the well to wash a pure soul out of it and raise the concentration of death elements. What kind of respectable household, I said, has a wonder that requires living sacrifices? Then I worked out that sea beasts count, and that I'd be cleaning up the local marine environment while I was at it, and I stopped complaining. I made peace with that in about 4 seconds, which tells you where I had gotten to. Tier 5 rod, 10 casts, 80% silver, 19 gold, 1% exceptional, and at night, 50% chance of a lower source, 10% medium, 10% strange. Night fishing now, I said, is like going to the bathroom with a flashlight. I fed the pets atavism fruit, which wakes the oldest lineage in an animal. Skywing went supreme grade. Silvermane went to high gold, which put him past the bird again. Silvermane's ancestors, I said, reading his panel, must have had a rough time of it. By the medieval era, the family had come down to Snow Silver Lion. How did they even survive that period? I gave soul-soothing pears to both priests and to Bjorn, 10 spirit each, and told them to come to me every week for more. And when the 2 old priests tried to hand their own pears to the boy, and I stopped them and made them eat their own, they handed me the future of their entire race without a word about it. Kale asked me to make him strong like Ragnar. I have plans for you, I told him. First I grow Bjorn into a great priest, and you're the first one he promotes. Then we finish your Iron Giant Dragon lineage properly. That's the right road. Strength that comes out of the flesh of an evil god carries too many things you can't see. His eyes went red, and he did not say anything. Then I annexed the ancestral island as Marine Jade Island and raised it out of the water, and I saw what that ocean actually looks like. There is no sun. There is black smoke and red light. In the distance there are hills that are not hills, covered in vessels, with muscle that contracts, and mouths in them that push out white fog. The sea has a film of black oil on it, and in the fog, white eyes turning. So that's what a sea looks like, I said, after the evil god has already woken up. 2 boats went past. One was metal, with people on it. The other was made of meat, with eyes on it, and arms. I took the second one apart with a swing. The people I pulled out told me where I was. The Tianqiu Sea. They have been here 3 years. 2 years ago, 3 evil gods woke up in this ocean. 99% of the islands were destroyed. The dead were built into flesh tumor mountains that stand there pumping fog out into the world. And then the gods went away. The survivors eat contaminated meat because there is nothing else. The ones who can't purify it turn into half-corrupted people at excellent grade, who hear the whispering and become believers, and who hunt the ones who haven't turned yet. What protects them is a man called Lin Feng, who is legendary, and the Ju Sea Alliance he runs, which purifies meat for half of it. And the half-corrupted have 3 legendary leaders of their own, and the only reason anybody is still alive is a Tier 7 island formation. I said out loud while they were talking. I think I'll go home now. They also told me a legend, which is that 3 years ago, the first Tier 5 lord of this ocean, a man called Chi Heng, vanished without a trace. And since my island had just come up out of the seabed, they assumed I was him. So I let them. Slept 3 years, I said. Long night. And I opened a trade. I supply contaminated meat. They supply Tier 5 formation blueprints and compacted basic resources. One of the men I pulled out of the water turned out to be a former Tier 6 island lord. Meanwhile, Ye Li had been filling a private channel with messages I had not opened, and when I finally did, it was archaeology. Was that you in the earth-colored armor? You're more interesting than the other lords. Lol. Kidding, you're only a little faster than me. Honestly, your strength is nothing special. That's the armor doing the heat resistance. You really are very average. Sorry, I'm being honest. You're not upset, are you? Hilarious. You're good at pretending. Why aren't you answering? Can you not type? Do you think you're impressive? You're nothing to me. You're like every man who ever chased me. Knife Mountain, big deal. I'm going in today too. Is she annoyed? I said, scrolling, that I didn't answer. I never opened the window. Fragile. And also, not to be underestimated. Because in 24 hours, exactly 2 people in this district reached Tier 5 and she was the other one. The Alliance dungeon that week was a 9-floor demon tower, and 1,000 island lords walked in and saw 10 lower pollution sources on the ground floor alone and visibly gave up. Xiao Zheng started looking around for me. I arrived in house clothes. No weapon, hands in my pockets. Good, I said, looking up the tower. Plenty of room. Maybe we should discuss a plan, said Xiao Zheng. Don't be nervous, kid. Victory's guaranteed. The plan is we walk in, you stay at the back and farm assists. And then a red dragon fell through the roof. The lords went absolutely feral. A dragon. Dragon. Look over here. You're amazing. And Blazefire opened his mouth and ate the one who was jumping the highest. I have never in my life, that man wrote from inside a dragon, experienced being swallowed. Does anyone understand me, brothers? They are not food, I shouted. Your job is those sources over there. He shook his head, lay down, and pretended to be asleep. Give me some face, I hissed into the side of his head. Everyone is watching. He turned his head away from me. What? I said. If I give you as much food tonight as I gave you this afternoon. He was up before I finished the sentence and put all 10 of them into the floor with 1 foot. 10,000 points each. After that, he went through all 9 floors faster than I could physically run to the portals, and I spent that dungeon shouting, "Don't let him clear it before I get there." 2,600,000 points. The Alliance jumped to Tier 3. He was waiting for me at home with his head up. I have acquired, I said, counting out 30,000 caddies, a very high maintenance master. Down in hell, the island lords had started building. There were houses on that beach. There was infrastructure. And there was a sign that said one-stop service with a queue in front of it. This has gone too far, I said, walking past. There is talent everywhere. On my way back out, the queue was still there, and every single person coming out of the back door looked deeply, profoundly satisfied. Hot food, a bed, and someone to hammer the dents out of your armor. In hell, with a queue around the block. I underestimated them. That night's haul was 201 sets of pliers, 7 large, 4 kings, which converted into death spirit stones and death essence and hell treasure scrolls, and a spirit awakening soup recipe, and a soul reaping scythe forging blueprint. Supreme. I looked at that word for a while. Scythe. And I remembered a mirror showing me a man in black armor on a black dragon taking a water dragon's head off with a scythe. Coincidence, I said, and put it away. The heat came in, and Blazefire's appetite went to 20,000 caddies a day of rare grade meat, which meant I needed money faster than I could earn it, so I bought a bait manufacturing machine. It takes material containing transcendent elements and makes purple bait, and purple bait catches purple fish, and purple fish are worth 1,000 points each. Hundreds of caddies of rare material produced 1 piece of bait. Does your machine, I asked it, take a commission? And then I had the idea that funded everything after it. Contaminated flesh contains transcendent elements. 10 caddies of contaminated flesh. 1 piece of bait. The single most worthless substance in the entire ocean, the thing I was already buying by the 100,000 caddies for 1/3 of nothing, was raw material for the best bait in the game. I made 98 pieces that afternoon and handed them to my fishing crew. I also forged 100 oversized iron tongs and 50 cages and gave the savages a sprayer loaded with thunder. Put lightning in the water, I said. Whatever floats up, grab it with the tongs and cage it. Skywing carries the cages to the black well. You throw them in, because the death well wants them alive. While I was gone, the savages had dug themselves swimming pools and were holding a pool party, and old Zog was refusing to participate on the grounds of dignity. You're too self-important, I told him. What's wrong with joining in? You walk around like a funeral every day. I am old, master. An extraordinary box gave me a god-slaying spear-forging blueprint. Legendary. Unique. With a materials list containing things I had never heard of. I don't know whether to laugh or cry, I said, reading it. And an exceptional chest gave me an island duel card, which lets you challenge another island lord and take exactly 1 building off the loser, up to supreme grade. And I thought, immediately, without any hesitation at all, Yeli. The girl who had been sending me daily tantrums had, without knowing it, become target number 1, because being first in a central district means an island stacked with blessed buildings. The Tianqiu trade opened with a man named Guanfeng, supreme mid-tier, a tier 6 lord from the western region, who arrived at my island with an attitude. 3 years and only tier 6, I said, mildly. What exactly are we proud of? He tried to shave 40% off the price, so I started sinking my island, silently, with him standing on it. He panicked and got his boss on a sound transmission stone, and what came through it, between very heavy thudding noises, was this. Throw him in the soul mill and grind him into paste. Not grinding, then grind harder. Guanfeng. I told you to go and trade for meat. What is it? 190,000 caddies, said Guanfeng. What? 190,000 caddies. What? And then a pause, and then, in a completely different voice, Old Lee, what was that about 190,000? Nothing, boss. A shipment of firewood. Thud, thud, thud. Then why are you so worked up? You just used the 5 Thunder Fist. It's nothing. I suddenly remembered I left a tap running at home. The water bill will be catastrophic. Hold the line. I'll go and turn it off. That is how I acquired a tier 5 star cluster island grand formation blueprint from a man called Riverlord in exchange for 190,000 caddies of meat that everyone in my ocean throws away, plus exclusivity, which he demanded and I granted because exclusivity is only expensive when there's competition. Then the sky above my island cracked open. A A full pollution source at Transcendent mid-tier was fighting a human being at Transcendent late tier, and the human being was winning. Purple crystal armor, wings, and a white sword energy, 100 meters long. My extreme Dao slash is 3 meters at its best. She can attack, I said, watching 100 meters of light delete something from 99 meters away. Then she came down and started hitting my water dome with the sword, and my water dome held, which impressed both of us. She took her helmet off, white hair down her back, a small mark under one eye, and a wound across the middle of her that had gone black at the edges. Help me, she said. My wound is contaminated. No, I said, and turned around. Wait, I'll tell you a huge secret. Lin Feng is the most deeply buried man in the Jushi Alliance. He's a traitor to the entire human race. Ah, I said. Is that all? Is that all? He's the alliance leader. How are you not surprised? I'm surprised, I said. I'm extremely surprised. And I kept walking. What do you want? She shouted after me. What do you want to save me? What do you have? No island, no backpack. All I've got left is me. Then you owe me labor, I said. And I should warn you, I'm a demanding employer. She turned an interesting color. I meant I can protect you. I can kill for you. And if you kill me first, then buy a contract. I was just making conversation, I said, walking off again. Who needs your garbage combat power anyway? Wait, it's negotiable. It doesn't have to be only protection. Let's discuss this properly. I put a call out on every channel I had for a high-grade contract item, and the person who answered was Ye Li, Stone of Pact, Supreme. I don't want anything, she wrote. I'm just sharing. Somebody was very high and mighty earlier, wasn't he? Now you know what urgent feels like. Ask me nicely, and maybe in a few days I'll think about it. 2 men immediately started flirting with her in the public channel. Idiots, I said. Then I posted the island duel card. And now, I wrote, I'm giving all of you a chance to rephrase. Juyan, instantly. Brother Fang, my island has nothing. Use it on Lin Lei. He's been bragging about a supreme building. Lin Lei, faster. He's lying. Mine is junk. Use it on Ye Li. She's got a stack of them, I swear. Ye Li, you too. This is beyond the pale. She traded me the Stone of Pact for the card and paid the transaction fee herself. Stone of Pact. Up to 3 agreements. Nothing below legendary can break it. Clause 1. I heal her to the best of my ability. I chose that phrasing deliberately, so I was never promising a cure. Clause 2. For 3 months she obeys my orders, excluding anything that costs her her dignity or her life, and I feed her 20 caddies of supreme grade meat per day. Clause 3. For 3 months she does not harm me and does not tell anyone anything about me, because I have secrets. Her name is Zimei, and about a week later I found out the thing about Lin Feng was completely made up, invented on the spot to get my attention. So you can be embarrassed, I said, and went back inside. 100 pieces of purple bait produced 102,342 points, which is almost exactly what a Heavenly Firewings blueprint costs, and I want to note that I did not plan that. The universe simply owed me one. Crit, plus a forge that no longer needs base materials, plus 28 fire essences. G10 Firewings. Transcendent grade. Number 1 on the weapon board, 3 modes, 320, 480, 800 kilometers an hour. I want to tell you about the first flight, because I have been carried by a hawk and I have ridden on a lion, and none of it is the same. Flying yourself is intoxicating. I went up several kilometers and the world laid itself out. Islands scattered like pieces on a board. The whole eastern landmass in one glance. Ocean past the edge of everything. And in the far distance, a black cloud opening like a flower. And inside it, things the size of mountains breathing white fog out into the world. The nest of an evil god. I went back down very quickly. Even the legendary powers of the TNQC only come home after the gods leave, so before ours wakes up, I need to be epic. Anything less isn't a conversation. Then I went to Knife Mountain and found Ye Li, Lin Lei, and Zhu Yan at the bottom of it. Fang Yu, she said, I'm talking to you. I unfolded the wings and went up like a meteor. What? What is that? Is he cheating? On the summit I took a Knife Mountain severing blade which releases a piece of the mountain's own power once. Then I came back down and announced an auction. I have 1 seat, I said. Whoever offers the most coins gets flown over. They opened the bidding at 1 coin, and Ye Li started shouting that I wouldn't have enough coins for my own return trip, so I swung once and cut about 40 blades out of the ground in a circle around them. What are you staring at? You've forgotten where the shoreline is. I was going to give you an opportunity. Now it's 100 coins each, or you can stay here. This is open robbery. Why use a fancy word? I said. Yes, I am openly robbing you. 10 breaths, then I kill one of you. Ye Li burned 3 stones for a shield and I broke it, and there was a crack across her armor afterward. Lin Lei's shield came apart in 2 pieces, and my water dragon punched through his firebolt, and he fled through a mirror. The other 2 paid 100 coins each, and after I left, Zhu Yan said, we had him, 3 of us, on that mountain, 70%. And Ye Li said, I scanned him. His real strength is not himself, it's the water dragon asleep around his neck. That thing is excellent late stage with a transcendent lineage. And then she said the part I did not hear for a long time. Don't worry. I've already made an arrangement with a very powerful dragon. If I provide the offerings it wants, it does one job for me. Killing Fang Yu is pointless. We take his island. Let him swagger. When he drops his guard, next week is the day he dies. There was already something running out of the crack in her armor while she said it, and her tone never changed once. Circle 8 is an ice mountain that freezes souls. I flew up it with ice building on me, took an extreme ice source stone, and my whole arm went dead until 3 excellent grade fruits brought it back. I also dug up sky ice grass on the way. The wings started freezing at the summit, and I had to burn the extreme burst to get out, and at the bottom, I broke myself out of a block of ice like a man coming out of an egg. Circle 9 is an ocean of boiling oil. Something invisible keeps you under 30 meters, and the splashes burn holes through supreme grade armor. This is not sesame oil, I said, coming out the other side. My armor after 2 passes was a colander. The ferry to Circle 10 costs 36 coins because it doubles. These are the upper 9 circles, said the old woman. Below is the lower 9, and the fairy woman on that stretch is transcendent. Circle 10 nearly ended me. A hoof-crushing giant ox king, supreme late stage, 60 to 90 meters tall, and the winner of a grinding competition. But a first kill always drops everything. So I burned a crit and used the Knife Mountain severing blade. A miniature knife mountain came up out of the ground at about 1/5 of the true scale and put that animal through itself. Death Oxhorn, supreme. Instant death chance. 50% against excellent, 10% against supreme, 1% against extraordinary, and a giant mill ox king's hoof, which carries a rule about gravity. The horn goes into the scythe, the hoof goes into the spear. I planted a beacon in hell and set a transplanted 1,000-blade iron tree to guard it, which is the single most unhinged piece of gardening in this story. Final ranking. First place, Fang Yu, 10th circle. Everyone else in the top 10 was stuck on 7 at Knife Mountain. Last ghost ship before dawn, said the system. And a number of lords refused to board. Going back is death, one of them said. Staying is at most death. What's the difference? Everyone here is talented. The service is excellent. Why not die happy? Nothing happened to them at dawn, and they celebrated. I did not think that was the end of it. I have met the system. One thing I learned on the way out is that a single trip to hell eats 2 of my 3 space spirit stones, because hell does not belong to this ocean, and space objects to being asked. At home, a gold chest gave me a true fire yang plant lineage serum, and I injected it into the adaptation thorns, and the thorns caught fire. I want to describe my emotional state during the 11 seconds where I thought I had set my own defensive wall on fire. Then it evolved into fire yang thorns and started running on high-grade yang fire, and I sat down. The fish kept being absurd. A 7-star saberfish, which produces an edge you can fold into a weapon up to 7 times. A white angelfish, which combined with the other 2 colors into a mixed angelfish at extraordinary grade. And then the description told me I need 3 mixed angelfish. I take it back, I said. Not every supreme fish is a treasure. Some of them are logs all the way up. Then I spent 2,600,000 alliance points on 52 flying island maps, and I lined up the prisoners. From today, I told District 2223, you go to your own islands, on time, every day, and you fish. Anyone who pulls a silver chest or better gets more food and better housing. A savage supervision team goes with you. Anyone who runs dies. 51 islands moved into position on the blueprint, and the formation woke up and it needed a spirit. So I poured the spirit awakening soup into the human soul I had pulled out of the river of death, and it opened its eyes with no memory of anything before. I am only a newborn spirit, it said, whose one wish is to serve the master. You remind me, I said, of an AI from Blue Star. I'm going to call you Iris. Tier 5 star cluster island array. 52 islands resonating with the stars, collecting star power. They can move. They can close into defensive formations. They can hit things. And Iris appears anywhere inside it the second I say her name. Then I turned professional. 4 services, open to the whole district and then the whole region. Lineage serums, 200 to 1. Contaminated meat purchased at 1/3 of value. Essence refining and forging where a rare blueprint comes back. Excellent guaranteed with 50% better stats, and an excellent blueprint has a 20% chance of coming back supreme. 3 orders a day, deliberately. The first session brought in 100,000 caddies of rare meat, 360,000 caddies of contaminated meat, and 100 pieces of white jade. Outside my district, the price is double. Don't ask why it's expensive, I posted. Limited supply and a monopoly. People from other districts publicly accused me of extortion and then privately queued. The ones who made noise went on a list, and for everybody at the bottom, I put up one more offer. Lords looking for protection, send me a flying island map. I'll give you coordinates. You come inside the formation and you are safe. Control of your island's hull transfers to the Great Array. The districts merged again. 2222 is now Central District 445, and the Greater Region rankings opened, and GTN Fire Wings went to number 1 weapon in the Greater Region, and my Water Dragon went to number 1 pet. Number 2 weapon was a Wood God's Blessing Pendant, Transcendent grade, belonging to Ye Li. If I'd known, I said, I'd have moved faster. Then I built a Netherworld Death Soldier conversion room, which turns souls into soldiers, generals, and kings. And then I let Ragnar choose how many pieces of evil god flesh to swallow. I want all of them, master, he said. May I? There was something in his eyes when he said it that I did not like. 5 pieces moved under his skin at once, and his body started producing things that were not his, and I put 2 supreme-grade Sea Emperor lineages into him before it could finish. He screamed until the sea gave up on the sound. Then he stopped. Atlas, Sea Beast Emperor. Ragnar. Strength 799. Doubled. Physique 849. Doubled. Combat power. Excellent late stage. Everything within expectations, I said, reading his panel. Except the charisma, which keeps going down. A little further, and it's negative. He has 3. And I suspect 3 is being generous about the shoulders. And then he asked, very politely, to go back to hell. Has he developed a fighting personality? I said, watching him go. Why does he keep asking to go back down there? I should have asked myself that question harder. Because at that exact moment, under the 18th circle of fallen hell, on a river the size of an ocean, with souls in it that included evil gods hundreds of meters tall, a man was sitting on a black throne with his chin on his hand. Another 3 years gone, he said, to nobody. I lent you my divine limit for your little event. Why did you give me so little source power in return? Endland is not open, said the system. To obtain significant source power, you must go into the starry sky and fight the ancients. The ancients up there are cheaters, he said. You can't kill them. Only idiots like the elementals go up there. I'd rather lie around down here. The moment somebody inherits my authority, I'm retiring. Speaking of which, generation after generation, and not one decent seedling. Fallen, screamed the river. You're lying to us. We never even reached the death throne. He dug in his ear. Then he made a small gesture, and Knife Mountain and the Ice Mountain grew dozens of times taller, and everything living in those circles jumped to transcendent, which is what happened to the island lords who thought it was funny to stay. Then he walked out into the white fog, and the fog moved out of his way, and he took the giant octopus that had wrecked my ferry off the board with one swing. Then he went and hit the Kelu-weird beast, which offered to make him the new lord of the ancients. Your filthy contaminated things, he said, have destroyed a lot of my subordinates. I came to settle up, and he took 1/10 of an ancient off it, and pushed its awakening back 3 weeks, out of a countdown that had about 10 weeks left on it. And then he turned and looked, from a very long way away, at my island. Interesting, he said. He reached the 10th circle, so there's potential there. I could raise that one as my herald, but that's a nature preserve. If I take a person out from under that woman, she'll fight me to the death over it, and his composition is complicated. It feels like the dragons and the Jiao and even the anglers have all placed a bet on him. I'll make contact first. The 3rd disaster arrived while I was asleep, and I only woke up because 2 animals were licking my face. The basin of ice next to my bed had become a basin of boiling water. Silvermane and Skywing had decided independently that the correct emergency response was hydration and affection. Ding. 3rd natural disaster. Golden Crow scorches the world. Thousands of them. Gold, excellent, supreme, and transcendent. The more of them that activate, the higher the chance that buildings and living creatures simply catch fire on their own. Killing them drops high-grade resources, lowers the temperature, and sometimes gives a golden crow lamp, which pushes back the white fog. And if the district doesn't clear them this week, they carry over and stack on top of whatever comes next. The savages evacuated to the submarine island overnight. I moved into the ice cellar with the fish tanks and lived there like a man in his own basement, which, to be fair, I was. First place in Fallen Hell paid out that same night. A boiling oil tank that produces 10 liters a day of something that dissolves anything below legendary, with a note attached reading, if the effect is insufficient, increase the dose. A dialogue mirror, which lets you ask 1 question a day of yourself, 1 week from now. And a random skill book from Knife Mountain. I used the mirror immediately, because of course I did. Me in 7 days, I said. Did I successfully reach tier 6? And the blurred shape in the glass answered in my own voice, and it was perfectly calm. I am Fang Yu. If you are hearing this, then I am already dead. In 7 days, I gathered the materials and decided to upgrade the island. During the Island Lord's trial, I ran into an extremely strange contamination source. It ate me 1 piece at a time, and the upgrade failed. The mirror went dim. I sat in a cellar with a fish tank humming behind me and did not move for a while. Then I got up. Maybe it's a warning, I said, out loud, to nobody. If all I think about between now and then is the island, and I forget about my own strength, then yes, in 7 days I don't make it. And if I grow enough, then who exactly are you, I said, to a pseudo-grade item, to have an opinion about whether I live or die? My life is mine. That's the whole of my religion. The Tier 5 special chest gave me a guardian flag. 20% damage and defense to everything on the island, and once a week a guardian shield that seals the whole island against anything below legendary for 20 minutes, and when the shield finally breaks, everyone inside gets a 100% bonus for 2 hours. Straight to number 1 on the weapon board. And the skill book was Myriad Blade Mountain. Once a week, damage equals blade rank times combat power, which meant I now had 2 trump cards, Dragon Jiao Twofold Heavens for elements, Myriad Blade Mountain for everything physical. No weak side, I said, reading them both. For the first time, Ragnar celebrated by nearly destroying my entire civilization. He had gotten into the Deathwell work, which requires live sea beasts, and he had decided the way to please me was volume, and so he came home across the water dragging a kraken by one arm. Transcendent late stage, bigger than my entire island. "Brother," I screamed, from the shore. "Do not!" "Master," he shouted back cheerfully. "This one is big. One of these is worth 1,000. Is it going to fit in the well? Is it? Let go." "Oh," he said, looking at the well, and then at the kraken. "You're right. What a shame." And he let go, and then he put a bone spike through its arm. "Since it can't go in the well," he explained, "we may as well kill it. Otherwise, it's a waste." It woke up. One motion of one arm turned Ragnar into something that had to be poured. The wave took several of my smaller islands off the board. Then it hit the central column of my main island, and Iris brought the star cluster array online, and 52 islands pulled star power into 1 point, and my island did not so much as shudder. That astonished it. And then it got angry, and it started taking my small islands apart one at a time. I burned the Guardian Shield and a crit and 3 Crimson Fire Dragons into it, and it went under, leaving an arm behind, 4 islands gone, and 1,000 caddies of scorched kraken meat at Transcendent grade, which converted into 1,000 pieces of purple bait, which is genuinely more money than the islands were worth, which I hate. Ragnar stood in front of me with his head down like a child, except he is 3 meters tall, so even with his head down, I had the distinct impression of being looked at from above. "Fine," I said. "Provoking a Supreme is half forgivable. Why did you go after a Transcendent? Do you have any concept of your own limits? It is larger than our island." "Next time," he said, "I'll only catch small ones." "Not too small either," I said. "Just don't touch anything 100 meters long." Then I went crow hunting, because the golden crows turned out to be the best week of my life. A golden crow spirit is a pure elemental creature made of high-grade yang fire. It bullies the weak and runs from the strong. It fears high-grade water and ice, and I own high-grade water, high-grade ice, and a pair of wings that do 800 kilometers an hour. I just flew toward whichever direction was hottest. The first one, gold rank, went down to extreme Dao slash and dropped a mystic copper mine blueprint, and the temperature over my whole island dropped a degree. "These aren't a disaster," I said, hanging in the air with a mine blueprint in my hand. "This is a delivery service." The excellent one ate my gold blade energy whole, and my water vortex caught fire because that yang flame is furious enough to burn seawater. What saved me there was the boiling oil tank, which dissolved the firestorm, and the little dragon's breath, which is high-grade water, which flattens yang fire on contact. That one dropped a lamp, and then a 300-meter transcendent one came after me. My skin split. The moisture came off me. I dove into the sea, and the sea level dropped faster than I could sink into it, because it was boiling the ocean out from under me. Am I going to die right here? I thought, with genuine irritation. By the schedule, I've got 7 days, and then the temperature dropped 40 degrees in 1 second. Fallen arrived, and the cold that came off him was not physical. It froze whatever it is in a person that decides to keep going, and the transcendent golden crow backed away from him on its toes, very carefully, so as not to make any sudden movements. "Are you a god?" I said. "So-called gods," he said, "are a question of rank in the sequence. You are a sequence bearer too. You have a chance to become one. I am the 5th. Would you like to inherit this divine office?" And then he told me the price. "Become my believer, body and soul, forever. Never disobey a single order." I stood in a sky he had emptied of everything in front of a being that a transcendent creature had just tiptoed away from, and I thought about it for a long time. "I'm sorry," I said. "I decline." He was quiet for a second. "Under my protection," he said, "you have perhaps a 1 in 10,000 chance of reaching my level. On your own, you will never reach it at all. People today chase this thing they call freedom. What is freedom without strength, if not a heavier set of chains?" "I know," I said. "I'd still rather get there myself than sell it to get there faster." "Not bad," he said. "Quite distinctive, but I don't like it." And he brought a 100-meter blade of black energy down on me. I used Myriad Blade Mountain because you fight anyway, and my mountain of blades came apart like a clay dog in the rain. And then I was still alive, and he was gone. and there was a black blade left hanging inside my own mind. Title obtained. One who brandishes a blade at the gods. Against beings of higher sequence rank, 9 to 999% attribute bonus, scaling with the gap. Was he testing me? I said, floating in an empty sky. Or are gods limited, and he isn't allowed to kill whoever he likes? And why did he leave that in my head? I found out what it does the first time I let my attention drift toward it. Something comes up out of the bottom of my chest, and what it wants is to kneel to death. Never touch it, I said, and the day I'm strong enough, get it out. The rest of that week I farmed crows on a system. Rare grade, extreme Dow slash. Excellent grade, 5 elements bomb. Supreme grade, runaway at 800 kilometers an hour. I went from 398th on the kill board to 4th. Guanfeng came back with 3 flesh ships chasing him and tried to land on my island. Our contract, I said, from behind my own water dome, does not include entry. Deal with your pursuers first. Are you tearing up the deal? If I lose you two, I said, does Riverlord stop trading with me? Or does he just send different people? The entry fee is a supreme box. He agreed with a certain glitter in his eye, which I saw, and then Zimei came off my island and removed all 3 ships and everyone on them with one swing. The glitter went out, and then I got the box out of him by asking a simple question. If I killed you both, who would know? And what would Riverlord do about it? I'd just sink to the bottom of the sea. 640,000 caddies of contaminated meat and 12 gold chests for a soil's breath at overmortal grade, 2 space spirit stones, a temporary teleportation gate, and 2 exceptional chests. Afterward, Zimei suggested we go and ambush them on the road home and kill them. Can you get items out of a corpse's backpack? I said. No. Do I look like a man who stiffs his partners? I said. Kill, kill, kill. Is that all you do all day? And I walked off, and behind me she stood there frowning. Isn't it? She said. I feel like I'm missing something. Hell was broken when I went back. Knife Mountain had grown dozens of times taller. It went up into the cloud layer and did not come out the other side. I flew to the top, and there was no top. There was more mountain, going away in every direction, with nowhere to land. Those resources are out of reach now, I said. Nobody below Legendary should come down here again. 2 space spirit stones for that trip. Wasted. The district lost 700 people in 24 hours, and everyone blamed the crows. The crows are strong, somebody wrote, but people aren't walking into them on purpose. It's very strange. I knew what it was. It was the beach with the houses on it, and the queue, and the man who said, why not die happy? The conversion room finished its first soul and produced a netherworld death general, which can enter the corpse of any excellent grade creature and use 80% of what it had in life, and swap bodies once a day. Corpse reanimation, I said, delighted. Excellent. And if I make a supreme king, it reanimates supreme creatures, and the soul itself doesn't die. Break the body, take another. And the broken bodies go to the dragon. Nothing wasted. That is exactly what I need for St. Demon Land. Speaking of the dragon, he is now a contractor. Dragon Papa, I said, pointing at a supreme grade crow. That one. He didn't just try to kill me, he insulted you. He said you're a lazy glutton who does nothing but eat and drink. Blazefire went through that crow like weather. Then I stole the finishing blow, and he did not object, but he looked at me for a while. Small supreme iron ore, a supreme golden crow lamp, a source of thunder, 100 points, and first place on the kill board. His rate, incidentally, is 100,000 caddies of rare meat per job. He raised it after his next growth spurt, and explained the increase by looking at me, and honestly, the stronger he gets, the more he burns, so it's fair. Bjorn came into his power that week. The boy ate the fruit I'd been feeding him, and a wave came off him that put every savage on that island on the ground except me. Atlas. Great Priest. Bjorn. Spirit 105. Doubled. Physique. Priest Saint Body. Supreme. Old Zog stood at the back and cried, and pretended he hadn't. The Grand Chief ritual needs 10 chiefs and 10 gold rank corpses, and I fed Kale fruit in advance, and when he looked uncomfortable about it, I told him the truth. You're going to win anyway, so the food doesn't change the fairness. Eat. The 9 other chiefs agreed among themselves to gang up on him. Kyle put all 9 of them down. It's a ceremony, I said from the side. Does it have to be that brutal? Bjorn poured 10 beasts into him. Atlas, Grand Wild Chief, Kyle, Strength 420. Physique 450. Combat Power, Excellent Mid-Tier, which at that moment was higher than mine. I also discovered a business opportunity in the fire pit, which is that 11 portions of dragon dung had accumulated in one day. How did I not think of this? I said, standing over it with a shovel. The more they eat, the more they. My horizons were too narrow. Dragon Papa, you're a genius. 100 portions makes an extraordinary grade field. Then Ye Li made her move. A wood dragon came down on my island at overmortal mid-tier, and Blazefire came out of the pit first, and the wood dragon took one look at him and made a noise like a dog apologizing and left at speed. Blazefire chased it and came back with a piece of its horn in his teeth. That dragon, I said, taking the horn, has finally earned his rent, ate his dinner, and brought back a souvenir. Meanwhile, Iris had caught something inside the formation. Lin lay, riding a giant shark, scouting my array. 5 islands closed on him like animals, and he tore a scroll and vanished. I went up higher and found Ye Li a long way off on a griffin. "Fang Yu," she shouted. "Don't misunderstand. I came out here to hunt a crow." "Explain it to the King of Hell," I said. "Gold energy and a 5 elements bomb." Her shield, boosted by that wood god's blessing pendant, cracked, and she tore a scroll of her own. "So every top expert has one of those now," I said. "Noted." I asked the Alliance to find me coordinates for Lin Lei and Ye Li, and all 6 of the top lords immediately offered me things. Wei Long offered a whale. Liu Wenjing offered a golden bear. Zhou Jian wrote, "If you don't pull the weed out by the root, kid, it grows back with the spring wind. Remember that." And Liu Wenjing wrote, "Is there anything you're good at that isn't murder and arson?" I sat there reading that with a genuinely warm feeling in my chest, which probably says something about me. I also messaged Zhu Yan casually, "Are you around?" "Yes, Brother Fang," he wrote back instantly. "Do you need something?" I decided to leave him alone for now. Several hundred miles away, he was sitting in front of that screen soaked through. The dragon and I had one more crow between us, and then a transcendent one arrived. "Dragon Papa," I said. "Get him." He was not enthusiastic. I offered an extra portion at home. He agreed. 2 suns collided and my armor started running, and then Blazefire came out of the middle of that fire, grabbed me in one claw, and fled. "What happened?" I shouted. "Over the wind. What did you do to it?" His jaws were clamped shut and an orange light was leaking between his teeth. "Did you?" I said slowly. "Take a bite out of it." He nodded, still holding it, and accelerated. "Do not go to our island," I said. "Do not. They will burn our island to the waterline." So he went to the Iron Mountain instead, melted half the peak off with one breath, put the Iron Giant Dragon in the crow's path, and left. He dropped me at home, went straight into his pit, and did not even ask for the food I'd promised him. I went out at night for the first time on my own wings. The white fog at night is full of eyes, and they turn to look at you. The golden crow lamp holds a 3-meter circle of clean air and nothing else. I flew with the saber pushed out ahead of me and swung it periodically like a man using sound to see. I went a long way around something very large that I never got a look at. Linlei's island had a tier 4 formation, standing waves and elemental towers. I cut through it with extreme Dao Slash and took his 1,000-blade trees apart. "Fang Yu," he shouted from behind his wall of water. "Do you really want me dead this badly?" "Yes," I said. "And when I want a man dead in the 3rd watch, I don't let him live to the 5th. He fired a death crossbow with a death stone in it. I burned a crit and turned the bolt aside with a water dragon vortex and went in through the gap in his own wave, and that was the end of Lin Lei. Spirit Lake, Mithril, Undead Island, Tier 5, annexed. Then a woman came out of the dark, shaking like a rabbit, and asked me to spare her. "Drop the act," I said. "Lin Lei's mistress." "Yes, Lin Yan." "You look about 30, I said. "What are you really?" 40. 50. "I just turned 80, she said. "I didn't know Lin Lei had such specific taste," I said. "Empty your backpack." She tried a voice on me, and I told her to stop being disgusting and speak like a person, and then she flipped instantly to the other approach. "You're going to kill me anyway, so why would I give you anything?" "Excellent," I said. "Then die." The neighboring islands got a simple offer. Hand over resources and be robbed. Refuse and don't. A supreme flying island map moved 300,000 square meters of somebody else's island 500 kilometers, the top island group of the greater region, gone in one night. The 5 survivors immediately swore to work like oxen and horses for Fang God. "Good," I said. "Good, good. Very commendable. You're going to be oxen and horses for a very long time." And Iris got a new job, which is collecting and sorting every resource on every island into the wood building because I still live in a cellar. On the new island, I put my hand in a lake, and a purple arm came out of it in a cloud of lightning and took me to the bottom. Purple Lightning Squid King, Supreme Late Stage. It lives on a glowing tree down there, and its lightning paralyzes things far above its own weight class. The little dragon took the current through its own body so I could move, and I cut an arm off with a crit, and we left. That squid, I realized on the beach, is exactly what Blazefire is to me. It lived on the wonder. It never served Lin Lei, and now it hates me specifically. "Live a while," I told the lake. "When I hit Supreme, I'll come back." Then a Tier 5 special chest gave me the upgrade I had been waiting 3 weeks for. Evolution Critical Strike, Mythical, Unique, 6 uses a day, 500%, and a regional flying island map, legendary, which freezes every island within 100 miles for an hour and moves mine 3,000 kilometers. And then I caught a map fish. Once a day, hold an image in your mind and receive exact coordinates for that creature or that object. I sat down on the edge of my own island with that fish in a bucket and thought about my mother. Nothing came. And then I remembered that the system had restored everyone over 30 to 30 and that the woman in my head was the wrong age. And the coordinates arrived. 07932219649. At minimum, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. I sat there for a while with that number. She's alive, I said. When I'm strong enough, I'm bringing you here to retire. Hold on a little longer, Mom. Then, because the universe has a sense of humor, 3 mixed angelfish merged in the tank behind me and produced an axolotl, legendary grade. The first legendary spirit fish in the southeast region, with the title and a legendary trait attached, and that trait is a mandatory material for legendary weapons. I admit, I said out loud to the tank, that I spoke loudly before. But from now on, anyone who says angelfish are useless gets their mouth torn, and I will defend the noble status of the angelfish until I die. There is a note on the axolotl saying that if a transcendent dragon eats it, its lineage concentrates 6-fold with a chance to go legendary. I did not offer it to Blazefire. He favors me. He isn't loyal to me. Those are different words. Then Chuzijiang robbed Zhoujian. 6th on the board, an island formation shaped like a spear, an earth dragon, and he took Uncle Wu's kill and then threatened him about it. I went there once. I want an explanation, I said. He started strong. On my own ground, it's an open question who wins. And then he remembered that Lin Lei's island group had come apart in a single night, and he did the arithmetic out loud on his own face. 3 excellent mine blueprints, I said. 3 golden crow lamps. And you leave District 45 today. This is robbery. Robbery, I said. Isn't this fast? He paid. He left. And afterward, Zhou Jian would only accept 1 blueprint out of 3. And I told the loud one, Zhang Fiery, who had been shouting about it in the channel and enjoying himself, exactly where the line was. Understand something. I got justice for Uncle Wu. Not for you and not for your so-called group. Say my name where I can hear it and you'll lose the account. Robbery really is the fastest method, I said, flying home. And about 90 seconds after I left, Chu Zijiang received a message from Ye Li and read it twice and said, with a net like this, if Fang Yu really does come tonight, he dies for certain. I spent the afternoon forging 2 Death Source Stones, 4 Death Spirit Stones, 38 Death Element Blocks, 3,800 milliliters out of the River of Death, the Ripper's Scalpel, the Death Ox Horn, Dragon Horns and Dragon Essence, 20 Mutated Eyeballs, a Vicious Ghost Crystal, the Arm of the Purple Lightning Squid King, and the legendary trait off the Axolotl, 500% crit, Scythe of Death, legendary, unique. And then I did something I have never done before or since. I asked the system not to announce it. Because the moment that name goes up on a public board, Ye Li goes underground, and I have exactly 1 night. Sequence rank 1460 buys you that. You can hold the announcement. It costs you the reward. I paid it. 3 kinds of unavoidable damage: soul, mind, body. Instant death with a 50% chance against supreme and below, 10 against transcendent, 1% against legendary. Paralysis, control of ocean waves, and an ultimate called Death's Lament. 1 problem. Below legendary rank, you cannot really swing it. I can manage exactly 1 swing. On the way there, a 1,000-eyed demonic bird, medium source, transcendent late stage, came out of the fog and lined me up. And then it felt the pressure coming off the thing in my hand, and it went back into the fog. Ye Li's island had 7 of the greater region's top 10 standing on it waiting for me. So what if I killed Lin Lei? I said, landing. Ye Li dies tonight as well. Anyone standing in the way dies with her. I told you before. Jesus himself isn't stopping me. Zhu Yan tried the greater good. District 46 is coming for all of us. We have to stand together. What is District 46 to me? I said. I'll flatten them by myself. I am the greater good. I'm counting to 10. Whoever is still here is an enemy. 1, 2, 5, 10. Time's up. Wait, somebody shouted. That's not how counting works. Can you not count? I'm leaving. Don't involve me. 4 of them stayed. Ye Li opened with something called Myriad Manifestations, and it is the best talent I have ever fought. An enormous forest grew out of her island and out of the sea around it. Not an illusion. Actual wood. I put a 5 elements bomb into it, and it grew back through the crater while I was watching. So I burned a crit and used Dragon Jiao 2-fold Heavens and split the world in half over her island, red sky with a fire dragon in it on one side, blue ocean with a water dragon in it on the other, and burned her forest out of existence. Then she turned on a tree of life, and its petals came down over her people like sparks, and every wound any of them took closed as fast as I could open it. And all 4 of them came at me at once. So I put the saber away. I heard the crowd on the other islands react to that. They thought I was folding, and I took out the scythe of death. One swing. With a crit. 3 kinds of damage that cannot be dodged, blocked, or resisted, applied to 4 people and everything they own. The leaves came off that tree of life in a single sheet, like rain, and the trunk went gray. 2 of them died where they stood. Yeli and Chu Zijiang were still upright, but only in a technical sense. Then she played her real card, which was a wood dragon at Transcendent grade. The same one Blazefire had taken a horn off. I made a show of reaching for a teleport scroll. Don't bother, she said, and there was real pride in it. Space is sealed. Nothing teleports off this island tonight. Is that so? I said. Then I'm relaxed. And then I told her what I had worked out, because I wanted her to hear it while she could still hear things. From the first day, once you understood I was stronger, you played a loud, rude, easily provoked woman, so I would file you as a nuisance and stop watching you. And while I wasn't watching you assembled all of this behind my back, I'll say it honestly, you are very clever. If it weren't for me, this district would have been yours eventually. Hat off. What I was actually doing, of course, was stalling. Because it was 30 seconds to midnight, and at midnight, my talent resets. Crit. And Death's Lament. The river of death came out of that scythe and went across her island. It swallowed the wood dragon's breath, and then the dragon, and then it took Ye Li and Chu Zijiang, and their bodies stopped being anywhere at all, and their souls went into the water and stayed. And the wood dragon dying spat one last thing at me, an emerald sphere, its own life. It caught me in the air. At first it healed me, and that was pleasant for about 2 seconds. Then it kept going. Life force does not have a stop valve. It ran my metabolism up, and I started aging, fast, in real time. My skin loosened. My hair went white while I was flying. I put my own blade through my palm to see what would happen, and the wound closed around the steel. And then the life-death profound body woke up, because that is exactly what it is for, and my body answered a flood of life with a flood of death, and the 2 of them locked, and a black fog closed over me, and I stopped being able to see out of it, which is how I missed the next part. While I was inside that cocoon, Chen Feilong put a sword through Zhu Yan's back. Now that Feng Yu and Ye Li are both dead, he explained cheerfully, you're the strongest one left, which makes you the threat. His weapon halves your attributes for 3 days. Cheng Qian begged him to stop, and he laughed at her. The first lord of District 46 is Chen Feihu, he said. That's my older brother. And then he got on a transmission stone and told his brother exactly what the situation was on our side of the sea. And Chen Feihu activated a declaration of war scroll, legendary grade, against District 45. The legendary arena works like this. The top 10 lords of each district fight in sequence, 1 appearance each. The winning district gets a building upgrade and 50% better chest quality. The losing district gets 2 of its best buildings downgraded, half its mines, and 50% worse chests. Participants take double. The MVP takes triple. Hundreds of thousands of people watch from both sides. And District 45's roster, at that moment, consisted of a ball of black fog, a man with half his attributes and a hole in him, Cheng Qian, Gao Wei, 1 confirmed traitor, and 5 people who had never fought anything. Chen Feilong went out first and announced into a stadium that he surrendered. Then he walked off through a wall of noise saying, fine, fine. When I'm running District 45, I'll make sure you all have a wonderful time. Liu Qiang, 3rd for District 46, is a man who fights with his hands. He killed Wu Jun, our 6th, with 1 motion, armor included. The 4 inexperienced ones surrendered immediately, and I do not blame a single one of them. Cheng Qian went out with an iron umbrella. A woman, said Liu Qiang. How amusing. I never raise a hand to women. And then he hit her, because I only kill them. She took several and went off the edge of the platform, still holding the umbrella. Gao Wei fought him even, and the 2 of them went over the boundary together at the same instant. If we'd fought outside, said Gao Wei, on his way out, I'd have taken your life. Would you? Then come to District 46, which left Zhu Yan alone, with half of his attributes and a wound in his chest. And District 46 sent out Zheng Wen, who is not a fighter. He is something else. He would not finish it. That's all I'm going to describe. He wanted the word surrender, out loud, in front of both districts, and he was prepared to take as long as that required. Our whole side was screaming at Zhu Yan to say it. Say it. Nobody blames you. Say it and it's over. And Zhu Yan said, I will never surrender. Kill me or take me apart, whichever you prefer. And he stayed on his feet, and he kept his eyes on one thing the entire time, which was a ball of black fog that had not moved in 11 minutes. Am I really, he said, not going to get to see you? Chen Feihu told Zheng Wen 3 times to stop playing with him. If they turn this around, Zheng Wen shouted back, I'll cut off my own head and give it to you. And then the fog moved. The life force in it came up and found the death, and instead of canceling, they braided. Life, death, profound body. Excellent. Advanced to life, death, absolute body. Transcendent rank. Overranked 1+4. And a new title. Dragon Slayer. I opened my eyes with a green spark in one and a black one in the other, and the first thing I saw was Zheng Wen bringing something down on Zhu Yan's head. Ka, said Zhu Yan. Ka, ha, fine, I Surin, and Gold Blade Energy took Zheng Wen off him and put him across the arena. I came down onto the platform. Why didn't you just quit, I said. I didn't want those cowards stealing the win, he said, from the floor. Luckily I guessed right this time. I entered that arena by force, which the system permits at a price, and the price was a seal on 20% of my attributes. Fine, I said, accepting it. Small change. There are 9 of us, said Zheng Wen, getting up. We'll wear you down. 9, I said. In my eyes you are 9 lambs standing in a line, and then it was arithmetic. Zheng Wen, then the next one, then the next one, next. Somewhere around the 4th, Chen Feihu lost his temper and kicked something across the floor, and the surrender announcements from District 46 started coming in faster than the system could read them out. Until there was nobody left but the man who declared the war. His brothers made their excuses in order. Stomach trouble, fought a tiger yesterday. My woman is extremely fierce and I'm not recovered. I called you brothers, he said, standing there alone, and you were playing politics with me. Then he came out with a halberd. Fang Yu, he said, I've heard a great deal about you. I ask for your mercy. Are you the man who declared war on districts? I said. Well, he said, if I told you the whole thing was a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Don't bother, I said. Let me take a measurement. Crit, an extreme Dao slash. He ended up on the ground with his palms opened, his armor in pieces, and a wound down to bone. That's all of it, I said. Zhu Yan could have handled you comfortably. I don't understand what you were so proud of. Down below, Zhu Yan said. Is he praising me or insulting me? It sounds strange either way. And Chen Feihu, out of pure humiliation, activated a legendary talent, indestructible golden body, and my gold energy left a scratch. The stands on his side came apart. That's his legendary talent. He escaped a dragon's mouth with that once. 46 is going to win this. Fang Yu, he said, standing up, and all the decay went out of him. I can use this once a week. Physical damage and elemental damage both become irrelevant. I was saving it for high-grade beasts. Spending it on you is worth it. Oh, I said, is that so? And I put the saber away and took out the scythe. A black line went across his chest and a layer of gold light stopped it dead. Ha 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 ha, he said, is that all? And then his face came apart, not from a wound, and he grabbed his own head with both hands. Kill me quickly. That's a very impolite request, I said, but I'll grant it. I swung again, and he took his own head to the arena floor and did it again, and the sound of it went out over both districts. Blame your luck, I told him. You didn't trigger the guaranteed kill twice in a row. There's nothing I can do about that. Ding, legendary arena. District 45 wins. MVP, Fang Yu. 3 designated building advancements, and a legendary trait. And when I checked the scythe afterward, it held Ye Li's soul, and Chu Zijiang's, and the wood dragons, and nothing of Chen Feihu at all. Which is when I understood that dying in a legendary arena is not dying, and that every single person who surrendered in there had thrown a victory away for nothing. Back in the real world, I put the flying island map up before anyone could run, and locked migration for miles. Chen Feilong got a swing of the scythe out of the fog on his way home. There was a scream, and a golden crow lamp fell out of the sky into the sea, and the scythe got heavier by 1 soul. Zhu Yan was shaking so hard I could hear his armor. What are you afraid of? I said. You had nothing to do with Ye Li. Why are you trembling? Nothing. The sea breeze is cold. Then I asked him what Ye Li's actual plan had been, and he told me. Gather the middle districts under the island group for protection, tax them lightly, and as the disasters get worse, let them lose the ability to survive outside it, until the day they're just livestock standing inside a fence. Boiling the frog, I said. It's a good strategy. She lived up to her name. She was just weak. And then, in the same breath. It's a good plan. I authorize it. I'll back you. You obey me and pay your taxes on time. How does that sound? He looked at Chung Chen for help. Relax, I said. I'm not threatening you. If you don't like it, say so. And I turned the scythe over in my hand. This thing's looking a bit dirty. I think, said Chung Chen very quietly, that it's fine. Yes. The next morning, I stood in the air over 83 island lords and explained the arrangement. Here you're safe and inside a Tier 5 array. If anyone tries to leave with a flying map, the array spirit sees it, and the array destroys the island. Iris, said Iris in a completely flat voice, is always watching you. There was a lot of enthusiastic agreement, and then one small voice from the back. Fang Yu, how many resources am I supposed to hand over daily? And then silence. What? I said. Why has everyone gone quiet? You were all so talkative. 1 silver box per day, each. A gold box covers 6 days, and then the services, because I am not a thug, I am a business. Guaranteed island advancement, 100%. Subordinate island slots for a gold box. Mining labor, 10% of what they dig. Big brother, somebody shouted. You're so kind. You could have just taken it. 83 islands. 4 at tier 5, 32 at tier 4, 47 at tier 3. The array's power reached the level of a tier 6 formation. I woke up the next morning to Iris hanging over my bed and nearly took her head off. In future, I said, unless I call you or something is on fire, do not appear in my bedroom. Yes, master. That morning's chess news was that a dragon-slaying blade emperor certificate cannot be upgraded because scrolls and books are related things and a trial certificate is not, but that a straw man trial scroll can be, which I had never bothered with before because I couldn't have produced enough damage to earn a reward. I have a legendary scythe now. That calculation has changed, and in the tank, the queen fish was enormously pregnant. Who did this? I said to a room full of fish. Every one of them swam to the front of the glass and looked innocent. I'll find out when she spawns, I said. But it wasn't the axolotl. That kid has always looked honest. And then I noticed that the axolotl was in exactly the same position it had been in when I went to sleep. And now that I thought about it, exactly the same position it had been in since the day it was born. Blazefire was in a mood. He usually starts eating before the meat has finished leaving my hands. That morning he sat there and looked at me with an expression I could not read, and I stood in front of a transcendent dragon running through everything I might have done, and then I checked my titles and found Dragon Slayer sitting on top. I took it off. He lowered his head and opened his mouth wide enough to take an ox. Every part of a dragon is treasure, I said, while he chewed. Such a shame the wood dragon left nothing but a soul, and Blazefire, sitting in a pit of fire hot enough to melt stone, shivered, swallowed fast, and lay down. What are you scared of? I said. I was thinking about becoming a dragon knight. A live dragon is worth more than a dead one, obviously. The extraordinary box I'd taken off the wood dragon held a declaration of war scroll, legendary grade, against an entire greater district. It's only polite to give and take, I said. That's just right for 46. I'll milk them properly. The selected district is currently in its punishment phase and cannot be targeted. Fine, I said. I'll wait a week. I'll extend the punishment. Then I went and killed the squid. Ragnar went in first, on purpose because he is a walking lightning rod and because his talent is that he does not stay dead. Jump in, I told him. If you go numb, don't panic. Just wait for me to come down and get you. He went in like a cannonball, and the bottom of that lake lit up purple for about 40 seconds. I split the water with ice-splitting blast and walked down a corridor with a wall of lake on either side of me, and there it was, sitting on its glowing tree with Ragnar wrapped up in a cocoon of arms. 3 swings of the scythe opened it up. It isn't dead, I said, and then a wave of weakness came up out of my own soul, and I stood there arguing with myself about whether to spend the saber, and then every arm on that animal came off it at once, like leaves. Oh, I said, the instant death has a delayed trigger, 12,000 caddies of meat, 10,000 milliliters of core essence, 107 arms, and a purple meteorite lightning heart at transcendent grade. A supreme creature dropped a transcendent material, I said, holding it. It was about to break through, and I killed it a week early. And there was a supreme box underneath it, and at the bottom of that lake there was a spirit lake tree which draws sea beasts in and accelerates their evolution, and the weaker the animal, the tighter the bond, until eventually the bond becomes a guardian contract, which is a very polite way of saying that I can farm loyal monsters in a pond. Iris, I said, stock it. The supreme box gave me a Dragon Knight trial certificate. Imagine it, I said, standing there holding it, flying through the sky on a dragon. The temptation is genuinely unbearable. I'll activate it tomorrow. I've used my crits, and I'm in bad shape after that scythe, and by tomorrow, Blazefire won't have a choice. Somewhere behind me, in a pit of fire, a dragon sneezed. In the greenhouse, the sky ice grass had gone wrong in an interesting way. Red patterning on the leaves, and the soil under it had turned crimson because I had over-fertilized it with dragon dung until the field itself mutated into a fire dragon field. The harvest was sky ice red patterned grass, supreme. Enjoy it early, I told myself, and worry about the supreme bottleneck when I get there. It crunched. Polar cold went through my whole mouth, and then, underneath the cold, there was warmth, which is the mutation, and which is the only reason I got it down at all. Heavenly Ice Body, Supreme. Ice resistance plus 100%, and a skill called Ice Splitting Blast that works on any liquid. Finally, I said, a skill on a normal cooldown. Everything else I own has a 12-hour timer, which is why I'd been burning Extreme Dow Slash like a basic attack and draining my gold essence into the sea. Combat power, excellent mid-tier. I asked the dialogue mirror where the golden crows were, which is a much better use for a prophecy device than asking it about your own death. My own blurred face read out coordinates for 10 solid minutes. I said, when it finished. Would you like a glass of water before you go? It went offline without a word, and I am almost certain it glared at me first. 1 supreme and 2 excellent within 100 kilometers. Blazefire took the Supreme One down in a single motion while I stood behind a wall of frozen seawater and spent a fifth of my spirit not being cooked. Then I turned him around and started walking him in the exact opposite direction from home. Let's take a different route back, I said. It's on the way. He looked at the direction, then at me. He could not work out how the reverse direction was on the way. He came anyway. 2 excellent crows, on the way, which saved me 4 5 elements bombs and picked up 2 mine blueprints. And then the heat came back and it was the transcendent one again. You persistent ghost, I said as we ran. The second my talent comes off cooldown, 1 swing and you're going swimming in the river of death. Blazefire did not wait for instructions. He grabbed me and went for the Iron Mountain. The mountain was half melted and the forest around it was ash, and he spat fire into it anyway without a second's hesitation, and the iron giant dragon came out with holes through its body and half its left wing gone and put the magma out. And while the crow was distracted, we left. Poor thing, I said, looking back. When I get the chance, I'll end that for you, and then, because I am who I am. Oh, there's still an egg in there. 2 days later, the Deathwell finished growing a supreme-grade beast soul, and I put it into the conversion room and started a 2-day countdown on a Netherworld Death King. Then I took Zimei outside because she had been sitting on a sunken island for a week and had developed the specific glare of a wife who has been left at home. Let's go, I said. We're going out today. She went off my island like a bullet and did a full roll in the sky before she remembered to be dignified. Do you have a speedboat, she said, or do I carry you? Neither, I said, and put on the wings. You're a tier 5 lord with excellent combat power, she said, keeping pace, and you own transcendent flying gear. You get stranger every day. Curiosity killed the cat, I said. Don't be curious about me. You'll regret it. Your combat power is a fraction of mine and you're threatening me. Do you honestly think you could hurt a late transcendent? Hard to say, I said. She went quiet for a while. The big island she took me to is not an island. It's a small continent, and every inch of it is black scorched ground and craters breathing contamination. Are you sure this soil can even be used? I said. You asked me where the big island was, she said. You did not ask whether the dirt on it was any good. Contaminated soil. Live on it long enough and your body starts coming out wrong. No wonder nobody's dug it, I said. Then we went to a flesh tumor mountain, which is hundreds of feet of layered tissue with vessels running through it and openings that push out white fog, and I am not going to describe the smell. At night, she said, these push fog 100 times faster. Why doesn't anyone destroy them? Because contamination sources hide inside them and under the water around them, she said, and the strong ones from the Jushi Alliance are hunted by the half-corrupted the moment they leave the formation. So people come during the day and cut off a little and leave. Anyone who does real damage brings the ones underneath up. So if I start taking it apart, I said, sources come out, and possibly half-corrupted. Yes. Why? Frightened. Not so brave now. Correct, I said. I don't dare. But you do. What is that supposed to mean? Don't forget our agreement, I said. Go and cut me some meat off that mountain. It shouldn't be difficult for you. Her sword put out an edge tens of meters long and took a corner off it, and what came out of the wound was a devouring shark demon shrimp at supreme late stage, a head 10 zhang long in black armor, dozens of arms, and 100 legs. She removed the head on the second swing, and then, without being asked, she went straight into the carcass to find the evil god flesh. Sigh, I said, standing there with my mouth still open. I've been presumptuous. She came out coated in things I will not itemize, holding it at arm's length. Here, it's dirty. 100,000 caddies of rare grade contaminated flesh per cut. Rare grade, which is worth triple ordinary. Cut more, I said. Do you think my sword energy is cheap cabbage? She said. Every one of those costs me. I can't do another. Then what do you suggest? Well, she said, and her eyes moved. It's not that there's no way, it's just, I'd need meat, for energy. You should have led with that, I said. 100 caddies of supreme meat per cut. She got back to work immediately, and on the second cut, a thing the size of a maggot with a tube for a mouth came out of the falling tissue at her, and she halved it in the air and went in after its evil god flesh without breaking rhythm. Then the sea in front of us started boiling, and a head came up out of it in black scales and ate half of what she had just cut down. The nerve, I shouted. You dare eat my meat! Get lost! Right, said Zimei, and started forward, and 4 more heads came up beside the first one. 10 eyes, all of them on us. Pseudo-advanced source of corruption. 5-headed black demon hydra. Pseudo-legendary. Ordinary giant dragons, said the description. Our food. Sequence mission. Slay the pseudo-advanced source. 3 weeks. Reward. 1 legendary chest. 100,000 hidden points. Pseudo-advanced and pseudo-legendary, I said. Run! I put the wings into extreme burst and did not look back until I had to. She was 30 meters behind me. There was no Hydra anywhere. Apparently we're not interesting, I said, slowing down. Otherwise we wouldn't have died. We'd have been skinned. Shall we find another mountain? Let's call it a day. Fine. Don't forget my 200 caddies. While that was happening, incidentally, a man on a distant island was sitting alone talking to himself. Wei Long had been trying to teleport onto my submarine island for days, using an ancestral island scroll, and it kept failing. That shouldn't happen, said the voice in his head, unless somebody teleported in and annexed it. You keep telling me I have the destiny of a protagonist, said Wei Long. And I still haven't received a single one of the opportunities you've pointed at. Don't worry, I know the coordinates of several abandoned islands in that sea. Get yourself a shield-breaking anti-contamination diving tool, and I'll possess you, and we'll have supreme-grade combat power between us. You are the true destined protagonist. And if anyone had been standing there, they'd have noticed that both halves of that conversation were coming out of the same mouth. Back home, I threw 2 pieces of evil god flesh into the red dragon skyfire and turned the heat up. Medium contamination source slain. Supreme box. 1,000 hidden points. Medium contamination source slain. Exceptional chest. 800 points. Sequence rank increased to 1,450. Then, on a whim, I put a piece of contaminated soil in the same fire, on a low setting. Black gas came off it in threads, and when the threads stopped, the soil under them was yellow. I stood there holding a handful of clean dirt. High-grade fire burns contamination out of the ground. Which means the workers dig, we bake it here, we mix it with water, we run it through a soil evolution factory, and I get compacted soil, which is the last resource standing between me and a Tier 6 island. A message came in from the first tier channel while I was still holding it. Wei Long, looking for an item that puts out high damage instantly. Gao Wei offered sword seal pellets, and I offered 5 elements bombs at 100 supreme elemental stones each. He bought 3. He paid instantly. 30 seconds of turnaround and I had doubled the value. I have thought about that trade a lot since. Then Iris reported that a Tier 4 lord wanted protection during an advancement trial, and I nearly sent Ragnar, and then changed my mind. I'll go, I said. I've never watched somebody else's trial. His name was Wen Hao, and he was so grateful to see me in person that it was slightly uncomfortable. Fang Yu, he said, I can handle the small ones. It's the final source I'd need help with. There's no need for any of that, I said, and put 4 extreme Dao slashes into his storm. Contaminated flesh came down out of the sky like weather. The dark clouds broke and ran. And then the sea filled with contaminated beasts, so I brought 5 of my islands in and used them. His whole island shook. Fang Yu, he screamed, gently. Please don't shatter my island. Don't worry, I said. If it breaks, I'll compensate you with a new one. I have nothing except a shortage of islands. Then a black eagle came down out of the dark, and I opened the gold stone and split it, and speared the evil god flesh out of the falling pieces on the tip of my blade. Right, I said. That's the small stuff. Now the final boss, presumably. Said Wen Hao. Fang Yu. I've already passed. That fast, I said. Was the bird the boss? Saturday came and the Alliance secret realm refreshed, and Liu Wenjing and I did our morning trade, and I found myself in the strange position of having so much money that my only real problem was that Blazefire ate 20,000 catties a day. So I went fishing with a new bait. Today, I told the ocean, we're changing the flavor. You're going to experience full anesthesia, purple lightning squid king meat on the hook, and it worked so well that I stopped having to electrify anything myself. I pulled up a top-grade coulter. Excellent, edible. And I want you to understand that after weeks of dragon and squid, I looked at that fish the way a man looks at a home-cooked meal. Tonight I told it, you're on the board, and a black and white striped lobster, 20 inches for sashimi. And then I went to feed the dragon, and while he was chewing, I activated the Dragon Knight trial certificate. Ding. Please ride on the fire dragon's neck, touch the reverse scale, and complete the Dragon Rider contract. And I felt something on my back like a row of needles. Blazefire had stopped chewing. His eyes were on me, and there was something in them I had never seen from him before, not even the day he landed on my 30 square meters. Let me argue, I said. I mean, explain. Let me explain. And he roared, and in that roar there was a sentence, and the sentence was this. I treated you as a friend, and you want to ride me. It's not like that, I said. It's a friendly contract. We both get stronger. He did not move. Right, I said. Since kind words don't work. I put the Dragon Slayer title back on and took out the Scythe of Death. Remember that wood dragon, I said. He died to this. His soul is still inside it. You don't want to end up in there. No, said Blazefire, and there was fear in his eyes, and there was absolutely no give in his voice. Fine, I said, putting the scythe away. Be good. Do this, and you get double food. Forever. No. Triple. No. There was a flicker on triple. It lasted about a third of a second, and then it closed again. Not enough temptation, I said, and went into the cellar, and came back with the axolotl. I held it up and swung it gently in front of a transcendent dragon's face. Eat this, I said, and you might advance to legendary, become my dragon, and the fish is yours. You're not losing on this deal, are you? His eyes lit like something igniting and a low sound started at the bottom of his throat, and I am fairly sure the only thing that kept him from taking my arm off was the scythe on my back. He looked at me for a long time, then that enormous proud head came down, and he nodded. The carrot and the stick, I said, still undefeated. The reverse scale is one black scale in a field of red, and when I put my fingertip on it, my consciousness came out of my body and went up my own arm into somewhere with no edges, and I saw Blazefire's soul. It's a mountain, it's also a fire. Both are accurate. Trial passed, profession obtained, Dragon Knight, and I fed him the axolotl, and it did not struggle even slightly, as if it had known its whole life exactly what it was for. And then he caught fire. The pillar of flame that came off my island that night was visible for 100 miles. Something new came off him in a wave, and every living thing for tens of kilometers went flat, and the sea beasts went for the bottom, and the transcendent golden crow that had been circling all week put its head down and left. When the light went out, he was a full size bigger, and his scales had gone from red to something older and more expensive. Scarlet Flame Dragon King. Legendary. Strength 12,998. Agility 12,999. Physique 13,999. 1 times 1 is 1, I said, reading the panel with my mouth open. 10% of that's more attributes than I have. That's a fraction of him being more than all of me. From today, I said, out loud, over the water, the 1,000 miles around this island is officially the era of me and Blazefire. He roared, and we went up. From high enough, my island is a black sesame seed on a table. This isn't cool enough, I said, and climbed up out of the neck and stood on top of his head with the saber in my right hand and my left on his horn, gazing forward, magnificent. That lasted under 3 seconds, because at that speed the wind puts an entire atmosphere into your mouth, and I had to get my helmet on before I drowned in air. Blazefire, slower, please. Also, at supersonic speed, he flew straight past the Iron Mountain, had to brake, turn around, and come back, which I have never once let him forget. The Iron Mountain was a hill now, and everything around it was cracked black ground. I wonder if he's still alive, I said. Call out. Moo. Why does your voice sound wrong? I said. Roar, said Blazefire. You haven't started yet, I said. Then who is mooing? And a 3-jang iron giant dragon came out of the mound at speed and threw itself at me. Blazefire filled his mouth with fire. Don't, I shouted. Do not, because I had recognized it. Silver eyes, newborn. And when I had first come to this mountain, weeks ago, I had put a few drops of myself on an egg and assumed it hadn't worked. It hadn't failed. It just took longer than I did. All right, I said, while a metal dragon the size of a horse tried to get inside my armor. All right, I know. You've been badly treated. Blazefire made a noise behind me that translated without ambiguity to, I cannot believe you had something going on with that lump of iron. It's old history, I said, not turning around. And he's a child. Don't be jealous. Then I had Blazefire melt what was left of the mound. The old one was already under it. It had gone down between the crow's last visit and this one, the way things go down when nobody is watching, and the mound had closed over it, and I had promised weeks ago that I'd end that when I got the chance, and instead the crow got there first. So I did the only thing left. I took it out of the fire myself, and what the fire gave back was legendary iron and a gold primordial stone, and both of those go into the god-slaying spear, and its child was standing on my boot. That's the closest thing to a burial I could manage. Let's go, I said to the small one. From today, your name is Frostfang. You're coming home. And when you're grown, you're finishing Kale's lineage. 10,000 drops. He's waited long enough. Home. Blazefire curled up in a pit that no longer fit him and ate 100,000 caddies of rare meat because turning legendary had burned through 10,000 rare meats worth of stored energy in under a minute. It's a shame he can't come to St. Demonland, I said, watching him. He'd finally get a buffet. Then I forged the spear. 24 Juan water python teeth. A giant roller ox king's hoof. 10,000 milliliters of squid core essence and 100 of its arms. 100 gold essence, a legendary trait, legendary iron, the gold primordial stone, 500% crit, god-slaying spear, legendary, tier 3. The light off that forge went through the clouds and stayed there for a while. Congratulations on forging the second legendary tier weapon in the southeast region. And then I reached down to pick it up and could not move it. Not heavy, immovable. I got both hands on it and pulled with everything I have, and it sat in my floor like a mountain. Bind it by feeding it, said the description. So I opened my palm on the gold-cutting blade and let it drink, and the whole shaft went red for a moment, and then something clicked into place behind my sternum, and when I reached for it again, it came up like it had been made for my hand, because it had. Traits. 1 to 3 times destructive power on every throw. It grows by taking the essence of high-level creatures. It grows by killing things stronger than its owner, and the stronger they are, the more it grows. It paralyzes on contact, and it carries a skill called Indestructible. And then the channel went off. Shulin. God-slaying spear. Lord Mushin is amazing. Peng Anran. I'm out here fighting with excellent gear and he's on legendary weapons. Jiang Wei, don't celebrate. That man is a cheater. I've got proof and I'm reporting him. Chen Wei. So he has better gear, higher combat power, a better island, top tier pets, and first place on all 4 boards. How is that cheating? Jiang Wei, listen to yourself. That many first places in one pair of hands. What other explanation is there? And then Jiang Wei said the one genuinely clever thing anybody has ever said about me. And did none of you notice? The announcement said the second legendary weapon in the southeast region. Has anyone ever heard an announcement about the first? Jiang Fiery. Now that he mentions it, no. Gao Ming. Confirmed. Fang Yu is cheating. And I typed. I forgot about that. One moment, everybody. Ding. Congratulations to Fang Yu for forging the first legendary tier weapon in the southeast region. Scythe of Death. Special reward. Legendary trait. Your Scythe of Death has entered the weapon rankings in 2nd place. Shu Lin. I didn't believe it before. Now I just want to know where you bought the cheat. It backfills previous announcements. Jiang Wei. This is the proof. The system is ignoring me. I protest. I close the channel and let them get on with it. Nobody was ever going to make anything of it because that was a right the sequence gave me and the sequence does not answer questions. Then I used the Dragon Slaying Blade Emperor certificate and immediately hit a wall. Your professions Dragon Knight and Dragon Slaying Blade Emperor are in severe conflict. Abandon one or merge them. I tried to merge them by will. They came apart after 2 seconds. Then I thought about it and burned a crit. Critical success. Merged profession obtained. Dragon Knight Blade Emperor. Legendary. 15% of the dragon's attributes for 10 minutes a day when I'm not riding him, plus a random skill. 30% bonus when we fuse, plus a strike called Dragon Knight Obliteration. And my blade rank locks at pseudo-legendary, with 30% extra against large, high-grade creatures and 50% against dragons. I hadn't even warmed the first profession up, I said, reading it, and I've already got the advanced one. Then I activated the Strawman Trial Scroll to test the spear. The space it opens has one thing in it, which is a straw man over 10 Zhang tall with a half smile, looking down at me in a way that is genuinely asking for it. This scroll is very humane, I said. It made me something annoying on purpose. Deal the highest possible damage in one strike. Burning vitality. Indestructible. Evolution critical strike. And I threw. There was no explosion. There was a golden pattern where the spear went in, and the pattern spread across that whole body in about a second. And then the straw man shattered like a mirror. The spear came back, landed in the ground in front of me, and I could not pull it out again and had to shovel it into my backpack. Ding. Damage exceeded the overmortal limit. Maximum reward, doubled, plus 200 to every attribute, and 2 random skills upgraded to absolute tier. Silver skin became titanium alloy adamant skin, and sea fishing became ocean angling technique, and a lifetime of fishing knowledge dropped into my head all at once. 200 to everything, I said, walking out. A few more of these, and I'd be supreme by Thursday. Meanwhile, in District 46, a man was having a very bad meeting. Boss, said an aide. 47 and 44 both say they won't join the attack on 45. Tell them we'll lead, said Chen Feihu. We'll take the losses and give them 80% of the profit. They said they wouldn't go for 100%. They said Fang Yu is humanity's savior and we shouldn't oppose him. What in the world are they talking about? He screamed. Play it back to them. Do they even believe it themselves? Boss, he has 2 legendary weapons. Maybe we endure this one. Do you think I don't know that? Said Chen Feihu. But the anger inside this district is rising. If I can't point it outward, it comes from me. And then he looked at the sky and produced the only line of his I have ever respected. This is not a crime of war. This is heaven deciding to destroy me. Back home, I tested the new skin because titanium alloy adamant skin is a passive and passives only trigger when something hits you. So I took out the gold cutting blade, which after 7 enhancements will open a supreme grade body, and cut my own arm with it. The skin went silver a fraction of a second before the edge landed and threw a shower of sparks. Even the most ordinary skill, I said, examining an unmarked forearm, becomes extraordinary if you push it high enough. And then my private messages exploded. Liu Wenjing, are you busy? Liu Wenjing, emergency, 10,000 times urgent. Liu Wenjing, if you're free, please answer. I need help. There was a golden crow near her island, and it was hot enough that she was becoming a danger to the people around her. I had something on at noon, so I told her to hold, and then I sat on my own shoreline and fished while I waited, using squid meat for bait, which saves me having to electrify anything. And I pulled up a lingkong fish, excellent grade, which looked oddly familiar. I ran to the cellar. The tank was short 1 lingkong fish. Good heavens, I said, standing there holding it. I caught my own fish. Then noon came and went, and the transcendent crow did not, and the air actually got cooler, and I put it together. It hadn't come to me. It had gone to her. Hold it there, I wrote. Just a few dozen breaths. Me, she wrote back. You want me to hold it? Yes. She went. and her hawk, which was a perfectly nice hawk, spontaneously combusted from the ambient heat on approach. By the time I got there on Blazefire, she was hanging in the air next to a bird that was now a charcoal briquette with a personality. "Thank you," I said. "Your pet is very distinctive. It looks roasted." "How can you say that?" she screamed. "It caught fire helping you. You're growing those feathers back." "I'll send a lineage serum," I said, and we went northeast. The transcendent golden crow is 100 zhang tall, and it walks like a sun on an errand. The sea boiled where it passed. Sea beasts caught fire in the water. "That's him," I said. "He hunted us twice." Blazefire did not wait for the rest of the sentence. He took that crow in both claws and ate it, piece by piece, while it burned him. Yesterday the crow had been slightly ahead of him. Today it was a child arguing with an adult. A golden crow hall forging blueprint dropped out of it, which is an exclusive building, and there are no more than 3 transcendent crows in the entire region, which makes that blueprint the sort of thing you don't sell. Then I went to trade, and my island came up out of the water, and Guan Feng arrived on expensive rented wings instead of a boat. "Some suicidal idiot," he said, landing. "Woke up a 5-headed black demon hydra. The sea routes aren't safe. I've burned a fortune on these wings for nothing." "Terrible," I said. "Anyway, I'm settling my debt today. Rare grade contaminated flesh is worth triple, correct?" Yes. "Is there rare grade today?" 200,000 caddies of rare," I said. "Cut off a flesh tumor mountain yesterday, plus 30,000 superior, plus a little over 1,000,000 ordinary." And I watched his face do the arithmetic. "It wasn't you," he said. "Tell me it wasn't you who woke up the—" And the sea stood up. 5 necks came out of the water like columns. 10 eyes. "It's over," said Guanfeng. "I should have checked the calendar this morning." "I'll block it," said Zimei, drawing. "You two run. If you survive, I'll catch up." And I said, "What is everyone so frightened of? It should be afraid of us." And I opened my own water shield and walked out through it alone. "What are you looking at?" I said, to a pseudo-legendary contamination source. "Having a lot of heads doesn't make you great. If you're so impressive, give me 2. 5 mouths opened and the smell came over me like a physical wave. "Big man," said Guanfeng from somewhere behind me in a broken voice. "I'm begging you, sink the island. You swore at it a couple of times. Do you honestly expect that to work?" "Why not?" I said. And a golden spear came up out of the ground beside me and stood there, and there was a black scythe in my hand. And 5 heads made a low sound that was not a roar, and went back under the water. I said, watching the surface flatten. "Lucky for it that it's fast." I want to be completely honest with you about that moment. My crits were gone for the day. The spear could not be thrown. Death's lament had not recovered. Otherwise, being the generous man I am, I'd have kept it for dinner. "How?" said Guanfeng when he could speak. "How did you do that?" "Simple," I said. "These hydras bully the weak and fear the strong. Next time, just shout at it. It'll probably run." "Does that actually work?" "You'll find out next time, won't you?" We closed the trade. All the flesh and all the chests for 2 extraordinary boxes. Then I sank the island and drove it a long way sideways along the seabed before I let it settle, because I am not an idiot. And when I was going, Zimei said, "That thing you told Guanfeng, was any of that true?" "What do you think?" I said. Playing mysterious. I'll test it next time." Then I went to St. Demon Land and found the oasis wrecked. The trees were down, and lying on the little mountain in the middle of the lake, eating, was a town-suppressing tiger emperor, gold-furred 30 meters, supreme mid-tier, which turns everything it kills into a minion. And a couple of dozen of those minions were taking turns on my netherworld death general. "This place is a treasure land," I said, from the tree line. "First a python dragon, now this. And I have been looking everywhere for a supreme body for my death king." It roared, and every tree between us turned into splinters, and I was standing in a clean circle. "So this is the famous tiger roar," I said, slapping the side of my own head. "My ears have resigned." Then it looked at me, registered excellent combat power, and lost interest entirely. That was its mistake, not mine. I let the Death King off the leash into the minions, which for a creature of pure death element is a buffet, and then I shouted, "Stop looking at him. Your enemy is me." Dragon Rider form, for the first time. 15% of a legendary dragon poured into me, and with it a random borrowed skill, which turned out to be flame wings. 10 meters of wing came off my back made entirely of fire, and lava dripped out from between the feathers, and I got off the ground about a second before an animal the size of a hill landed where I had been. Then I hit it with the wings, which was satisfying and useless, because they are for flying. So I took out the scythe. "Bear with me," I told it. "This next one might sting." 3 swings and the instant death triggered. A supreme box came out of it, the Death King moved into the body, and the Death General took the corpse of an excellent grade bear and stayed to guard the oasis. 100,000 caddies of rare flesh and 50,000 excellent came off the pile. 60 to 70% of the tiger's original might, said the panel, on the Death King. Good enough, I said. Practice. The Alliance realm was set for 8 that evening, so I had the afternoon, and I spent it on a Supreme Island teleportation scroll, which put me down in a forest with no sky. Vines like columns, leaves the size of houses, light coming through in threads, and not one animal, not one insect, not a sound in the entire place, and the constant, precise feeling of being watched. I brought you here for a feast, I told Silvermane, apologetically, and there's nothing. He looked at the trees. You are not fussy, I said. Fine. Go and chew on those. The tree at the north end was a wall, not a trunk. A wall, going away in both directions for what looked like 1,000 miles. The closer we got, the heavier the watching got. Then 2 vines came up out of the canopy at me, and I cut them in half like tofu, and green fluid went everywhere. Is that all? I said, and then 100,000 vines came up at once. Azurmane handled them with breath, and Silvermane handled them by eating them, in long strands like noodles, and Skywing flew, and I burned extreme Dow slash to keep a corridor open. We got to the top of the wall, and I saw an altar of green stone in the distance, and then the altar started moving away from me. The tree can run, I said. Ancient tree. Transcendent late stage. Immune to fatal damage from anything below legendary. Skywing, I shouted faster. He gave it everything. Eagle strike across the sky, and we did not gain a single meter. How abstract, I said, hanging in the air over a running forest. An eagle cannot catch a tree. So I put a positioning beacon into its bark, and went home to wait for my crits to reset. Back on the island, I gave the pets the night off, and Silvermane immediately pointed at the sunset with one paw, in the manner of a labor representative, to indicate that it was already late and hunting sea beasts had never been on the schedule. Fine, I said. No hunting tomorrow either. He nodded, extremely satisfied, and strutted off leading Skywing like an older brother taking a younger one to the arcade. Azurmane made a contemptuous noise at both of them and went to lie in his pond. They still don't get along, I said. 3 of them was already a soap opera, now there's a Frostfang. And while I was cooking dinner, on a sunken island in another ocean, Wei Long's bombs finally broke through my water curtain. I'm in, he said. And a white-haired woman in purple armor came around the corner at speed and drew. Her detection skill came back, and he broke out in a sweat you could see from orbit. That's a late transcendent. What is going on? I don't know either, said the voice in his head. Leave. Now. Who are you? Said Zimei. And why are you trespassing? Said Wei Long. If I said I was just out for a stroll, would you believe me? I believe you, she said, and swung. A hand made of black energy came out of him and caught it, and the voice in his head screamed that it was burning every scrap of soul it had rebuilt, and this girl was far too aggressive, and he pulled a return scroll and vanished. And her sword energy, with nothing left to stop it, hit the ground, and split my submarine island in half. It's over, said Zimei, standing in a crack you could park a boat in. How am I going to explain this? My dinner, meanwhile, went extremely well. Once I gave up on using an ordinary kitchen knife on a fish that chipped it and switched to the supreme gold cutting blade, which took the scales off like foam. Milk white soup with moon spirit water and ginger. Lobster sliced thin enough to see through, dusted with powdered wood dragon horn. Squid and python meat dropped into the broth at the end. Best meal I have had since the day I arrived on this ocean, and I had it alone, in a wooden building, at a table I built. Then I fed Blazefire 100,000 caddies and told him I'd need him shortly, and he made a sound of enormous condescension. Alliance Secret Realm activated. Demon Slaying Great Wall, Tier 3, enter. 2,000 island lords on a stone wall 10 miles long, and the difference between them and the people I'd fought beside a month earlier was total. Superior grade gear as standard, hundreds of them airborne on their own pets. And outside the wall, an ocean of contaminants and 3 contamination sources the size of hills. A bull, a lion, a bat. No way, said the wall. All 3 of those are supreme. If they're sending sources, said somebody else, then bring out Lord Mushin. Is it possible, said a third voice thoughtfully, that these realms were never designed for us at all, and we only clear them because we happen to own one man? So clear-headed, said the first one. And then the sky went red, and a legendary dragon came in over the wall with me standing on his head. That entrance animation, said 2,000 people, is too cool. Honestly, said one of them. With me and Fangod and that dragon, we could solo this. I hate to burst your bubble, said his friend, but without you he'd clear it faster. Then the contaminant army came, and the sky went black with birds, and the 3 sources started walking, crushing their own troops with every step. Alliance leader, said Xiaozheng awkwardly. Could you possibly kill them more slowly? People need points. I'll try, I said. It depends how long they last. The bat went first, or rather it caught fire first, because Blazefire breathed on it and the flame would not come off, and then it panicked, and a transcendent-grade contamination source flying in circles while on fire turns out to be the single most efficient weapon in that realm, because it set fire to its own air force, and then it landed and rolled and cleared the ground. Points plus 1,000. Points plus 1,200. Points plus 800. I stood on a dragon's head, watching my score climb off the work of an enemy. Forget it, I said. I'll deal with him later. I felt genuinely awkward about hitting it. The bull was next, and the bull had armor that nothing on that wall could scratch, which delighted me. Defense that good, I said. Perfect for testing Dragon Knight obliteration. Blazefire started pouring, and it was more than my body was built to hold, so I moved it straight through into the saber, and the saber began to ring, and then the ring went dull, and then it started getting heavy in a way that told me we were near the end of what that steel would take. Dragon Knight obliteration. The light that came off it started at a few meters and was over 100 zhang before it arrived. It cut a canyon into the ground. It took the bull apart down the middle, 5 million points, and then it kept going, and everything it touched on the way out stopped existing, and when it finally died at the boundary of the realm, it had removed about a fifth of every contaminant in that battle. That's without a crit, I said, into the wind, and the lion was still coming. I'm tired, I said. I want to go to bed. Deal with him. Blazefire lit up and condensed a second dragon out of pure flame, 80% his own shape, and sent it. The lion charged it, which was brave. Points plus 5 million. 2,000 people cheered on a wall for a long time after it was over. 40,176,300 points personally. The Alliance jumped to Tier 4, and I bought the Equipment Forging Basic Attributes buff at 10%, and looked at a Medium Alliance island priced at 10 million points, and made a note. And I want to record that Liu Wenjing's score that night was close to Gao Wei's, which surprised me until I remembered that I had been quietly upgrading her entire operation for a month. Sunday morning was chests. 2 Taiwood stones, a blank totem at legendary grade, which I engraved with Blazefire's image, producing a crimson flame dragon totem that raises the fire concentration and every creature's physique on my island by 20%. And a transgene lineage agent, pseudo-legendary, which mixes every lineage in a body into one unknown new one, with a warning attached that the result is uncontrollable. Ragnar has a lot of lineages, I said, reading it. This could tidy him up. Then I went fishing with Koi Luck and pulled a gold treasure fish, extraordinary, which raises the output quality of every extraordinary and lower chest I open by 10%. At 500% crit, I said, holding it in both hands. That is not a small number. And a Jade Lion Goldfish, which breaks bottlenecks for lion-type pets, which Silvermane does not have yet, but will. Then I took Sime and everyone else to the contaminated continent and put my whole labor force on it. From today you dig here, I told them. Perform, and you get double rations and eventually your own island back. Try to run, and the supervisors kill you. Understood. Kale, I said quietly. Dig it. Bake it in the sky fire until it goes yellow-brown. Mix it with water. Run it through the soil factories. Yes, sir. And Zime came up behind me while the line was moving. How does your island hold this many people, she said. You're not from the TNQC at all, are you? No, I said, I'm not. Where I come from is a completely new world. The evil gods there haven't woken up. And this island is something I picked up by accident. She was quiet for a second. You just told me that, she said, like it costs nothing. Aren't you at all worried about what I might do with it, a sea where no evil god has woken? No, I said. But you're excellent, she said, and I'm late transcendent and not the worst of them. What exactly makes you this fearless? Yesterday I chased off a 5-headed black demon hydra, I said. Do you think I did that with words? And a golden spear rose silently out of the ground beside me and stood there. Oh dear, I said. My spear seems to have fallen out. She looked at that spear for a long time, and her expression went somewhere between admiration and appetite. One request, she said. Take me to your sea. I want to see it. Yes, I said. Not this week. Guard them while they dig. Then I built 5 soil evolution factories and put 4 7-star sabers into the forge with the gold cutting blade and brought it to +7, which added a 7-star edge and 70% sharpness. That blade will carry me to Transcendent, I said. That's a good knife. And then I did the thing I had been putting off, which was Ragnar. A new evolution, I said, holding up a fist-sized piece of evil god flesh. Do you want to try? Master, he said. I'm willing. This is heavier than everything you've eaten in your entire life put together, I said. There may be consequences I can't predict, and it can't be undone. Are you certain? I'm certain, he said, as long as it makes me stronger and helps the master. He couldn't chew it. He got annoyed with it and swallowed it whole, and then he started turning into a shark. I put 150 milliliters of Supreme Mixed Beast Lineage into him, which stopped the growth and started something worse, because for about a minute his body produced a bull's head and then a pair of wings and then a pair of rabbit ears, and he still kept sliding towards shark, so I used the transgene agent. The color came out of him, from dark blue to pale, and he stopped becoming a shark, and he started shrinking, and what was standing there when it stopped was a man made of layers. Atlas, Meat Mountain, Ragnar, age 32, strength 2,890, doubled. Physique 2,999, doubled. Loyalty 100. Charisma 1. Lineage. Meat Mountain, pseudo-legendary. He can devour other beasts and take their talents, their souls, their attributes, and their traits, and as he gets stronger, he gets larger. Master, he said softly. And I looked at him, and my pupils shrank, because I had seen that shape before, in a mirror, in hell, the size of a god, with a sword coming down out of the sky. Same silhouette, different scale, that's all. No eating captured sea beasts, I said, and my voice came out completely level. Everything goes in the death well. Nothing else. Understood. Yes, master. And when he had gone, I called Iris and told her to watch him, closely, every day, and to tell me the moment he eats anything he isn't given. Everything, I said, out loud, alone, is developing toward the scene I saw in that mirror. The next morning I went back for the tree, and I went alone, and I left the pets at home. The purpose of this trip, I told them, is killing. It will not take long. The branches came at me the second I landed, and the saber at +7 threw blade light 3 zhang wide, and none of it mattered, because nothing below legendary can kill that thing, so it came down to which legendary weapon. The scythe dissolves a body and leaves the soul, the spear leaves a husk, and I had a suspicion the altar was going to want a piece of the tree. Spear then, Dragon Rider form, burning vitality, crit, indestructible, and half the sky went gold. Young man, said the ancient tree, and every branch stopped moving at once. Please, show mercy. We can discuss this properly. You only think about your trousers when death is already in the room, I said. It's too late. It put up barriers. Layers of them, full of life element, thick as walls. The spear went through all of it and into the trunk, and the golden pattern spread across a mountain in under 2 seconds. No, said the ancient tree. And then it came down, for several minutes, in pieces. At the top of the wreck there was a jade green altar, and beside it a glowing orb, which was the tree's heart, and which I could not take away with me. So I put it on the altar instead, and the whole thing lit up, and words came out of the stone. Sequence 9. God of nature and hunting. Choose one reward. I took the extraordinary building blueprint, natural miracle. And then I looked down at 300,000 caddies of ancient tree broken wood lying in a heap at extraordinary grade and filled every slot in my backpack. I'm rich, I said, out loud, standing on a corpse. Liu Wenjing turned that blueprint legendary, and I placed it, and green light went through my entire island, and a line came up that I had been waiting weeks for. Congratulations to Fang Yu of the Southeast region for being the first to construct a legendary building. Additional reward, Dawn Lamp, legendary. A warm yellow lamp 10 zhang tall that takes several men to put your arms around. Feature 1. It clears the white fog for 10 miles around the island. Feature 2. Transcendent contaminants that enter the light lose 20% of their attributes and their contamination weakens. I put it in the ground next to the guardian flag and the totems, and in daylight you could barely see it working. I would find out what it looked like at night soon enough. The natural miracle itself does 3 things a week. It advances a field, it advances a plant, it advances a creature's lineage. The field went to Blazing Dragon Field, legendary. The 5 Clouds Divine Thunderfruit Tree went legendary. Given the quality of Blazefire's output, I said, holding a shovel, I can produce a transcendent field every week indefinitely. And the creature slot went to Azure Mane, because I couldn't use it on myself without unbalancing my own lineages. His scales came up like mirrors, his horns grew in, his 2 claws became 4, 3-toed, and the whole animal changed shape into something out of an old painting. Xuanwater Flood Dragon, legendary, supreme early stage. Which knocked Frostfang off the top of the Hidden Dragon pet board, and I did not care in the slightest, because both entries are mine. Then I went and tried to take a little essence off Blazefire while he was asleep. Look at the size of him, I reasoned, creeping up behind a legendary dragon with a saber. A few drops is nothing, and Blazefire isn't the stingy type. The blade hit his scales and threw sparks and lightning and left a shallow line. He turned his head very slowly and looked at me with an expression I would describe as a formal inquiry. Just a little, I said. Or core essence. Whatever's easier. I'll increase your food. He made a sound. Hold on, I said. Did you just tell me that 1 milliliter of the original fluid costs 1,000 caddies of extraordinary grade meat? He nodded. I needed 220 milliliters, which is 220,000 caddies, which is 2 or 3 whole extraordinary creatures. Would this do? I said, and held out ancient tree wood. It's transcendent. It's just plant. He looked genuinely curious, opened his mouth, and let me pour. Then he spat all of it back out at high speed with an expression of total betrayal. Understood, I said, wiping my face. Dragons are not herbivores, which have the value of my 300,000 caddies on the spot, except it didn't, because the bait machine takes transcendent material, and one caddy of that wood makes one piece of purple bait. 300,000 caddies, I said, standing very still in the fishing dojo. That's purple bait freedom. From today, I announced, handing out a mountain of it, nobody in this dojo fishes bare hooked again. Everyone uses purple. 2 pieces each. Big brother, said Wei Tao, holding them like they might go off. Isn't that a bit wasteful? Wasteful, I said. If the fishermen next door see us, they'll think we can't afford to fish. So. 2 then. I was joking, I said, lightening the mood. 1 is plenty. Thrift is a traditional virtue of Blue Star. He put the other one down immediately, and I have never seen a man so relieved. Then I spent 10 million alliance points on a medium alliance island and had Iris clear a hole in the array for it, 300,000 square meters, flat, with a large alliance teleportation array in the middle and empty sockets where the space spirit stones go. And a build list that said, among other things, shops. A shop on an alliance island can be bound to one building on your own island, and the building's effect works inside the shop, which means one man's building becomes a service the entire alliance can buy. I built hundreds of them and bound 8 of my own buildings and set prices in flesh and ore and elemental blocks, and I called the place Myriad Merchant Island. Rent it and I take 80%, or a gold box buys you a week. Buy it outright starting at an exceptional chest, and you still pay 10% as a public order fee, because there will be public order, because I intend to staff it with Netherworld Death Generals. Opening day, I said, is tomorrow. And then, at midnight, the world turned off. 2 announcements came in while I was asleep. First on the Island Wind and Cloud ranking, which paid out a Tier 6 special chest. First on the Golden Crow kill list, which paid out a Golden Crow transformation skill book at absolute tier and a legendary trait. I slept through both of them. Outside, a red moon came up. The fog came in thick enough to drip. Things called to each other inside it. And under the water, an enormous number of eyes opened at once. I woke up to my island being hit. I came out of the cellar and the sky was black. My island and everything near it was lit warm and clean by the dawn lamp, and at the edge of the array, islands were glowing and swinging into each other like hammers, and past them there was a black ocean of contaminants pushing in. Iris. What is happening? Master, for reasons I cannot determine, they have invaded the array in large numbers. I am mobilizing. Is this a new disaster? I said. It's the middle of the night. The system is broken again. Master, said Iris, in a completely level voice. It is 7 in the morning. What? I checked. It was 7. I looked up at a sky with no dawn in it anywhere, and the announcement board said this. Announcement 1. Special natural disaster. Eternal night. Has spread. That's it. That's the whole announcement. That is the laziest piece of communication I have ever read, I said. System. Did they replace your writer? But underneath the joke I had understood something. I used to think the contaminants and the evil gods were manageable. They aren't. The system has been carrying most of the weight for us this entire time, quietly, and it just stopped being able to. The first tier channel was a wall of people losing everything. Xiao Zheng, under heavy attack, Wei Long and Gao Wei holding together, Liu Wenjing with a queue of homeless lords and nowhere to put them. Half the island lords are going to die out of this, wrote Wei Long. How did the difficulty jump to hell, wrote Gao Wei. Who is supposed to survive this? So I offered the Alliance Island, build teleport arrays, send them to me. They form guilds and support themselves. Alliance leader, wrote Xiaozheng delighted. You finally have time to talk to us. Have you already solved the invasion on your side? No, I wrote. I just woke up. There was a pause. Why did you even ask him? Wrote Wei Long. He isn't like us. They came through in their hundreds and stood in my array and cried and told me they'd live and die for Lord Mushin. And I gave them the only speech I have ever given. This is a refuge, not a home. If you want to stay, you feed yourselves. Those of you who can fight, form mercenary guilds and take contracts from other lords. Those of you who can't, join a labor guild and work the mines. If you have a skill, build a guild around it. There are shops here. Every one of them does something that makes you stronger. You are next door to the safest island in this ocean. I'm giving you a grace period and charging you nothing to live here. If you want to survive here and find your own footing, then burn brightly and work. Lord Mushin said it so well, somebody shouted. I can already see a beautiful future. Let's all drink this bowl of invigorating chicken soup together. I never thought, said another one, weeping openly, that on a brand new island we'd get the same treatment as on our own. Fang God. I'm crying. Please accept me. The mental resilience of these people, I said quietly to Iris, is genuinely frightening. The Tier 6 chest opened into a void construction bug, legendary, 1 inch long, transparent, and it eats architectural blueprints and then builds the building without consuming a single resource. I nearly crushed it between my fingers. Even legendary blueprints, I said, holding a bug up to my eye. No materials. I put an extraordinary tower blueprint in front of it, and it came off its back like something switching on, went up the paper, and ate a document the size of half a newspaper in under a second. Then it burped and looked at me with round eyes, waiting. There, I said, pointing at a flat spot. It made a noise like a small engine and got to work, and a piece of jade came out of the ground. That is going to take days, I said. It took under one. Then I went night fishing, since it was permanently night, which the rod counted as the night table, which meant a 50% chance of pulling up a contamination source instead of a chest. I took the risk on purpose. A medium source is a supreme box plus evil god flesh plus a mountain of contaminated meat. And with Koi luck running, all I could catch was chests. I did not expect, I said, looking at a pile of them, that having too much luck could also be a problem. Then an hour of ordinary casting produced 7 ocean cleaners in a row. If I take all of these out, I said, what happens to this sea? Surely a body of water this size can spare a few cleaners. I now have 14 of them in one barrel eating the contamination off one piece of evil god flesh, and at that rate that piece will be clean within days. Liu Wenjing's chests that morning gave me the Golden Crow skill book back at legendary grade. Great Sun Golden Crow form. Legendary. 1 week cooldown. Visualize the Great Sun Golden Crow and summon its Dharma form, up to legendary tier. My first legendary skill, I said, and I have absolutely no idea what it does. I need something to test it on urgently. And a savage chief came sprinting up the hill. Master, bad news. Zimei says the Black Demon Hydra is attacking the island and she can't hold it. No, I said. You came knocking. I never made you do that, and I went. When I got there, Zimei was not fighting the Hydra. She was being played with. 5 necks were taking turns cutting off her exits, moving slowly, enjoying it. They weren't even bothering with the island. One of them spat green mist at her, and she had to spend a full-strength swing to survive it, which opened one head and made the other 4 angry, and after that they got fast. You made it, she said when I got her behind me. Any later, and you'd be looking for me inside it. Quick, poke it with your spear. And one of those heads came at me with intent, so I used the Dragon Rider form, and then the crit, and then the new skill. Great Sun Golden Crow form. The air went first, then the seawater. And behind my back, something the size of 100 Zhang came up like a second sunrise, and you could not look at it directly. Die, you filth. The Golden Crow moved in front of me and became a wall, and everything those 5 heads spat came apart against it, and then their own scales started smoking, and they dove. Do you think that's an exit? I said. You're not underestimating the Golden Crow. You're underestimating how badly I want that legendary chest, and I drove the whole thing down into the sea. The water went first. The sea level dropped enough to expose them, and then 100 Zhang of light came down on top of a pseudo-legendary contamination source. My spirit ran out, and my head split, and I ate 5 pairs standing up. And when the light cleared, the 5-headed Black Demon Hydra was 10 Zhang long. It had shrunk by a factor of 10. It was dry as kindling. The gold-cutting blade went through it like it was pastry. Is it? Is it dead? Said Zimei. You never even used the spear. Very dead, I said, and crispy. Salt and pepper on that, and you'd make the neighbor's children cry. Do you want a piece? No, she said. Thank you. Then help me find the evil god flesh inside it. I've used up too much energy fighting this thing all day, she said. I don't have the strength for anything else. 300 caddies of supreme meat if you find it. She was inside that carcass in under 4 seconds. She came out holding a piece the size of a wash basin on the tip of her sword, and it was growing arms around her blade while she carried it. The regeneration on this is incredible, she said, panting. Leave it alone and the Hydra walks again by tonight. Do you think, I said thoughtfully, that the Zhu-Xie Alliance would pay well for this corpse? Some value, she said. It can be purified and processed. But I've seen the inside. It won't be much. And what if I fattened it up first? I put the evil god flesh back onto the Hydra's own body. It attached instantly and started pumping, and the flesh under it came back, and the scales regrew, and 10 Zhang became 50. Don't overdo it, said Zimei, backing away. You'll burn yourself. I'm watching it, I said. In its current state, it's worth nothing. The moment the meat's back on, I cut it off. And even if it does wake up, I'm confident I can kill it again. Which was true, because I had the scythe, the spear, and crits in hand. I also threw in my last 2 smaller pieces of evil god flesh to speed it up, and the big one ate both of them. That's new, I said, watching it. What is different about this piece? Then 20 liters of moon spirit water went onto it, and it went into spasm, and I cut it off the body with the saber and dragged the thing back through the teleport tower on the end of my own blade while it tried to build a dragon around itself in transit. At the skyfire it smelled a legendary creature and panicked and wrapped my saber until the whole weapon was a meat club, so I threw the saber in with it. Give it a puff, I said, and Blazefire turned his head with enormous dignity and gave it a puff. Pseudo-advanced source of corruption slain. 5-headed black demon hydra. Mission complete. Reward, legendary chest. Sequence hidden score plus 100,000. Sequence rank advanced to 999. Sequence candidate title strengthened. First kill of a pseudo-advanced source. Evil Slayer strengthened. 7th cross-tier kill. Over ranked 1 strengthened. Sequence candidate. All attributes plus 10% and every skill below transcendent raised a full tier. Evil Slayer. All attributes plus 10%, 30% more damage to contaminants. Over ranked 1, plus 5. 25% against 1 tier above me, 30 against 2. I never expected, I said, reading it, that getting inside the top 1,000 of the sequence would turn that title from decoration into a weapon. And out of the ashes, I took one more thing. Evil God Flesh. Legendary. Every other piece I own is pseudo-legendary. That one had eaten 2 of its own kind and gone up a full grade, and then I opened the legendary chest. It is a meter across, and it puts out a light that is not gold exactly. It's brighter than gold, and it looks like something that has an opinion about you. Crit. Wish lamp. Epic. A pillar of gold went out of that chest and through the black sky, and for 3 full minutes it was dawn for 100 li in every direction, and inside it there was an oil lamp. Light the wish lamp to summon a being comparable to a sub-god, to whom you may make 3 wishes it is able to grant. Each wish granted will also bring you a hidden crisis. I lit it with my own fingertip. What came out of the spout was a blue giant the size of a hill, with the bottom half of him still smoke, still connected to the lamp. Youngster. Was it you who woke the great slumbering wishing lamp god? Speak your wish. Can you actually grant anything? I said. You dare to doubt me. The omnipotent wishing lamp god has never disappointed anyone. Speak. Fine, I said. My wish is that you give me another 100 wishes. No, 1,000. He hesitated. You can't, I said gently. It's all right. If you can't, I won't hold it against you. Damn it, he said. It is not that I cannot. If I grant that wish, the place you are standing in immediately receives earthquakes, tidal waves, and the collapse of the sky, and you would need every one of those 1,000 wishes just to stay alive. Every transaction requires chips. I can reduce the chips. That difference is your profit. But you asked for too much, and even reduced, what's left crushes you. I see, I said. So there's always a price. Then I suppose my wish for the evil gods and the contaminants to disappear is also off the table. His eyelid twitched hard enough for me to see it from the ground. How would I be capable of that? Then get me an epic chest, I said. You've got sub-god authority. That can't be difficult. Bingo. Granted, an epic chest will be in your hands within the week. There's a delivery window, I said. I thought it would be immediate. Maybe I'd have gotten one anyway and you just heard me say it out loud. Any wish is fulfilled through a reasonable route, he said patiently. Without me, those reasonable routes do not appear. Do not underestimate divine power. Then another one, I said. Get me to legendary combat power quickly. Bingo. Within the week you will be promoted to legendary. And what, he said eagerly, is your third? And I looked up at a sub-god who was very, very interested in me spending my last wish. I haven't thought of one, I said. What's the rush? We'll talk later. And I blew out the flame, and he went back into the lamp with visible reluctance. That thing means me harm, I said, putting it away. I'll see how the first 2 turn out. Meanwhile, the world had gotten worse everywhere at once. Under Eternal Night, the fishing dojo was the only clean money on the island, and orders came in from every direction, and the forge ran until my hands ached. I brought Zime over to my own sea because I had said I would, and because I wanted her to see it. She stepped out of the teleport tower, looked up, and her voice came out very small. Your sea is filthier than ours. It's pitch black in the middle of the day. Has it occurred to you, I said, that our oceans might be in different time zones, and it's simply night here? Light came back into her eyes so fast it was almost cruel. Really? So when is dawn? There isn't one, I said. It's daytime right now. She stood there for a second. All right, I said. I'm not teasing you anymore. It's a disaster phase. It lasts about a week, based on the last 2. Now, since you're here. And I handed her a golden crow lamp, and she went out into a black ocean to catch me a high-grade creature for the tier 6 requirements, complaining the entire way about being tricked, and I stood there and let her because she was right. The forging channel exploded around then, because everyone had dug out every hidden blueprint they owned, and I got 2 orders in one day from men whose portraits went gray before I could deliver. I picked up 2 free sets of equipment that morning, and I did not enjoy it. The Central District had gone from 6,000 people to a little over 3. He-Bin, coordinates. 10 excellent sources approaching, requesting the big boss. Shu-Lin, coordinates. A supreme source. Which big boss can come? Save the children. Jang Fiery. Coordinates. 3 supreme sources incoming. So I sent Ragnar. I gave him a supreme spear and a set of excellent armor I'd inherited from a dead client, and put him in a suit that made him look like a man wearing a golden barrel, and gave him a list of coordinates. Whatever you kill, I said, leave the corpses for their leaders to trade me, and if you meet something you can't beat, you do not fight it. Understood? Master, said Ragnar brightly, don't worry, I'm not stupid. If only, I said, watching him walk off, that were true. Then Xiaozheng's island group came under attack by 2 transcendent contaminants, and I went personally, because bringing a legendary dragon out at night under eternal night is the sort of thing that gets an evil god's attention. It had started raining by then, black rain with contamination in it, and Red Dragon Skyfire had to boil it off my island continuously. Has it really gotten this bad? I said, standing in it. For all of us. Somewhere a long way from me, a young man was lying in a rocking chair on an island with no rain falling on it, and a woman was kneeling beside him, and a raindrop landed on his forehead. Did I permit you to rain here? He said, to the sky, and every drop scattered sideways and did not come back. Stop that, he said, to the woman. It's boring. My lord, why are you troubled? I have waited a long time, said Fallen, and that boy still has not activated the death mark and become my believer. Much longer, and they force me back into hibernation. It only shows he doesn't understand your divine might. You don't understand, he said. This round of cultivation should not have reached this intensity this fast. Supreme Yang has withdrawn his divine power. The authority of the stars and the moon has been eaten into by the ancients, which tells me the war beyond the stars has gone very badly indeed. If I don't grow a suitable seedling soon, when it breaks into this planet, I'll be going out there myself, on these bones. Then he stood up, and his robe moved in a wind that was not there. A good seedling like that must not be given up. No, I'll apply some pressure. River, he said. And a river of death came out of nothing and wrapped that island in a circle. 7 days of protection, he told the woman, and a blessing at the end of it. Consider it a gift. Then he walked, and the black fog opened in front of him, and every contamination source in that ocean lay very still until he had gone by, and he crossed 1,000 miles of sea without appearing to hurry. And he arrived at the Kalu Weird Beast, which is the size of a mountain range, and put a scythe on his shoulder. How many caddies of flesh, he said, does it take to make a legendary contamination source? 300, 500, how dare you? Speak to me properly, said Fallen, or I take 1,000. So the ancient dragged a Kekenra up out of the deep with hundreds of arms curled up tight because it did not dare move, and pulled a dark red heart out of its own body and fed it to the thing. The heart kept beating after it went in. The Kekenra grew a red shell full of spines and flower buds along its head and eyes packed into every space between them, blinking and looking around independently. Legendary. A perfect creation, said the ancient, pushing it forward. A small gift. 100,000 kilometers southwest, said Fallen, without opening his eyes. A large island group. Destroy everything. Don't leave one lord alive. The Kekenra roared and shot off at enormous speed. That is northeast, screamed Fallen. Wrong way. He had to point. The creatures you modify, he said, when it had gone, appear to have intelligence problems. Are their brains deformed as well? Don't fixate on details, said the ancient, and don't break the blade you're sharpening. That's my concern, said Fallen. Worry about yourself. I arrived at Xiaozheng's island group in black rain under a fractured water dome with 2 transcendent sources tearing through it. 1,000 raven devil sound vulture with raven heads under every feather, screaming sound that goes past your ears into whatever is behind them, and an absolute blade iron shark emperor whose fins and head are blades and which had absorbed an entire iron vein while it mutated. Xiaozheng met me in the air on his eagle, and I did not recognize him. His armor was black and cracked, and there were things in the cracks, and he had lost every trace of the elegant strategist. Alliance leader. Be careful of the vulture's sound. It attacks the soul. It doesn't matter, I said. Of my 5 attributes, spirit is the highest. And it was true. Those needles went in and hit something like a callus. Both sources sensed the weapons on me and turned to run, which was the correct instinct and about 4 seconds too late. Death's lament. The river of death came out of the scythe several miles wide and closed over the vulture, and it fought with 1,000 throats, and it did not get out. The power is down, I noted, without the crit and the dragon rider form. I need to add something, so I burned every soul inside my own scythe except the wood dragons. They came up burning and wrapped that vulture and pulled it under, and one of the things dragging it down was a purple lightning squid king with 100 arms. What are you looking at? I said to the shark. You're next. Indestructible, and a golden line, and a body that could not be scratched by anything on that wall came apart like dropped pottery. 2 supreme boxes, rank 998, and then something ate both of my kills off the surface of the water before I could reach them. Black and red arms coming out of a wave. Evil Heart Kekenra, legendary, early stage, generates high-grade contamination continuously and heals faster than anything of its rank. Legendary, I said. That's fine. You can have it. And I turned around and left at maximum speed. Lord Mushin, said Chen Wei, pointing. Another source just arrived. Why did you let it go? Don't say anything else, I said. Buy flying island maps. That is a legendary contamination source. Move while it's eating. Everybody gasped in exactly the way people do when the number is too large to be useful. What have we done to deserve this? 2 transcendents, and now a legendary. They started to migrate, and the ones who got out, and the ones whose islands were already wrapped in arms did not. The closest Tier 5 island was coming apart under the pressure, and Chen Wei was standing on it. Buy them time, I said to myself, and swung the scythe. The Kekenra went into a total frenzy and thrashed the sea flat, and in the chaos 3 more islands tore loose and vanished, which was the entire point, and then it settled, exactly as it had been, like something that had been pricked with a pin. Without full buffs, I said, a legendary weapon does not kill a legendary source. Alliance leader, shouted Xiaozheng, save Chen Wei's island. He's been with us since 2222. One more try, I said. If it fails, I'm out of ideas. Myriad Blade Mountain, which had come off cooldown that morning. Black currents came together in the sky and became scythes, copies of mine, enlarged, hanging there like paperwork. Back when I used this with the gold cutting blade, I said, watching them form, I got thousands. This gets 18. 18 came down on that head with the weight of a mountain each, and the head opened, and the thing convulsed and then stopped, and every arm went slack, and the sea went smooth. I gambled right, I said, out loud, with my heart going, because I never expected to kill it. What I was betting on was that the scythe's guaranteed death chance would fire. That is a lucky weapon. Alliance leader, said Xiaozheng, you killed a legendary source just like that. And Chen Wei grabbed a curved knife and ran to the edge of his island to cut the dead arms off it so he could use his map. And I went in close to find the heart, because if I didn't take the heart, it was going to get up. And then I heard the heartbeat. Bang, bang. And an animal that had been dead for 90 seconds restarted, and a forest of arms came at me, and the extreme burst on my wings is the only reason I am telling you this. Chen Wei was at the edge of the island. An arm came out of the water behind him and took him under without leaving a ripple. Forget the island, I shouted. Retreat. Alliance leader, screamed Xiaozheng. Chen Wei just went into the water. He can't be saved, I said. Either you retreat now or you stay here and wait for it. And I flew to his teleport tower and left. I know exactly how that sentence sounds. It was also correct. Both of those are true, and I have stopped trying to make them not be. Brother Chen Wei, said Xiaozheng behind me, I will avenge you. Back home the sky was the same as it had been. There is no dawn to come back to anymore. I stood on my own island in the light of the dawn lamp, looked out at the black, and thought about the fact that I still had 1 crit left, and about how thin that felt. And then a rotten black bird came out of the fog into my light. Rotten black plague bird, transcendent initial stage. Its rot spreads plague. My own body got weaker just standing near it. If I can feel that, I said, releasing 7 stored crimson fire dragons at once, what would it do to everyone else? 7 suns went out of my wonder and hit it, and there was nothing left but a burning piece of evil god flesh dropping into the sea. That's a fragile contamination source, I said. Was that a gift? And a black and red arm came out of the fog at the exact moment I reached for it. It touched the edge of the dawn lamp's light and paused for about a quarter of a second, and then it wrapped around me anyway. I got the wings into my backpack first, which tells you something about my priorities, and then the arm started closing. Titanium skin lit up and flickered and could not hold. Blue scales came up on my arms, and my whole body caught fire from the fire dragon lineage, and between the two of them, all I bought was a slower rate of being crushed. Then I heard my own bones, and more arms came into the light, and the sky went dark in a different way, because something enormous was directly above me. Crimson fire came down and turned every arm on me into cooked meat, and they burst like a string of firecrackers, and a claw the size of a house picked me up with genuine delicacy and put me on a back I had ridden a dozen times. The pieces still around me had to be pulled off one at a time. Blazefire burned the rest off with his own body heat, and my ribs put themselves back together while I lay there. I got up onto his head and put my hand on his horn. And out in the dark, the evil heart Kekenra came into the dawn lamp's light, and the light stripped the fog off it, and there it was. It roared at Blazefire, and there was nothing in that roar but recognition. 2 legendary things acknowledging each other. Blazefire answered and raised the C3 Zheng. And then the arms came, and this time they had a dark sheen on them, and they went through his fire like it was warm air. Back, I screamed. Now. He did not want to. He went anyway. That thing carries high-grade contamination, I said, into the wind. High-grade elements have no advantage against it, which leaves exactly 1 card. Burning Vitality on a dragon's back for the first time, and under Dragon Rider Unity, it lit his vitality as well as mine, and the 2 of us went up together like a fuse reaching the charge. He poured, and I channeled, and the scythe took more than the gold cutting blade had ever been able to hold, and it started to hum. And when blaze fire was nearly drained and the scythe still was not full, I spent the last crit I had in the world. Dragon Knight Obliteration. White light, a few meters at the hilt and over 100 zhang by the time it arrived, and everything near its path was ash before it made contact. It opened the Kekkenra from one end to the other and kept going into the sea and left a trench 100 zhang long that the ocean could not fill. There was nothing left, not a fragment, and the system said nothing. Why, I said, hanging in the air over a hole in the ocean, have I not heard a completion notice? Blaze fire, get closer, bang, bang, a fist-sized heart, black and red, floating on the surface, beating, and covered in fine cracks. And as I reached for it, it burst. The contamination came out like a volcano and pulled itself back into a shape, and the shape was Kekkenra at 1/10 of its size and twice its concentration, and 100 arms with red barbs went straight through Blazefire's scales and into him. He had never made that sound before. Contamination started pumping into a legendary dragon, and black rot spread out from every puncture, and he burned as hard as he could and could not move, and I could feel every second of it through the contract, including the part where his life started going down. I hit it with ice-splitting blast. I hit it with the water dragon vortex. I poured the boiling oil tank onto it. None of it did anything. What do? Everything I had was gone. The crits were gone. The scythe's ultimate was gone. The obliteration was spent. And then I remembered the lamp. I took it out and lit it. Young man, said the wishing lamp god, appearing instantly. We meet again so soon. Tsk, tsk. What a posture. I've learned something today. Shut up, I said. My wish. Destroy this contamination source and save Blazefire. He snapped his fingers, and the lamp in my hand shattered into gold dust and went into the sea. Bingo, he said. The last wish is granted. Let me help you kill this little sea worm. JJG. And he came at me. That's the wrong direction, I said. It's over there. He. Do you honestly believe that something holding a portion of a sub-god's divine power was ever a mere epic tier item? I was demoted by a conflict with the Lamp of Rules. The moment you spent the last wish, I was free of it. Don't worry. Once I've taken your body, I will certainly kill the little sea worm. And a thing the size of a mountain went through my mental barrier like smoke through a screen door and into my head, and pinned my own consciousness underneath it. Excellent tier combat power, he said, walking around inside me. Enormous spirit, and a legendary mount. What a superb vessel. And then he stopped, because there was something else in there. A black mark shaped like a blade, hanging in an empty space, and it had been hanging there since a god put it there over an ocean weeks ago. Presumptuous, he shouted. This body is mine. How dare anything else covet it? And he went for it. And the mark, triggered by proximity, woke up. This is the aura of death. This is the mark of the great god fallen. No, I was wrong. The blade went into him, and pure death element went through everything he was, and the wishing lamp god stopped, mid-sentence, inside my skull. And then that death started leaking out of him into me. I want you to appreciate the joke because I did, even at the time. Fallen left that thing in my head as insurance, and the first thing it ever killed, it killed on my behalf, in my own mind, without either of us asking. And it was going to finish the job on me straight afterward. My vision went, my limbs went. I could not lift my eyelids. I didn't expect, I said, looking down at a dragon still being taken apart underneath me, that I'd go first. I'm sorry. I only dragged you into this. And the death element reached far enough in to trigger the life-death absolute body. Life came up out of me to meet it and started converting some of it and lost ground and kept losing ground because that death was pure and mine was borrowed, but it was not nothing, and I am not a man who dies while there is a number still moving. So I got my hand into my backpack and pulled out the wood dragon horns, which are several decimeters of solid transcendent life element, and I could not chew them, so I swallowed them whole, and the life-death body seized every scrap of that and threw it at the death. Not enough, I said with my mouth full, not nearly enough. And then I remembered 300,000 caddies of ancient tree wood, the stuff Blazefire spat out, the stuff I'd written off as bait. I ate it. I do not know how much of it I ate. I ate it in handfuls, in the air, on the back of a dying dragon, while a legendary contamination source held both of us, and I kept eating it until my stores were nearly gone and the line inside me finally stopped moving backward. Then it stopped. Then it went the other way. And when I had cleared the death out of myself, I gathered every drop of life I had left into one point and drove it into the corpse of the wishing lamp god that was still sitting in my consciousness. I burned the death out of him. And then, with what was in front of me being a dead thing that still contained a portion of divine power, my own consciousness did what I have done since day one on this ocean. It took the loot, pseudo-god body, epic. Powerful mental consciousness allows you to control pseudo-divine power. When you absorb a large quantity of energy or divine power, you may convert it. While the pseudo-divine power lasts, you are equal to a sub-god. My spirit had been a wall. It became the Great Wall. I opened my eyes and there was something behind them that had not been there in the morning. From here, I said, the advantage is mine. And a very long way away, on a black sea, Fallen frowned. The death mark has clearly activated, he said, so why can I not feel his line of faith to me? Because he's dead, said the Kelu weird beast, pleasantly. The Kekenra I made this time carries 2 evil hearts. With 2 it is reborn, even after annihilation. Your backup could only save him once. That is the cost of your overconfidence. So he's dead, said Fallen after a pause. Then he was not suitable to be my successor after all, and he turned and walked away without another word. Meanwhile, I put divine power into the scythe, and the scythe woke up properly for the first time since I forged it, and one swing took 100 arms off my dragon. Then I put my palm on Blazefire's back and pushed divine power into him, and every trace of contamination came out of him like dye out of cloth, and a legendary dragon that had been dying under me got up, and the Kekenra, which had felt what was now standing on that dragon, turned and ran into the fog. I put divine power into my eyes, and the fog stopped being fog. Blazefire went after it several times faster than he has ever moved, and the black mist got out of our way, and I came down on top of it and opened its shell and took the evil heart out of the middle of it while it was still beating, and closed my hand. Ding! Evil heart contamination source slain. Kekenra. Mission complete. Reward. Legendary chest, ×2. Sequence hidden score plus 500,000. Sequence rank advanced to 990. First kill of an evil heart source. Evil Slayer strengthened. 8th cross tier kill. Over ranked 1 strengthened. Killing a legendary source, I said, floating over the water, was easy. It used less than 1/10 of what's in me. The problem is that this only lasts a quarter of an hour. And then I asked the question I should have asked days earlier. That thing did not stumble into Xiaozheng's island group. It came for me specifically. What did I do to deserve that? And I put divine power into my eyes and looked out through 100 kilometers of contaminated fog, and I found him walking, and he felt it. How audacious, said Fallen, turning around. A false god dares to spy on me. And then he stopped and looked, and for the first time since I met him, he was surprised. You died, he said. No. There is divine power in you. You've been possessed by another god. I was wary of them. That's why I wanted the original owner to make his own choice. I did not expect one of you to be so shameless as to take the seedling I had marked and erase my mark from his head. In that case, I will sink you into the river of death forever. So it was you, I said. All of it. The Kekenra, the mark, Blazefire almost dying with 100 barbs in him. All of it was one god applying pressure to one man to make him kneel. I had old business with him and new business on top of it, and I want to be honest, I was not being tactical anymore. Even if I die, I said, I'm taking payment. I took off the observer title and put on one who brandishes a blade at the gods, and then the numbers moved. Transcender gave me 85% because there were 11 ranks between us, and the other title gave me its maximum, 999%, 10 times everything I have. And I was standing on a legendary dragon under Dragon Rider Unity, which means the attributes it was multiplying were his as well as mine, which is, technically speaking, an exploit. The god-slaying spear started shaking in my hand and making a sound I had never heard it make. Because for the first time in its existence, the target was actually a god. Don't worry, I told it. Today you bathe in divine essence, so what if he's a god? I can still kill him. 90% of everything I had went into the spear, and the last 10 went into the throw. Indestructible. A line of gold went through the black fog and lit it from the inside, and it went into the river of death and turned 1,000 miles of it gold, annihilating every soul it passed, and it did not slow down. And it went into Fallen's chest. The golden pattern spread an inch, and then the death came up out of him and pushed it back into the shaft, and the spear pulled itself out and came home before the corrosion could take it. Very good, said Fallen, while his chest closed. You have successfully angered me. And a river of death 1,000 miles wide came up out of the ground under his feet, and in it there were souls 100 miles long that broke the current in half, and the river he'd shown me before was a twig next to a tree. I looked at that, and my heart went out from under me, because everything I had just done, everything, the 10 times multiplier, and the legendary spear, and the god-slaying trait, had been an ant shaking a tree. I didn't think I'd get out of this, I said, and I don't regret throwing it at him. Then I looked down. I only dragged you into this, I told Blazefire. Run, if you can. He roared and shook his head, and the wave came over us 1,000 feet high, and I could see the faces in it grinning down at me. And then it stopped. Ding. Your source power is exhausted. Divine power cannot be activated. Enter hibernation immediately. What does that mean? Screamed Fallen at nobody. You are telling me this now. Enter hibernation immediately, or accept the consequences. Fine, he said. There's no hurry. The next awakening is only 2 years away. And the river went out like a light, and the ocean underneath it was just an ocean. And he turned his head and spoke, and his voice arrived inside my ears from 100 kilometers away. In 2 years, if you cannot become a god, then seeing me will be a frog in a well looking at the moon. If you are fortunate enough to become one, then seeing me will be a mayfly looking at a clear sky. For those 2 years, live in fear of me. And he was gone. I hung there for a while over a flat black sea on the back of a dragon who was still shaking, with a spear in my hand that had a god's essence on the tip of it. 30 years east of the river, I said. No, it won't take 30. The day you come out is the day I kill a god. He did not answer. I did not need him to. That one was for me. Then I told Blazefire to pick up the carcass, because it was worth an enormous amount of money, and I am not a romantic, and we went home under the dawn lamp. I want to tell you what I thought about on the way back, because it wasn't the god. 4 weeks ago, I woke up in salt water with one shoe and no shirt, and something the size of a baguette chased me across the open ocean, and I climbed onto 30 square meters of dirt, and the system looked at me and wrote the word insignificant on my chest. Tonight, I threw a spear into a god and he left. Not because he lost, because a timer ran out and he had somewhere to be. I'm under no illusions about which of those two facts is bigger. But he came to me first. He offered me the office, and the protection, and the 1 in 10,000, and all I had to do was hand over the part of me that decides things. And I said no, and I'm still here. Below me, my island was lit up warm and yellow in an ocean with no sun in it, and there were 83 more of them sitting in formation around it, and everyone on all of them was asleep, and none of them knew any of this had happened. There's a black blade still hanging in my head, and I know exactly whose it is now, and I know what it wants me to do every time my attention drifts near it. There's a man on my island who is turning into the shape I saw in a mirror in hell, and the sword that comes down out of the sky in that vision is mine. And there's a set of coordinates I keep in the front of my mind, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, where a woman who is now the same age as me is still alive. 2 years. Hold on a little longer, Mom. I've got somewhere to be first.